Hello everyone, my name is Nathan, and today it's time for the third part of Oxygen Not Included Ultimate Base 4.0, the movie. If you made it to this video, I'm just assuming you've seen the first two parts or at least skimmed over it, so there shouldn't be any further explanations needed. This video is gonna contain parts 41 to 60. I hope you enjoy, thanks for supporting the video, and have a good day. In the previous episode, we improved the design for the industrial sauna, and in between the episodes, I also hooked up the two cobalt volcanoes, just like I said we're gonna do. And how this works is actually phenomenal. It basically just gets solidified here in this tile, sometimes producing a little bit of steam, but the steam gets converted into water right away again. And the same thing happens right here. Eventually, this mini gas pump is probably gonna overheat, but I'm not gonna worry about that. It did its job by initially getting the other gases out of there. I also went ahead and hooked up the gold volcano. However, I did not rearrange it just yet to fit the new design, but theoretically we don't need the steam turbine anymore. What we need to do is lead the water loop through it, just like I did here with just two radiant pipes that keep the water at bay. At this point, I don't even think we necessarily need to exchange this with supercoolant. All we need to do is exchange the loop with supercoolant. I also set up a layer of gold tiles here in order for my duplicants to go back and forth rather quickly, and I installed a transit tube access point here as well. So all we have to do now is hook up the aluminium volcano, rearrange the gold volcano, and we are done. And I think I want to do that in today's episode as well. You surely also noticed this thick layer of insulated tiles. I'm leading the hot material through it as well as the cooling loop, and I just made it 3 layers thick so it actually fits the two buildings. Oh, before I forget, I also exchanged all the cables here inside the ranch coming from this transformer here, and we still have 2 transformers that we can occupy with other gadgets. I also installed a critter sensor here in order to see just how many fish I have. Currently there are 53 in there, and it seems to be growing. When I checked last, it was 45. I'm also doing some work on the heat sinks. I decided to lead the heat through the second tile here, so it's just gonna go through here. Actually, we're gonna bring the heat all the way over here to the steam room at the bottom. So I will probably end up extracting it this way, and then we just want to go ahead and encase this here as well. Now, I don't really have that much steel to fool around, so maybe we're just gonna do the first heatsink and then the channel to bring over the heat. Hang on, we got another achievement. What could it be? Radical trip. Have Radbolts travel a cumulative 10 kilometers. Holy cow. I'm actually surprised we are only getting this now. Well, they don't travel that much, but we did launch a whole bunch of Radbolts. Oh, will you look at that? We finally reached the 100 degrees mark with our water here. This took really long. Like, when did we install this? It must have taken 500 cycles. I mean, we used it in order to cool down obsidian, so no wonder it did that. But honestly, this is good. I wanted to move this either way. What I would like for the obsidian and the regolith to do is also go through my cooling system here. There it is, conveyor loader. I want regolith to go in here, but only the one that I sweep up, right? At least for now. And then I also want to do the same thing with the obsidian right there. And then we'll be able to get rid of this conveyor loader, though I'm gonna wait for the water to evaporate. There's not much to go, just a couple of degrees. We're losing. Whoa. Okay. This now actually went really quick. So let's get rid of this guy here, making sure the duplicants are going to use the other system. And then, of course, we can go ahead and take things apart here, make it ready for the next rocket. Maybe just to make sure that it's not in my main system, because it should go another way. Yeah, regolith shouldn't be in here. And where's the other one? So many materials. There it is, obsidian. I'm also gonna take out the interplanetary launcher. It's time for this guy to move as well to a more dedicated spot. Nispet, of course, taking the bulk of the work, as usual. Now, of course, I'm already gonna grab the obsidian we have laying around here at 760 degrees. This is perfect. I'm gonna leave the abyssalite though. Just the obsidian is what I want. Yeah, abyssalite, kind of crazy how much you get of that. And I think I'm gonna copy the design here with the mechanized airlocks in order to get rid of a little bit of the carbon dioxide. I mean, this is just absolutely insane. And so what we could be doing is something like this and profit off the cable we have going on here. And then all I need is a timer sensor. Let's put that here. I'm also gonna install a switch actually, and then connect this to a AND gate like so. Get some cabling in, and then we want to steer all 3 doors. By the way, I also added a filter gate from the previous episode here in order to ensure that whenever this flukes out just for a couple of seconds, we don't trigger the actual mechanism. We only do it when it's really necessary. But right here, I want to do it basically all the time. So we're gonna say green duration 5, red duration 10. And then since I have the signal switch enabled, it should be doing that, closing these 2 doors and then the other door last. And therefore, we're gonna get rid of an awful lot of carbon dioxide very easily and almost power-free. Well, not really power-free. Maybe we could take more advantage of it if we had the green duration at 15 seconds, so more gases can accumulate. Oh, Gold Volcano is actually dormant, so I'm gonna take care of that. I can probably remove everything except the ladder. Remove all of this shebang. Yes, indeed. Gonna allow the steam to be extracted. We want to replace it with a good portion of water, at least 900 kilograms here in the first layer. And then instead of the water going through the conductive panel, we can deconstruct that and continue straight with the loop. We're gonna make the room slightly smaller so that we can go in here. We get a radiant pipe and another one right there. And then this one here, I want to build out of ceramic. And then I'm just gonna continue with igneous rock back into the loop. That's how it's supposed to go. Alrighty, said and done. I encased the aluminium volcano also, prepared it, analyzed it. Its next activity is going to be in 30 cycles, so we will find out whether or not everything is going to keep up. Right now, we can easily keep up. We can judge by the amount of aqua tuners we're using, and therefore now we should also have enough power. I was thinking about setting up another power control station in this room in order to boost the steam turbines. Right now, though, I don't think it's really necessary, and this is just amazing. Whenever we have something flowing through here, like these gold pieces here, right now they are at 200 degrees, and if we check this out, the metal tile just barely heats up, at least from the gold. The cobalt actually does a little bit more, but overall all the ingredients here are coming out at around 20 or so degrees. And of course this way the cooling loop is also much less stressed, at least with the volcanoes here, and then the real stress might come in here with the main cooling wiggle jiggle. Because we have so much grizzled berries and not that much water, I decided to for now not water them, and they're just gonna hang around here until I'm ready again. Maybe we are even disabling the farm station so we don't unnecessarily add the farmer's touch. Additionally to crushing the CO2, which seems to be working phenomenally, I'm also now pumping it out at the top. The gases are thinning again. We don't really have any more machinery except maybe the water sieve here and the desalinator that are exposed. But overall, we're just gonna get rid of the heat by actually getting rid of the gases. I'm also done tiling out this room, which theoretically means we can get rid of this portion here. Yeah, let's deconstruct all of that. This should then give us access again to this room, and I'm gonna complete the ceiling here. Yeah, we should be able to take this out without actually destroying the liquid lock. Now gonna build this large power transformer, which means we can get rid of this guy. One more thing I would like to change is powering up this transit tube access point with the cable here, so I can get rid of this heavy watt conductive joint plate. And I don't really want to risk losing the gases or messing with it, so I'm gonna go ahead and try to make this impossible by adding a little bit of naphtha here. And I'm just gonna take a little portion here. It doesn't really need to be much, that's already enough. And I should be able to take out this heavy watt conductive joint plate without hurting anyone. We had one glossy Draco getting away, and he was stupid enough to get back in there. Sometimes I just gotta love this game. Okay, we're done here. No accidents. I'm quite happy. And I would like to continue with gold tiles here. This is my maintenance shaft, so this should be going all the way over. And then I have the feeling we could go ahead and use the transit tube point here. But it would be convenient to be able to make it down here, honestly. And then instead of having this transit tube point, we're gonna have this one here. Gonna go through with my transit tubes, go into here, and then continue along there. And then at some point, we're just gonna join this tube here. Let me maybe move the gas pump down. Ooh, that's not gonna be convenient. I'm gonna move it down here even. In the meantime, I'm continuing the shaft right here. We are gonna connect this as soon as possible. I still have 900 degrees saved in here that we then can transfer to the steam room. Now, let's be a little bit careful here. Yeah, I definitely don't want to lose the liquid lock. Do we need to do anything else in here? Let me see. We could get rid of this now. Is this... no? Okay, no, this is actually possible. But then I still have the problem of this tile being in the way. I think I want to gain access here on the right side. This is just gonna make it slightly easier. Just needs a little bit of naphtha here. Yeah, that's actually already good enough. Set up some tiles here to delete the oxygen, and then we can make our way down. Now it's actually safe to remove all of this shebang. There it is. Steam room is now open. This probably means I need to add a little bit more water to make this denser. We can do that right here with a bottle emptier. And then of course fill out this entire room with drywall. Add a little bit more water right there. I actually made a little pool in this place because slowly and surely I only have polluted water left. As a matter of fact, we should probably make sure that we're not running out. Okay, I almost got 100 kilograms of water per tile. I'm gonna stop this bottle emptier for now, and then I'm just gonna close it off. But in the future, we need to get back in there. I'm gonna leave the naphtha lock in place. We're almost done here with the heat funnel. And now the moment of truth. Yeah, I probably first have to do these tiles and then get back in here from this side. Wait a second, I can still reach it right here. Okay, so I can close this off. Hold the phone. This is the third silo. I need to make this a little bit thicker. Yeah, the rocket platform is gonna go here. Therefore, this layer also needs to be steel, at least up to this point here. So we have 9 tiles for the cone, and we can catch the entire heat that is then gonna be funneled down. You know, this looks a little bit stupid. I'm just gonna go all out. We have enough steel to do that. There it is, my maintenance corridor finished. It's gonna stretch all the way to the right side, allowing me to go up here to the rocket silos. But I think I wanna get rid of this transit tube access point here. Well, maybe I'm just gonna leave it in for now, but eventually it's probably gonna be in the way. Either way, we appear to be done here, and it's time to suck out the heat. I really wanna see this happen. Thank you, Niesbet. Now we can dig into here, connect these two metals together, and then just observe what happens. There is my steel tile. Ooh, I'm actually excited for this now. Let's have a look at the temperatures. We should be immediately transferring that. Oh yeah, look at that. I love it. None of that heat theoretically should be lost, and of course all of the rockets are gonna contribute to that system. And we can now also see how quickly the heat is going down in these metal tiles, already down to 600 degrees from where did we start, at 900 or so. Yes, a wonderful and slow process. We might not even be able to heat up the water enough unless we do a couple more launches. Yeah, already up to 90 degrees here. This looks promising, I have to say. So now one of our weaknesses is going to be this heavy watt conductive joint plate. Let me see. We only have a little bit of polluted oxygen left, but once I'm done pumping this out, this corridor should theoretically be a vacuum as well. But there's no clever way for me to actually keep this a vacuum, honestly. Yeah, I might have to reconsider this heavy watt conductive joint plate. We're now at 113 degrees. The water is also heating up. I'm pretty sure this is gonna work out. If not, we might have to add a couple of temp shift plates. But I feel like we've made good progress here. I just need to add the heat sinks here. Let's also get rid of that interplanetary launcher stuff. We want to make this squeaky clean for our next rockets. Speaking of rockets, I'm gonna launch another mission. Let's see what we got in here. Nutrient bars. That's actually not bad. Maybe we can even get some swamp chart hearts in as well. No, not even muckroot. Let's go for gristleberry, making sure that some people are bringing this stuff. Yeah, thank you. Gonna select another target. Where should we go? I'm gonna fly right here. This is definitely 5 tiles, so I can fly here and then 5 tiles back. And of course that gave us another boost here in temperature, and we can relay that easily to our steam turbines. And of course, if we cannot keep up, we just add more steam turbines. Easy. Yeah, as a matter of fact, there it is already. The first steam created by rockets. Just gotta love it. Well, I feel like the past 2 episodes we've made so much progress here on the main Planetoid, especially cleaning everything up, making it streamlined, also making it future-proof, adding more power, getting rid of gases and the heat for the most part. Oh wait, I totally forgot there was a meteor shower or something. No, here everything is fine. Hold the phone. Building entombed. What happened here? I'm now making more data banks. I actually took apart all of the research stations because we were done with the applied science. Well, not quite. There's one more research we need to do, but maybe just to be able to access the research, I'm gonna add a research station here. And there it is. Now I can go back into the menu. Right now we have selected this research here, but we are lacking the data banks. But you can see I've done all the applied science. So we only have to do this one here, which is then gonna need 435. But this is basically the most endgame stuff we can get. So right now I don't really need anything other than data banks, and maybe this guy here isn't quite done yet. Yeah, and now we got the metal tiles back down to 300 degrees. This is absolutely perfect. We'll never have issues with the rocket temperatures. Speaking of rocket, how far are we? Not too far, so I'm presuming we're making more data banks. Yes, May, absolutely wonderful. Okay, so this was kind of a continuation of the previous episode. In the next episode, I need to actually make it to a planetoid, and the planetoid of my choosing is going to be the one that gives me more water. It's further away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We could actually make it here in order to drop something, but then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we need the better engine. So I'm gonna collect enough data banks to be able to build the better petroleum engine, and therefore we should be able to make it further. And this is actually not far away. Let me lock in that research so I don't forget about it. Not the Radbolt engine, but the petroleum. Where are you? Right here. We need about 200 data banks. That's gonna be a lot. There's 22 data banks, but I guess we can do some more exploration in the meantime. So it's definitely gonna be worth it. And now we have a way to deal with the rocket heat. So I think I'm gonna leave it be right at this point. Not sure how much I'm gonna get out of this footage for today, but I think thematically it makes sense. So in the next episode, we can go ahead and actually tackle another planetoid. Right now, I'm pretty happy with how clean this has come out, and I'm gonna be curious once the aluminium volcano starts to reactivate. In the previous episode, we sent May out into space for some exploration. She's now stationary, so what she should be doing is sleeping, apparently, and then also using the telescope. As she did that, we discovered another planetoid right here. This one isn't that interesting apart from actually getting the tungsten, but everything else I think we already have access to. Tungsten, of course, is really nice, and it also comes with a higher peak lux than the other planetoids. But I think we're gonna need to focus on Radbolt in the first place, because this one comes with the steam vent, the polluted water vent, and also the saltwater one. In the meantime, maybe we can do something here about the third planetoid, because this one here has a unused cool steam vent. So all of this water here we could also still use, though honestly this will probably be reserved for oil processing in the future. Not sure how much does an oil well actually take. It takes 1,000 grams of water, and how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, there's another one, 4, and that's all I see right now. Considering the oil wells are probably not all active the entire time, let's say we're gonna be using 2,000 grams of water, and this one here comes with an average output of about 1,700 grams. In other words, we cannot rely on this one because we're probably going to be using that one in order to feed everything else. This means we desperately need to make our way over here to Radbolt, and in order to make that happen, I think the easiest route to go would be to unlock the petroleum engine. So we need a whole bunch more data banks to accomplish that. At the moment we collected 29 data banks, and what did I need? Like 200 more? Not quite. But we need to spend some more time in space to make that happen. In the meantime, we still have a little bit of water here in reserve, but apparently right now I'm not getting any new one because, well, this is all petroleum and I only have this one liquid pump. So maybe what we could do to make this better, let me actually see, what is this filter doing? It's filtering out petroleum only. So should we get some naphtha or oil, we're actually screwed. Either way, this means we're going to be spending this episode exploring a little bit more and preparing ourselves in order to launch a rocket to Radbolt. We need something capable of traveling at least 12 tiles, maybe even more. Actually, thinking about it, we could then just send over a little bit of petroleum to refuel the rocket. Oh well, we'll see. If I can have a proper rocket, I'm actually taking that. We cannot unlock any more question marks, but I'm still gonna allow May to discover everything, and then we're gonna make our way back casually, getting some more data banks. banks. As a matter of fact, I'm probably going to be spending a little bit of time just hanging around in orbit to do the data banks. In the meantime, I'm also preparing myself. In the future, I want to do this, and this is something I never actually done. I always done like the edges in order to make them straight for whatever reason, but I think in this playthrough, I want to just fill out all the spaces that I'm not going to utilize. So instead of just having this a vacuum or open space, I'm just going to tile it all in with plastic tiles, since we're going to have that like forever. Ooh, yeah, look at that. We have 227 tons of dirt. I think I brought that over from the second Planetoid. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm still bringing it over. Maybe we should stop it. We now have plenty of dirt again. Now, unfortunately, there are a couple more issues here with my laboratory that I did not realize. For one, we actually need a way to add a pump to this liquid pool. Right now, I don't really have the space for that to also set up a pump and then maybe even a sensor. We would have to put this 2 blocks over, which sucks a little bit, but what we could do is maybe just fill this up with super coolant as well, and then have this be a mesh tile. But then this means I still have to reroute the power, which I could do just coming from the top maybe. But yeah, on the other side, we have that farting dupe that actually releases natural gas, and right here we also have the carbon dioxide that accumulates, which is really unfortunate. Okay, looks like we explored everything. May? Yeah, we also need to remove the carbon dioxide. It looks like May is only eating and sleeping whenever I check on her. Ah, okay, never mind. I'm sorry. Now she looks busy. But yeah, we might want to improve the situation here with the carbon dioxide. We need to pump it out or destroy it with another method. We have 39 data banks and just 900 kilocalories left. So unfortunately, I have to move her back, which is totally fine. We're just gonna fly back and hopefully safely arrive home. She might get hungry just a tiny bit, but I think we're gonna be fine. Also, before I forget, maybe some more blueprints. Give me something good, please. Yes. Underdog socks. Oh, come on. We got a farewell at sunrise painting and elegant retro wall pot. While we wait for May to actually collect enough data banks, make her way back and do all that stuff, I would say there are probably a couple more improvements we can take on this Planetoid. I already took out all the materials here on the left side, and as you can see, once I opened this up, I went from 1000 degrees to only just shy below of 200. So I think now it's time to collect all of these materials. I want to sweep them as quickly as possible. And then right here, apparently I collected a little bit of naphtha. Maybe we can collect that in a different spot. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go ahead and put all my naphtha into this little part, so it actually has a place to go. While I'm at it, I'm also gonna take out the hot material here on the right side. Let's see, maybe we're just gonna build them out of obsidian, these ladders. Get that going up here, ladder every 8th block or so, and we should be able to mine this up easily. Unreachable food, yeah, okay, so we just ran out of food here with May. Let me actually see, how quick are we gonna be? 1.3 cycles. Yeah, she will definitely survive that. Oh, did I just see a meteor shower? Yeah, look at that. Oh no. Well, this is really bad. So we're gonna have a meteor shower before we can actually land. How long is this gonna take? 15 seconds. Oh, can we even close the doors? It's gonna be a close call, but it's just a slimy meteor shower. Not really worth mentioning. And doors are closed. Wonderful. Just in the nick of time. You know, the most annoying thing about meteor showers is that they just take an enormous amount of time out of the day. Anyway, I've been thinking about utilizing this part here. There are now many buildings that are actually dependent on having a access to sky, like this mission control station, but more importantly, where is it? The launcher? Well, I took it apart. But essentially with a setup like this, we don't have the space for many of these launchers, and ideally I would have one launcher for each planetoid in the end, or at least each planetoid that I want to deliver with something automatically. So if I set up my first launcher right here, then I would have the space for a couple more. But the problem is then we don't really have the space for anything else unless we put them down below. And down below we cannot really put anything because, well, there's going to be no access to space. However, I believe what we should be able to do is either put this on bunker doors or maybe even the normal mechanized airlocks are going to work. So we don't even really have to be fancy about this. Say this is actually a good spot for my launchers, then I would have them on doors. I would need 3 doors. That means if I use 6 doors, I can have 2 launchers. Yeah, that actually sounds interesting. And then we would be moving this entire thing down. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and do just that. We can already take things apart now. Looks like the meteor showers are over. That means I need to go ahead and mine up everything at priority. That is probably the most annoying thing about the meteor showers. Other than that, they are actually kind of a blessing. I'm definitely glad to have them. May is gonna arrive shortly. I think I want her to pick up the suit again. Yeah, let's do that. We collected 77 data banks and counting. That is actually not too bad, I have to say. So we only have to do like 2 trips or so, and then we can finally build the next rocket. Let's think about what else we can do in order to make progress here on the first planetoid. We're already getting the cobalt here. It's still at 100 and yeah, look at that. This is perfect. So this goes down from 700 or 600 degrees all the way to 200. And then right here, we should be seeing a little bit of heating up with the tiles. Oh man, I could watch this forever. I just love it. And I'm so surprised how well this works with just water. I mean, look at that. We're still coming in at 20 degrees here. Yeah, all this water here is actually still fine. Totally fine. So I'm not sure if I mentioned this, but the genius thing about the idea with the cooling loop is that the cooling not only happens here, but it happens everywhere. Like sure, we are heating up a bunch of packets here, but as soon as they go through the other stations, for instance, this station right here with the water, they cool down again to the temperature of the water itself. So we can always keep a little bit of chill on the way, and there are 4 stations where water can be chilled down again, and therefore we probably never will reach a point where we have to use all 3 aqua tuners again. I mean, sure, if all 5 volcanoes are active at the same time, it could happen that we heat it up a little bit, but I'm not even sure if we really have to exchange it with supercoolant. But if we do the exchange, then we can definitely cool down even more. So maybe while we collect the data banks, we could think about future-proofing ourselves in terms of power requirements. At the moment, the natural gas generators are doing the biggest chore. Good. Right now, I'm looking for a little bit of muckroot because that food cannot go bad. That was the problem with the previous flight, that I had something that went stale rather quickly. But I see we still have some pickled meal in here. The question is just, how do I get this out of here? I don't really have the space unless I don't input it anymore. I mean, we could always say we are over muckroot. Like, we don't need to store muckroot or nutrient bars inside the main storage. Even excellent fruit can go out. And then together with the swamp chart hearts, these are the only fruits that we have that actually don't go bad. So they can also remain outside. Let's go ahead and extract them. There we go. That should happen now automatically. Food is being dropped on the floor and of course, it's now in a vicious loop. But did we get everything out of there is the bigger question. Now, where are you bringing that? Somebody took the... Are you eating it? Wait, what's happening? No, I think they're grabbing it and actually bringing it to the rocket. Somebody has the food here. Yeah. Look at that. Okay, so that's working. It's now being brought to the rocket into the refrigerator there. And that means I can go ahead and store everything in here for the time being. So yeah, May seems to be back and well. And of course, I totally forgot to close this off again. I was kind of working on this unreachable build. Yeah, of course, that's why it's not working. But what I wanted to do, just make this a little bit bigger. And I think I also wanted to exchange the funnel here with cobalt instead of steel. I don't think using all the steel here is necessary. Looks like we already went through all of our data banks. This is insane. And we're now overheating, but that's no issue. I was expecting that, having it completely inside a vacuum. And now here again, I'm starting to fill out all the spaces that I'm not going to utilize with plastic tiles. And then we probably make a proper room for this input. We can get rid of that transit tube access point because we already have one here. And then this is going to be the maintenance tunnel over. Yeah, looking good. I think I can realize my vision from the beginning. But the hotel is going to be even more interesting, which is something we should slowly but surely focus towards now that we have the mid-game stuff kind of figured out. We still need access to supercoolant. We don't really need access to all the endgame materials just yet, not even for the hotel. It really depends on the idea we want to go for. There were some crazy ideas to make it on these really dangerous planetoids, but I guess we'll see. Within the next few episodes, we're definitely going to go ahead and visit a bunch more planetoids the next time for sure. We might even be able to do it in today's episode. Well, probably not, since we need to build a proper rocket for it. But yeah, if I can get the large petroleum engine unlocked, I'm already pretty happy, and then we can probably focus on building this part here as well. Honestly, the supply teleporter input doesn't even need anything. We're not even gonna supply the water to the second planetoid. So we also don't need any gas inputs or so. There's no power. That would actually be amazing. So the only thing that's really relevant is the item input, which we already have kind of implemented there. So I would say we're just gonna make it kind of part of the corridor here. Let's say we also want to have the ability to go up there from the corridor, and then I'm basically just gonna encase this the smallest way possible, and that seems to be it. So first I want to have one layer of plastic. Let me first finish this guy. I kind of want to fill this all out, so you can also get a better idea of how I want the entire planetoid to look. Once we fill all the industrial stuff, just have everything tiled out as well. Good. Inside the Explorer, we now have 9,000 kilocalories, and I think I also fixed the issue with the heat funnel. No, there's a little bit left to go. Can I actually fix that and still make my way up? I think so. There it is. Okay, May, you're ready to go. Let's change that. Could I still easily explore something? I guess over here we can go 5 tasks straight. Yeah, honestly, that seems reasonable. Let's go ahead and do that. Did I already check out what I can find here? Actually, aluminium ore, algae over here, and copper and sand. Okay, but yeah, nothing too intriguing. Well, with that out of the way, let's begin the launch sequence. Wait for May to launch this baby. There she comes. Very nice. Have a good flight. Let's check out the temperatures here. Yes, going up, but it doesn't go up as quickly now because... Oh, I think I just had something melt. Yeah, check this out. We had a pipe actually melting the bridge. Huh, that's intriguing. Maybe it's because I built it out of granite. This could be. I'm not sure. Let's build another one out of obsidian. Well, it's not a good idea to have these there anyway. Like, the water at some point is also gonna overheat and boil up. Maybe break a bunch of my bridges. Not sure. Maybe it would be easier to just use the liquid. Maybe it would be easier to just use the port loaders, though I don't think they actually will supply the Spacefarer module, so this could always be a problem that we have. But yeah, definitely will relay a little bit of the heat. All of that rocket heat we should be able to store inside of these tiles, no issues whatsoever. Now, the only thing that we might consider is closing off the top. So say we have these insulated tiles here as well, and then we only trap the heat inside of these tiles, but it can also not escape towards this side. Though I don't really think it's a lot that can escape. So now we're back in space, everything is fine. May, give me that suit. Good luck. Wait a second. Wait, we just discovered another planetoid. Oh, this is amazing. Okay, I thought I couldn't even reach this one. Ah, this is so good. It is the aquatic planetoid. I was actually looking forward to this one. This is where I wanted to build the hotel originally before you came up with a bunch of other crazy ideas. But here we go. We got the cool slush geyser and saltwater geyser. This is actually so good. I was, getting ready for a trip over to Radbolt in order to tap into all of these volcanoes and geysers. I mean, we have to make it over here either way for the Sleet Wheat and uranium, or as a matter of fact, the Sleet Wheat is on this planetoid. Yeah, this one here I would only have gone to in order to get more water and liquids. And then this one here I would prefer because of the Sleet Wheat, so we can switch to berry sludge for our food that isn't supposed to go bad. And then finally, to get unlimited water, we basically have this planetoid. Now this guy's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tiles away. It's even the same distance, so a rocket with 12 distance or so should be able to cover it. I'm actually so glad we made this discovery. This is great. But let me show you the progress I've made here. I'm starting to fill everything out. So everything that looks like this is supposed to be final. And I'm still fixing this part here with another little trick in order to get the vacuum going. I just made enough space for a pump sandwiched in between 2 heavy watt conductive joint plates. And so just like right now, this has been pumped out. And what this essentially means is we have a vacuum here and no heat exchange is able to continue. So all the heat that we have trapped in the steam room now cannot escape through the power system anymore. And I figured we can easily do that because I have the space for it, and everything else I'm gonna fill out with plastic either way. So I also brought down the pipe a little bit to be able to do that. And then right here with the heat sinks, we're also basically done. I'm not yet sure. I might actually be utilizing this space here for something. We'll see. But up here, I don't think so. May is currently flying back into orbit, but I don't intend to actually actually put her just... Oh man, how is this possible? Well, okay, that might be possible. No, some food went bad, didn't it? No, it couldn't. We only used the muck root. It's just not that nutritious, you know? We need the darn berry sludge. So yeah, we're gonna be focusing on the 2 planetoids next. The water planetoid to obviously replenish our liquids and maybe think about building the hotel, and then the other planetoid to get the uranium and the sleet wheat. So we do have an immediate purpose now again. Looks like we accumulated some more gases. I'm gonna re-enable this pump. I shut it down because it wasn't capable of getting the 500-gram packets it's actually able to fill up. Very good. Afterwards, we could think about finally dividing up our liquids. So we are going to make dedicated storages. I'm going to need storage for petroleum, that is for sure. And then probably that's it, honestly. Yeah, I mean, we already have the solid charcoal. I wonder, should I just bring all the petroleum up here? You know, we could make this our petroleum storage. I wonder though, what else are we going to need the petroleum for? Are we just going to go for a petroleum rocket dynasty? Or is one of our rockets going to be steered with another type of liquid? I mean, it's one of the end game engines, right? The only better engine that we can get is the hydrogen engine, which I intend to build. But the question is, could we just completely skip all the other engines, like the Radbolt engine? I don't necessarily want to build that one, to be honest with you. The Radbolt engine would probably have been great as our exploration rocket, but now we already have everything prepared for the petroleum. Petroleum is something we could have infinite, and then we could also use the magma here in order to actually process the petroleum. Or we just do that on the second planetoid, process it here. That actually might make more sense because we even have minor volcanoes to kind of do this indefinitely. And on the first one, we have limited magma. Yeah, I think that is a good idea. We're going to make the petroleum boiler on this planetoid, just keep on boiling petroleum and then sending it over through the teleporter. That's going to be the easiest course of action. That means we will then be getting all the petroleum, and all we have to do is kind of store it up here. And I think that's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm still gonna send it over to my petroleum engines for now. So we're gonna keep this in place just like I have it, but instead of doing this, yeah, right now everything is just being dumped down here. Okay, we can probably be sure that this is always gonna be a petroleum here. So if we bring this over, let me see. I mean, first of all, I probably want to exchange this now with insulated pipes, you know, just keep this a little bit at bay. And then I'm just going to bring this over here in order to dump it into the storage. Yeah, I mean, why the heck not? The question is, do I need to access the storage conveniently? Maybe I want to be able to do that. And the best way to do that will probably be from the top. But if I keep this open at some point, I'm going to have this nasty water in there as well. So I think what I'm going to do is bring this down a little bit like so. And then if I open up the sides here, we might be able to easily make it in here. But that still means I would have to add the wallpaper. So I probably want to make sure that this happens really quickly. But honestly, we're going to be using so much storage capabilities by pushing the liquid vent down. Yeah, actually, this absolutely does not make any sense. Let me think about that. I'd rather go down here, though. My goal was to remove this ladder. Maybe now that we don't need it anymore, I'm gonna do just that. Then I'm gonna make my way over here. And if we set up a liquid pump here at the bottom, where is the pump? Right there. So say we do that right here. This would be perfect. Bring this all the way up. And now if we move this bridge a little bit, yeah, let me get rid of this bridge. We could have the bridge coming over a little bit sooner directly into the chute right there. And then with the pump, we go straight up and have another bridge like so. Come on! Like so and so. So it actually still continues towards the rocket here, but first it will make a detour and be dumped into the large storage. And then all we really need is access to power, which we could do right here. Wonderful. And now I also have the space to fill this all up with drywall as I please. Good. Maybe let's start and mop everything up here. I don't necessarily want my water down below. I see. The problem is we still have a little bit of steam here, and oh my gosh, polluted oxygen. That hurts. But yeah, I'm not sure we're actually gonna make it. At some point, we probably always run into the problem of having something on top, another layer of liquid, but who knows, maybe we can avoid it. Let's keep on building here, another layer of plastic, and at least the corridor here is also done. So I think I want to open up this guy here. Yeah, if I do that, I don't even have to build a crazy wire. This is going to allow me to make a little access point to the supply teleporter here as well. So we're going to surround this guy in the same manner. And of course, everything needs proper drywall. That goes without saying. Oh yeah, this is now starting to look really good, I gotta say. Look at that. Even here, we got some steam. How is this even possible? Steam made it over here. How did it get so hot? Okay, I guess the water here, yeah, no, it's at 25 degrees. I don't get it. These weird physics sometimes drive me insane. Nisbet, of course, got herself trapped. What can I say? These dupes, they never learn. But I'm, of course, always here to bust them out. Okay, so you get the basic gist of what I want to accomplish for today's episode. I think I'm just gonna skip it for you and do something in between the episodes. We are still shooting stuff here. Explorer is now in orbit and we have collected what? Come on, out of the way. We got 60 data banks. Let's see just how many we exactly need. That's not the right one. Right there. Okay, we need another 85, or what is that? Yeah, 85. So actually not too many to go. And then once I've done that, I'm gonna be finishing the research. So the next time we can dive right into building a petroleum rocket, and we're gonna make our way over here in order to get access to basically infinite amounts of water, and also maybe think about the hotel that we want to build. In between the episodes, as promised, I researched the petroleum engine, the big one, and I already built it here on the second rocket platform together with a Spacefarer module and also a gantry, because I already know this is going to be more or less permanent. Now, whatever the heck we have on the top here, I'm not yet sure, but what I do know is that I miscalculated here with the height. That honestly is a little bit unfortunate. We might just have to move this towards the top. Yeah, we could actually do that and maybe get away with it, but we can definitely deal with that. Not sure if we're gonna have enough space to maybe come up with an automation for the regolith. Either way, let's take care of the interior right here. What do I want to accomplish with this rocket? Well, eventually I would like someone to be able to live for an extended period of time inside this rocket. Also, I want them to be able to just spend their time in here, but then also go outside and do some chores, of course with an Atmo suit. So logically, we're gonna get this started with an Atmo suit checkpoint right here, and then one Atmo suit dock. Afterwards, I would like to have some amenities, or maybe even just a shower is also gonna do. That's gonna give us +3 morale. Where's the shower at? Plumbing, probably here. No, unfortunately the shower is a little bit too large. Okay, so we might have to go for another research here, the beach chair. Right now, I don't think I have enough data banks to even do that, but what we could do is just launch another rocket, and I think I'm gonna do that. We should have this already filled up. Let's actually check. What do we have in here? Some muckroot, yeah, look at that. Enough for another 9 cycles. So I think since we don't really have anything to explore with this measly rocket anymore, I'm just gonna get into orbit to get those data banks. And there comes May, ready to launch off. Wonderful. We're gonna be collecting so much heat with this. Now, just making sure May unequips the suit, and then the other rocket I named Colonizer. Hopefully nobody's gonna be offended by that. Either way, let's keep going here with a bunch of carpeted tiles, and on top of that I would like to have my bed. And we're gonna go with a comfy bed this time around to make this a proper bedroom. Then we technically have the space for a bunch of decor items. Let's get with a little picture frame here. Then maybe an arrow pot or a hanging pot. We can even make it out of diamonds. That's gonna give off some decor. In the top right corner, I'm gonna have my bathroom mainly, I think. Yeah. I will then be adding my toilet here and my bleachstone thingamabob right there. That would leave us the space for the rocket control station right here. Now I should mention I'm following a design recommendation that someone gave me in the previous series. Unfortunately, I'm not sure where I got this design from. I was provided with a screenshot and I figured I want to try that out. So thank you to whoever sent me this design. We might be using it for an extended period, or we're just testing it out right now. Okay, now what else do we need? A party line phone could be a possibility. So we have that right here, and I don't think we even need it on another planetoid, but of course it would be nicer to have it on another planetoid as well, so they could communicate with someone and not just imagine it. Then right here in this corner, we're gonna set up the mess hall. We just need a little bit of space, maybe together with a fridge here. Come on, where is it? Refrigerator. Gonna have that right here. And then a mess table. Gonna have you right here. And this is gonna give us just enough space to set up a gas pump. Let's see where we get that. Mini gas pump. We're gonna have that right here together with a gas element sensor that I'm gonna place right there. And I'm also gonna get a filter gate. Let me see. Now I need to be careful. I would like to set up an oxygen diffuser here as well. Where's that automation slot? On the top. So this is gonna make it much easier. I can just set it up here. Get some automation wire going and activate the pump after we detect some carbon dioxide for a while. So only really when a layer of carbon dioxide has accumulated and we detect that for a certain amount of seconds, then we're gonna start to pump things out. When it comes to pumping out the carbon dioxide, we of course want it to go into this slot so we can get rid of it eventually. But in the meantime, we kind of need to accumulate it. So I'm just gonna wiggle and jiggle my way around as we usually do. And so this way the carbon dioxide can accumulate for a little while. Let me see. We also need to bring along the oxygen. Oh, actually the slot is right here. So any oxygen we input from a module is directly going into the suit. And therefore this should now be working out. We just make our way over and finally into the output slot. Good. Looks like we have some more space for an aero pod here. And now it's kind of un-overviewish. Let's see. I think we need to close this off with some carpeted tiles, and then we can even have a storage right here, maybe for the algae or whatever. And then, yeah, I kind of need to check what else we can do. Hold the phone. If I want to set up a beach chair here, then I also need a light source, don't I? I wonder if it just counts because we are in space. It's kind of exposed to the sunlight, like the telescope, you know? At least that's what I'm hoping for. Oh, actually, there's one more thing we need. Let's get into rocketry, a power outlet fitting, of course. Let's bring that over here. Gonna get some conductive wires and just hook everything up. Wonderful. So let's get going with module building. We already know we have the petroleum engine. Now this guy here cannot actually carry the petroleum itself. We need a tank. So maybe we should already set that up as a large liquid fuel tank, right? That actually needs to be built out of steel. Then with the fuel tank, we would also need a large solid oxidizer tank. So let's get one of those going. We also already know a bunch of other things, such as we want a nose cone eventually, but maybe before that we want something else. Let's see, the Trailblazer would be good, but maybe in the first flight I'm just gonna send over some rovers. Though I feel like taking some risks. Yeah, let's not go for rovers, but we are gonna add 2 Trailblazer modules. I actually really like that idea. So let's build 2 of those, and then we still have the space for like a battery. Yeah, get a battery module going, maybe even 2. We definitely also need some solar panels, so let's get some of those going. How about 4 solar panels? That's actually not too shabby. And we still have 2 slots. We could even go with another battery, though probably the solar panels are more important. Oh wait, in this scenario I totally forgot to actually add a oxygen tank. Yeah, we would need something like a gas cargo canister. This is really bad. So let's see, while we're on the ground, the power is probably not that important. Then the fridge is gonna take like 20 watts usually, and then 120 for this guy. So generally, I would assume with 3 solar panels, we can sustain the flight. That means I'm gonna get rid of 1 solar panel, and then hopefully that might be enough to get that gas canister going. No, not really. Okay, so we might want to switch to a small oxidizer tank. Oh man, I didn't think I would have to compromise with a petroleum rocket. So it might be worth thinking about just setting up a pump here. Forget about the morale. But then if I set up a pump and feed the atmosuit docks this way, I will probably also pick up a lot of carbon dioxide. Though I have 2 spots free in order to take care of the carbon dioxide, right? This is a little bit of a tough decision, but I think we have to do something like that. I mean, I guess my problem is to actually have 2 Trailblazer modules that would give me much more space. So in the future, we might not have to compromise as much. So if I get a gas pump in here, then I could simply lead it through here and set up the usual mechanism to filter out any of the gases that I don't want. Maybe we even go up first first and then down, so we can directly hop over here into the dock. And then as for the carbon dioxide, maybe we do something less jiggly wiggly, just here in the near vicinity, and then get that into the output slot. So maybe we can even do something similar here with the oxygen pipe, just do the jiggle wiggle. And then we can still do the gas pipe element sensor and the gas vent. Let's maybe go with a high gas pressure vent so we don't risk anything. And then basically we should only have oxygen and carbon dioxide. I don't need a NOT gate for this. All I need is to detect the carbon dioxide and then open up the vent. Okay, I think I'm actually going to be a little bit happier with that solution. Right now, let's just get everything built. Whoa, Meep is suffocating. Of course, Atmosuit dock. Oh, jeez. Guys, why are you doing that stuff? Disable it, yes. And then, Meep, you need to get that Atmosuit on. This way you will be able to breathe again. Okay, so I think the way it works is we need one large solid oxidizer tank to supply 2 large liquid fuel tanks. So we probably only need a small solid oxidizer tank to get the maximum range for one petroleum fuel tank. So I would imagine something like this is already enough, and this way we could have had the oxygen module. Yeah, I might switch that around once it becomes a real colonizer rocket, but the first flight is probably just going to be about trailblazing and actually building a rocket platform on the water planetoid. Though let me see, one big problem I still have is the perishable food. We could probably make the food last longer for our rockets. Let me see, where is that spice grinder thingamabob? Slows the decomposition of perishable foods. Yeah, freshener spice. We could go ahead and actually do that. Just spice up some of our food. The problem is my duplicants cannot really get the food out of there. That is going to be the biggest issue, and we only have like 5 kilograms in here, and it's not always the thing that I want. We can of course always extract some food here with this conveyor loader, and instead of dropping it here, which doesn't make sense, we could drop it over here, so the auto sweeper will not pick it up. I have a little conveyor bridge here, and then I'm probably gonna get rid of this conveyor chute. Looks like May in the meantime is doing a phenomenal job here, creating some data banks. We already had enough to finish the first research, but I think I'm just gonna leave her right there until we have finished the rocket. My plan is to actually bring Ari back home for a couple of cycles together with May in order to accomplish this mission. So now we technically still have a little bit of space. What are we gonna do with that space? Well, let's maybe see if the small oxidizer tank really does what it's supposed to do, and then we still need a way to fill up this fuel tank, and I guess we have to do it with ceramic pipes. So I'm probably just gonna go ahead and continue this pipe here going in, and then of course we also need to reinforce these pipes, though some of these packets are gonna evaporate. Nothing I can do right now, but it's fine. We're gonna make our way straight up here. So honestly, I might actually do the same thing here with the other pipe, just in case we can get away with that. Then of course another thing we need to take care of are the gases. So we're gonna expel the carbon dioxide, and we can probably just go ahead and do it here. And another thing I would like to see are some drywalls. Now let's make that out of a material that doesn't melt too quickly. Maybe mafic. Why do I have no mafic rock? Absolutely unbelievable. Obsidian is probably too precious, though I have 52 tons. Granite, I think, doesn't come with a high enough overheat temperature. Like, I cannot afford these guys to overheat too quickly. Obsidian has a really high melting point, so I'm still probably just gonna go with that. And why do I want to do that? Well, I'm a maniac for capturing the heat. A lot of the heat just disappears here into space, and if we can capture it within the tiles, then eventually it's gonna go into my heatsink. So technically all we have to do is fill this up. Let's see, 40 tons. How much did I start with? We need to build it out of another material. Background buildings. Yeah, get you out of there again. In this case, honestly, we just have to go with igneous rock, since we already know this is going to be an infinite material. And I actually want to do this all the way until the top. Filled up nice and even. Oh man, it's gonna take a while. But you know, if we conquer space, we're gonna do it in style. Yeah, that was a good decision to go with the igneous rock, though I did not decide on the... I just went with white, didn't I? Dude, I'm really struggling. I think pastel would be so much better. Yeah, oh my gosh, I'm gonna regret this. Yeah, pastel purple, it's gonna be perfect. I regret nothing! Ooh, okay, this is not good. Body temperature, are you serious? Okay, we need a cooling loop here as soon as possible. What are you at? Our cooling loop here is at 17 degrees. Yeah, we cannot really utilize that. This guy here is probably more suited for it. So right now it just goes like this, and we could technically continue here. And I think to make this a little bit more decent, we're gonna go up through here, and then we would first continue into this direction. It's gonna bite me in the butt to build this. Let's do it like so and come back like so. This way I don't have to take too much apart, and then we can go once through this room to cool it. Since I have the aluminum volcano, this should also not be an issue. We're just gonna cool this portion. I don't think the lower part needs to be actively cooled, and then we simply make our way back like so. And I think this needs to be done rather quickly, otherwise my Dracos are not gonna produce any more plastic or babies. By the way, this corner here is now starting to look really good. We need to exchange these here with steel tiles, and then I decided to fill this portion out here as well. Okay, I think we've built most of the stuff outside of the rocket. Let's check inside. No, still lots to do. I accidentally left the loop here running at a very low temperature, but I think, yeah, it's now coming along slightly, but dude, it was really cold in here at some point. Looks like the plants are now fine again. We're producing the plastic at full capacity. Yeah, I think we got away with it. Another thing that came to mind is we don't necessarily need the solar panel, since the Petroleum Rocket, I think, is producing its own power in flight. However, as long as we stand still, of course, we do need the power. Since I have the space and all the modules that I require, like the 2 Trailblazers are the most important part so that we can build the rocket platform. The first flight is going to be reserved just to get there, build the platform, and then we are going to make our way back to build a better rocket, excluding the Trailblazer modules, and that rocket will then remain on the Planetoid as a living module. Right now it looks like we already filled this up even with the oxalite here, and so if we check the range, let's hope it's actually something respectable. It's just the 10 tiles. Okay, so we might want to use the rest of the space to build a larger fuel tank. Let's see, we just need a little bit of range. Is there a small liquid fuel tank? I don't think so. Oh, this could be a problem. So if we put another large fuel tank on top of this, then we have reached the capacity. How much do we need for the large oxidizer tank? Height +5. Are you serious? So even if we got rid of everything here, I wonder. Could we maybe for this first flight simply rely on the petroleum engine to produce the power? Okay, with 1 solar panel and a battery module, we actually have enough space to build the large solid oxidizer tank. And therefore we should be able to then reach 20 tons with this rocket. Oh wait, I totally forgot May in space. Yeah, she's got 0 kilocalories left. Let's bring her back right here. Yeah. Just go back. She's gonna be fine. Don't worry, don't worry. Good, that means I need to bring up this pipe a little bit. I need some ladders here. And then I think this is already gonna be permanent, which means we need a way to always fill up the solid oxidizer. In the future, of course, we're gonna use liquid oxidizer, but for now, I just want to see a gantry possibly in this location. Yeah, I probably just want it below the tank here. Let's get rid of these 2 tiles, add that gantry right here, and we're also gonna add a switch to this for the time being. In the future, I would like to automate this though. We have various automation slots here, like sends a green signal when the rocket is on the platform, otherwise send a red signal. We can also send a green signal to automatically launch the rocket, or we can get a signal when the rocket is ready for flight, like when all the check marks are ticked. Research completed. How wonderful. Well, right now we don't need it, but once I can get rid of the Trailblazer modules and add a oxygen module instead, we are gonna exchange this gas pump here with a beach chair. A little bit of water made it inside my tank here. This is not something I like to see. Maybe we can get rid of that with the mesh tile. We just get that right here, and then I should be able to mop up the water if I'm quick enough. Also, now we seem to be fueling up the rocket again here with the petroleum. Let's check it out. Yeah, it's all going in. It's actually requiring quite a bit of petroleum. How much can we store? 900 kilograms. That's not quite as much as I anticipated. But yeah, with this rocket now, we should be able to fly 20 tiles, which is amazing. However, we only get 0.6 tiles per cycle. Probably a little bit more with a good pilot. But yeah, I feel like with this rocket, we should be ready to fly Let's check the interior here. Oh man, I have to speed this up. Let's maybe go with priority 7. So at least they get to building this first before the other projects. Now let's maybe put this to the test. Mealwood seeds, we should have a lot of still. Actually, we might want to change that. 1,400 units. Yeah, that is enough. Say, for instance, we want to improve the cooked seafood, make it last longer. That might not be the best one. It loses 13% per cycle. Oh, it's actually already doing it. Cooked seafood. Let's just see what it does with it. You know, we could filter this to spiced food only and therefore have the food last longer here and avoid the rotten cooked seafood. There it is. Okay, cooked seafood. Now let's check this out. Wait a second, are you serious? Oh, holy cow, this actually looks great. Let me try this out. We only want to use spiced food, okay? And then the rest we put into the spice grinder. That means we want to add barbecue. Let's skip the fried mushroom and the grub fruit, everything we don't produce actively. Omelets we're not producing the pickled meals anymore. Spiced tofu as well. Yeah, let's just get rid of those. And then right here, we want to improve the barbecue as well. We want to improve the bristleberries. And what else are we producing? Omelets. Okay, now we could of course think about bringing the spice grinder over and then have the gas range on the other side. Wait, I think by deconstructing the gas range I released some more natural gas. Oh geez. So let's copy it over and then the auto sweeper should take care of it. Oh, that is so good. Actually, that is really good. In this case, I don't only want to ship my food but also my mealwood seeds over here to the storage. So as of this point, we are storing the mealwood seeds inside of this guy. And maybe even better, we can put them over here into this box. No, that's actually a bad idea. The seeds could be eaten by some critters. I don't know. So we keep the seeds in here and they will also be added to the spice grinder. And now that we got cooked seafood in here, total change per cycle is 0. Holy, this is incredible. That solves completely all of our problems. If we can just neglect the decomposition, I mean, it sets lows. I mean, I didn't think it would actually make it just imperishable. It's doing it, but that still means in the future we're gonna need more mealwood seeds. This is incredible. I've had so many comments about this that it is actually a good thing. Well, I'm actually glad we got this solved, so now I'm not so desperate for the berry sludge anymore. The question is, where are we gonna have our mealwood farm, and are we now losing kilocalories? It looks like it. I think what I want to do is get the food out of there that I don't actively produce, so I really have an overview of what we are producing. And then I'm also gonna remove everything from the conveyor loader so my duplicants don't store it in there anymore. And there they are, all my mealwood seeds, and my cook can just go nuts on the spice grinder. That's absolutely amazing. It really makes the food last forever, just in a fridge. This is just unbelievable to me. I'm so glad you guys pushed me to try this out. I mean, up to this point, we didn't really need it because of the storage, and previously we were just eating the food quick enough, but now with the rockets, it slowly became a problem. Okay, are we ready for the flight? I think so. Wonderful. Inside the rocket, we just have to fix a few things. First and foremost, gas element sensor. We want to detect the carbon dioxide. And then let's say with the filter gate, we want to detect this for 200 seconds. So it definitely is a full layer of carbon dioxide, and then we start to pump it out again. All we have to do is maybe put an airflow tile right here. I wonder, we should probably have some more airflow tiles here, maybe there. And then this side is probably gonna be fine. So all we're missing is the wall toilet. You can find that right here. And then we also need a, let me see. I probably want to add the hand sanitizer once I pressurized the room. Then inside of here, I'm gonna get a body bud seed in order to also spread a bunch of germs or floral scent. And at the bottom, I'm just gonna have something resistant to heat, like a bliss burst seed. Inside the fridge, let's say we wanna keep 20 kilograms of, let's see, only spiced food, of course. And we're gonna do the cooked seafood because we have a lot of that. And we already know this is gonna stay fresh forever inside the fridge, as long as we power it, of course. And there is my oxygen diffuser. We need need to bring along some algae as well, which I'm gonna store in here. As for this gas pipe element sensor, we want to release the carbon dioxide, and then the rest should go into the atmosuits. Though we don't really need the atmosuits for the first flight. That is just gonna be about actually putting down a rocket. Okay, now to make this work, we initially need to provide it with a little bit of power, which I think... Hold the phone. How are we doing that? Ah, the battery. Maybe I'm gonna put the battery a little bit further down, and then I should be able to just connect that. Is this... Yeah, I should make this out of steel probably. And then once I can provide the power, we can also pressurize the room. Another research completed. I think I've now done almost everything. There are just those 3 researches left to go, and I want to go for the drill cone next, because as soon as we find Fullerene, of course, we want to shoot for the super coolant and dive into the end game. There's the battery power actually doing something, so we should be seeing that system getting to work. And yes, indeed, though, right now we still get a little bit of carbon dioxide. But look at that! May is actually using the party phone. Maybe we disable that building. Let me see. It's uncontrolled. No, it should be controlled. Ah, the rocket isn't grounded. It should, of course, be grounded. And this guy here, I want to have uncontrolled. And now checking inside, we have that seafood at 0 change per cycle. Absolutely amazing. 20 kilograms is probably going to be enough for 2 duplicants to pass the time. And as you can see, we have that carbon dioxide layer, which is why the mini pump here is also getting to work. But as soon as we got this dock initially filled up, we should be all right. Oh no, I totally forgot about the water. Well, good thing I checked. But now, of course, we have to build this, and eventually we'll have to provide water in order to sustain it. But I guess right now what we can do is just do the jiggle wiggle, and that should provide us with plenty of water, at least to get us started. Wonderful. I think we got everything built. Water should be... No, it's not ink. Oh gosh, are you serious? Well, that is unfortunate. So I'll be right back once I fix this. Okay, it is fixed. My water is finally incoming, which is great. Now let me see. Did that actually function? Of course, I hooked up the pipe. Yeah, we're good. We're good to go. That means I'm gonna bring over Ari. He has been taking care of the second planetoid, basically getting all of the, what do we have? Crude oil packets into the oil refinery. And then, of course, everything is being shipped over to the main planetoid. Now, I believe we can leave this be for a couple of cycles. Maybe I'm just gonna print another duplicant that I'm gonna send over instead of Ari. They don't really need to be as proficient as Ari, since most of the complicated stuff that I want to do immediately is done, and I rather take Ari with me on the next planetoid because he already knows how it goes. So without any further ado, let's take care of that. Ari, you are gonna be teleported over. And was that a good... Maybe I should have thought about that. No, let's just do it. And I gotta make sure that he first gets into the base. There he is. Ari and May are gonna be the crew of this ship. Let's change the crew. May, you come right here. And Ari, where the heck are you? Right there. Okay, change the destination. We would want to go to, let me see, this planetoid here. But we first have to kind of find the orbit. And I guess technically we want to use this trailblazing machine until we have colonized, or at least get a rocket platform on each of these 3 planetoids, and we should totally do that. But I think I want to get started with this guy here because I desperately still want the Sleet Wheat. Not as desperately as before. Wait, that's the wrong one. Yeah, uranium is here, and there are all the water thingy-mabobs. Let me see. We wanted liquid sulfur maybe as well, and there's the tundra. Well, you know, we're gonna do it for all 3 planetoids, like in a row, so that we then can reshape the rocket to actually become a colonizer rocket and remain on the planetoids together with a duplicant. So considering this, it doesn't really matter where we start. Maybe let's just get started with this one, and we could even go through... forget about it. We don't even have an artifact module on board. All I want is for my 2 duplicants to actually make it to the planetoid. Let's open up the bunker doors. Wonderful. And we can probably begin that launch sequence, right? We have all the things in the checklist and the door is open. So begin launch sequence and let's check it out. We have May aboard. Okay, we're still waiting for Ari, who is aboard as well. For this first trip, we're not going to be utilizing the Atmo dock, so all I want is for them to unequip the Atmo suits, like so, and let's just hope none of the Atmo suits are completely broken. Oh, wait, I want to see this happen. Maybe I should have picked up some of the material. Oh well, what you gonna do? But now we should be seeing this tremendously heating up. Yeah, and the heat is actually lost here, but then these tiles are gonna transfer the heat through the carbon dioxide that's being produced here, and it's just overall gonna look very cozy and nice. So now the steam turbine will be able to produce some steam again. Maybe we should limit the turbine so it only activates at 200 degrees. Actually, that might be a really good idea. I'm already gonna go ahead and set this up as a reminder. So this goes like so. And we can probably actually just get in here in order to get this built. And yeah, I feel like as long as we can trap the carbon dioxide in here quite efficiently, we should also be able to transfer the heat. I mean, the carbon dioxide itself is still at 300 degrees. Thermal sensor, I want the steam turbine to activate above 200 degrees. And so it's only gonna really do it when we actually benefit from it. In the meantime, on the colonizer, May and Ari are idling around, just enjoying life to its fullest extent. Now I wonder, who's the actual pilot? Or is it just on autopilot? It's May. Yeah, of course, Ari isn't even a pilot. Good, it's gonna take about 2 cycles to make it there, not too shabby. And I think what I'm gonna do is leave this for the next episode so that we can discover the 3 planetoids at the beginning of the next episode. But yeah, pretty happy with where this is going. Oh, as a final thing, I just want to mention the overheat damage here on the gas pump is intentional. I figured I could suppress it with suppress notifications, but it doesn't get suppressed. So don't claim this is a broken system. The overheat damage on this gas pump is completely intentional. It was only here in order to get the gases out of there initially, and since that happened, we're golden. However, I could always make my way back in here and then reclaim the gas pump in order to fix something or reshape something, and then it would just be pumped out again. But the system is completely working, except that I didn't anticipate the aluminium volcano to add so much to the heat. It even added so much to the heat that the gas pump here melted, which is interesting. But this is actually not a bad thing, since we just got a little bit more liquid this way. In the previous episode, we built the new petroleum engine in order to make it over to the newly discovered planetoids. There are actually 4 new planetoids we could go to. I just want to go ahead and discover all the new materials we can claim from there, and I want to make sure that we have 1 rocket platform on each of those planetoids so we can just send another duplicant over. While we are doing this in the background, my suggestion would be to finally try and prepare something for the magma layer we have going on here. We can suck out all of the heat, or we could use it for petroleum, but as mentioned in a previous episode, I would like to use the magma of the second planetoid to make the petroleum boiler, and then we can use the magma of the first planetoid to get power for 1,000 or 2,000 cycles before everything goes down the drains. But until then, we probably have a different solution, or we might just be able to use the petroleum. Either way, I would like to get this biome prepared a little bit. It's going to be complicated because of the weird shape here, but I guess one thing we could get started with is with a layer of insulated tiles, and this layer seems to be the one to go for. So I'm just gonna go ahead and build this, and then what I would like to see is maybe hollow out all of this so the magma layer becomes a little bit more stable, and we might be able to push it down with airflow tiles. And I think there has been an update about the airflow tiles. They still don't actually interact with the liquid, but they do now get over pressure. So we might get away with it not actually being able to heat up, but we would still have to deal with the pressure. So I wonder, maybe we're gonna make the layer a little bit later. So what we could do is make this layer with something we can destroy again. No, wait, that would be a horrible mistake because we're touching the abyssalite, and sometimes that just freaks out. Yeah, sure, we have enough materials. Let's just get going with it. We're just gonna go ahead, mop everything up so we get a clean layer. Then I'm gonna make like 2 more layers in order to make a liquid lock, and then we get down there, hollow out the stuff. Okay, we actually made it to Inverato, and now I also get what the name is pointing towards. Check this out. There is a magma layer on the top, like it's inverted. Still, we should go ahead and make our way down there. Let's first check out the module and make sure these guys equip the Atmo suits. Ari, of course, right now isn't doing too well with the 51 rats. May, on the other side, is doing absolutely phenomenally because she's got that trait. May right now, of course, is sleeping. Why wouldn't she? Now, please equip that Atmo suit. Thank you very much. And we're ready to launch. Gonna deploy May first. Let's do that and decide on a landing site. You know, we could just go ahead and do it over here. I think that would actually be fitting. So this is going to be the first one, and then Ari is going to be the second one. We're going to deploy you like right here. Let's now see this happen. Yes, May is coming along and we want to deconstruct that right away. And I think I could only deploy one at a time. So never mind. Let's get that for Ari as well. May already took one apart. We're going to deconstruct that as well. Ari is already inside, and then let's get the rocket platform going. I think, yeah, we brought some gold. Wait a second. Did I just screw my duplicants? I think I did. Oh my gosh, I need to build the rocket platform somewhere that is going to allow us to reach the rocket. Oh my gosh. Yeah, holy cow. I did not think about actually needing a material to build the ladders with, but we don't even have access to the first obsidian and we cannot use abyssalite. Thankfully, this has an overheat temperature of 2000, so we should be good. Maybe building that here. Though I'm not sure. Maybe I should just go a little bit lower, like in this region. This way we definitely should be able to reach the rocket. Yeah, honestly, I think this is the lowest here we can go without risking anything. Though I wonder, we got a melting point of 1000 degrees. So if I don't expose it to the actual obsidian or magma, we should still be okay. But dude, I was actually never confronted with a situation like this. But look at that, we can easily make our way down. Like, this is very convenient. So let's get that rocket platform built and see how we do. May, aren't you? Yeah, she doesn't have the digging skill. Okay. We still have to get rid of everything above here. And then we kind of need a way to get up. Let me see. We can do this and that. And we just go up. And this way we should then be able to hop inside of the rocket. I'm gonna prioritize digging, so May is gonna be taking care of the rocket platform, and Ari, who can actually dig, is gonna be taking care of the abyssalite. Wonderful. Back to orbit. Rocket, you are gonna land right there. Let's see this happen. May, maybe you get out of the way. Let's bring her over here. Now, this could be the point where we actually melt the rocket platform, because we do create a little bit of carbon dioxide. Where's the rocket? Right there. Okay. Ooh, trapped. Wait, are we trapped? Truly? No, we're not trapped. What you guys need to do is go up here and then hopefully... Oh my gosh, can I reach it? Yeah, it's one tile, so I can go down here and then... Oh, go in. Yeah, it's actually reachable. Oh man, I'm so glad. I'm so glad I thought of this. Now, having a look at the platform, it doesn't actually heat up. This is good. So it would have to be an environment or touching the magma or maybe even the obsidian, but the abyssalite alone doesn't actually transfer the heat. And then even the carbon dioxide disappears extremely quickly. So we should be safe here, and we are gonna change the destination again, actually make our way back to refuel. Let's just go ahead and do that. My duplicants should be going in, though I need to change the crew again because we used the Trailblazer modules. So May and Ari, you are the crew, and we want to acknowledge the warnings. They are both going in and launching the rocket again. And that's what I want to do for all planetoids. Let's check out, why isn't this even heating up with the exhaust? This is kind of interesting. But yeah, I'm glad we also had enough space towards the top, and this should actually be successful when we get here the next time. So now we're making our way back, refueling, and then we're gonna do the same thing for another 3 planetoids. We want to have all those rocket platforms. At the same time, to keep ourselves busy here, I'm gonna keep going with the project as much as I can. Right now, we'll probably be interested in moving the storages for my slime, or maybe we just begin with this portion of the build, though I feel like I need to bring this up a little further, at least 2 more lines. I'd rather have enough space towards the top. As a matter of fact, I might want to utilize this portion here as our maintenance shaft once again, or corridor. So we're getting another gold layer here, and then that would be something similar to this shaft here. Maybe we are already gonna drywall it up just because we can. Alrighty, some cycles have passed, and you can see I've made some progress here. At the bottom, I now also have another transit tube point, and the cables are running slightly differently to accommodate what we have in mind here. Now, before we do anything else, let's visit the Colonizer Rocket. We are at the second planetoid. That means we can overview it. Let's do that. What do we find here? Looks like some icy biomes on the top. It's just the top portion, actually. Right down here, it looks very agreeable. Yeah, this could be quite a cozy planetoid. I think I'm gonna build the rocket platform right here. I'm actually already getting that prepared. So I'm just gonna push it all the way to the right side. Managed to mess up the GUI here, but what I want to do is equip the atmosuits here with May. And where's the second one? Up there. Ari is gonna grab that one. Now, Ari, how are you looking? 52, that is still okay. We're now ready to deploy May. No, not abandon ship. Well, no. Don't. Oh gosh. Thankfully, I have to confirm. I meant to just deploy the lander. That's all I want to do, okay? And then we're gonna give this a little bit of time, and we're gonna do the same thing with Ari. Deploy. Get that over here. Wonderful. Come on, deconstruct that right away. Then, of course, build that rocket platform right away. Now, let's see. There's a little bit of oxygen. Ooh, this is actually a very nice biome here. So it's going to be very easy to colonize this and actually get all of the liquids. Uranium meteor showers are going to be quite interesting. Oh, actually, the meteor showers. They could potentially render my rocket platform unusable. Yeah, that is another thing that I didn't check here on this planetoid. No meteor showers forecasted. Okay, so we might be lucky with that one, but here we might actually have to protect it. Though maybe the uranium isn't going to be that bad. Maybe it just produces a little bit of debris. Either way, it's time to build that rocket platform. Who is doing it? May. I don't think May should be doing it. Let's give Ari the chance to do it. Yes, Ari is like a beast because he's been doing everything by himself all this time. Why does he seem to be doing much better here? 375 rats a cycle. Not sure, but he did lose a little bit of rats there. Good, now we have a little bit of granite that we can snatch up from here, and that should allow us to build a ladder. Gonna have that go up right here, and then let's go ahead and land the rocket. There she comes. Yeah, we have way more than enough space. It's gonna be a little bit toasty here. We're gonna be fine. There we go. That's actually already it. We're gonna fly back home again. Make sure May and Ari are the crew again. And then we acknowledge the warnings and begin the launch sequence right away. There we go. That was just a quick visit. And we're gonna do that with 2 more planetoids while we are messing about with the main base. And I think what I'm gonna do is have another storage here where I'm sorting out all the various liquids that I'm getting from different planetoids, so I don't have to always do it at the supply teleporter or wherever we are getting them from. Right now I'm dumping everything down below with this bottle emptier, but all we could do is kind of encase this and make this a pool. And I think that is exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start encasing this with a nice metal layer, and I think I wanna make it about 10 high, something along these lines. I'm gonna get access to it in this fashion, and then I guess we can rearrange all of the pipage here. Yeah, let's just get rid of that for the time being. This is for the petroleum. The bottle emptier is just gonna move over here. Actually, let me bring it inside the room. I like this better. There, my bottle emptier moved, and we can fix this. And I think I'm just gonna set up a layer of ladders here as well, so I'm able to reach everything and build a background. What could we do for this one? Maybe a nice pattern here with the pastel. Ooh, look at that. It even adds up. This is perfect. Then I want to get a little bit of red in the joint, just as an accent. And the rest here, I'm gonna fill up with black. Wonderful. I like where this is going. We're gonna insulate this in the end. As a matter of fact, right here, I can already do it. Now, maybe one thing I do want to filter out, and that is the petroleum. So we could have another storage that is just dedicated for petroleum. But I think what I want to see happen right now is just me dumping all the liquids from the bottom, so we can get rid of that and actually make the entirety here a vacuum. By the way, towards the top here, I also made a couple of changes, such as having bunker doors on top of the interplanetary launchers and mechanized airlocks down below, so we can have multiple layers of things that need access to space. And then I also changed the airflow tiles here to all bunker door tiles. And of course that actually rendered the solar panels useless, but do not fear, because I hooked this all up to a cable that we then can use to open this up depending on whether or not we detect meteor showers. Right now there is a meteor shower upon us in 31 seconds. Actually, wow. Okay, that went quicker than I anticipated. But my point is, all I need is a switch, maybe here. And later on, we're gonna do some automation. Let's not make this out of steel. Considering I have my gas crusher right here, and we have plenty of gases once again that I might want to get rid of, all we need is a system to bring the gases over there. We could set something up here quite easily, bring this over, and then maybe even if temporarily we can have another gas pump here, bringing this all the way down. Good, looks like we're coming back here from our journey. The meteor shower is over. Where's my rocket? Actually, are we here? No, it's still taking a while. By the way, this is an unfortunate glitch that you sometimes get with the background tiles. I think they are generally supposed to be above the scaffolding. What can I say? I think we're coming back now from the second mission here successfully. How wonderful. Let's refuel the rocket and then do things once again. Of course, get those gantries out there. Wonderful. Ah, darn it. I totally forgot to actually fix the insulated tile here. Oh well, you live and learn. Oh no! Ah, what are we doing? Filling this up with water. Can I get rid of that? Oh no. This is so bad. Oh no, it's actually my own fault. I opened this up for my duplicants to have easier access. Oh gosh. Yeah, this is absolutely horrible, but I think I'm just gonna cut it off here and then we're filtering out the water. Even though I didn't really mean to use another filter here, so petroleum would be going up and water would be joining into the liquid reservoir. Are you kidding me? This is so frustrating. If you set nothing to the filter, it just goes through. I'm gonna stop you in your tracks here. You get sucked out and you get sucked out. Yeah, the reason I wanted to gain better access is to be able to store my slime here, but this is not optimal. I think what I'd rather do is give them access this way. I was kind of losing too much oxygen this way. Right now, the natural gas all disappeared through this door while they were entering. And so I wanted to make this a little bit better. But I think I'm just going to get rid of 2 atmosuit docks. And then we're going to be making our way in through here. No, wait, that doesn't even make sense. Yeah, I think we just gotta find a different solution. I'm gonna put the storages in here and then this is not gonna be an issue anymore. By the way, I think everything is prepared with the rocket here. So let's do this again. We should have enough. Yeah, still 19 tiles. Change the destination. What is the third planetoid? This one here I'm interested in. Let's go there. Retract that gantry. I don't think that's even necessary. We're still gonna do it. Good luck, you guys. Have fun. Well, back we are and some more time has passed. I now dug my way into here. You can see this is all a vacuum. And I also decided to move my transit tube access point to over here. And the reason I want to do that is because we can get a 96 tiles room out of here. Actually, I calculated it from this point. So we'll be able to make very efficient steam turbines with a boost. And then I'm gonna be doing the same thing here on the other side, another 96 tiles room, and that is gonna be our geothermal plant. The room up here is also finished. As you can see, I moved my desalinator and water sieve that I had over here, and now they're gonna permanently reside there. So all of my liquids that I can run through these 2 machines, I'm gonna store in here, and that is gonna provide the fresh water. This way we can process it all in the main base. So these pumps are just gonna pump things up until we have nothing left, and then I'm probably gonna include this all in the cellar. Right now it's only accessible from the right side. Yeah, so now we have a convenient way to actually get in here, and I can even continue my transit tube if I wanted to over there. Oh, looks like I have to make the room slightly bigger to get my power control stations in, but that shouldn't be a problem. Either way, I've been continuing exploring the planetoids. I made my way over to the water planetoid, and it looks as expected. There's plenty of water there. And now I'm making my way over to the last planetoid to do the same, but I think this one here is going to be the least interesting except from the tungsten volcano. Now, of course, since this is all a vacuum, I can easily make my way down towards the magma and start digging everything up. Now, of course, I wasn't really prepared. We have some oxalite here. This is going to be a huge issue. And there's also some oxalite over yonder. Okay, well, we are going to deal with it in due time. First of all, let me just get into orbit of the last planetoid so we can check this one out as well. But you can already think about the question which planetoid we want to build the hotel on. Is it going to be the radioactive planetoid right here? Is it going to be the magma planetoid, which I believe there's something else at the bottom? Is it going to be the water planetoid, or is it going to be the last one here? Now, I also have the space for my power control stations here, and when it comes to steam turbines, let's see how many we can get in. Yeah, as a matter of fact, this would be the end of the room, and then we have 96 tiles. No, actually we have 2 more tiles. Now, that is a little bit of a bummer, and I mean, there's no way to get rid of any more tiles because we're using up the entirety of the space. Are you serious? 96 tiles plus 2. Okay, in this case, I think I'm gonna leave enough space for a power transformer on either side. Maybe let's already get that built over here. And and then I'm gonna move my steam engines this way. That means we can get 5 in the joint. That would be enough for a liquid reservoir to do some cooling loops. Do I even need to do cooling loops? Not really. But still, since we're gonna have a steam room on this side either way, we can just as well have a liquid reservoir. Yeah, let's put that in and we'll be able to do the very same thing on the other side. But more to that in the next episode. Right now, I just want to overview this planetoid and then we can wrap it up for today. Rockets in orbit, how wonderful. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. Yeah, that's what I expected. This one is also going to be very easy to colonize. So let me know your vote down in the comment section. Also, probably the next time we're going to dedicate a little bit of time in order to make our power system be able to take a bigger hit. And therefore, we should also be able to enable more of the systems at the same time. In today's episode, I would like to activate the geothermal plant. It is about time that we get some valuable power boost for 1,000 or 2,000 cycles, depending on how much we actually use it. In the previous episode, we already prepared the room with a vacuum, so this should all be good, and now we are installing the steam turbines. I made the room 2 tiles smaller right here, so now it actually counts as a power plant room and we will be able to even make this better. Now, one thing I neglected a little bit was crafting ceramic. I should have done that, especially for this room here, so it would be great to eventually get this done. But yeah, in general, we can now work our way down and actually open up some of this stuff. We just need to be careful with the oxalite. I rather get this right now, and then there's some more oxalite here. So I do not want to exchange this tile, for instance. That would have been a mistake. I don't even know. How could I possibly do this without unleashing the oxalite? Before I forget, something about the previous episode, I made a rocket platform here on the last planetoid, and this is actually the planetoid where we can get the resin from. So not only tungsten, but also resin. That's actually not too bad of a planetoid. It's just not something I need immediately. Now, this platform here is entombed. Let's see if it still works. It might actually still work. And then I forgot to close this off again. So we'll be leaking a little bit of that precious polluted oxygen. What can I say? The main thing is May and Ari are now coming back. I'm going to be sending Ari to the second planetoid to clean up and get back to his chores, replace him with another dupe before sending him over to the next planetoid that we want to colonize. But right now, I'm really worried about this oxalite. I just don't know how to possibly delete it. It's 193 kilograms as well, so that will be spreading extremely quickly. Well, for now, I guess let's just be aware of it. And I'm gonna make my way down here and just dig around the oxalite, making sure we actually don't break through. So something along these lines here. And then at some point, I will just have to deal with it. But I would like to free up some space here at the bottom and start collecting some of this hot material. Man, I really cannot think of a solution how to get rid of that oxalite without accidents. I would release it and then just delete the gases, but the problem is it's too much. It's 193 kilograms. Do you guys have an idea? Let me know. For now, we're just gonna make our way through and actually also collect the materials here that we dropped. Some of it is gonna be hot, but the hot stuff is really only the abyssalite that we already have a solution for. And all of the other things I'm gonna pick up so they don't become hot. You know, what we could maybe try is place a tile here, then dig up this abyssalite and let it evaporate, and then every now and then we just delete the resulting oxygen. Considering we can only have about 2 kilograms, that means I need to do this almost 100 times, and I'm not up for that. What if instead we had something like this, then placed a door here that automatically opens and closes? Now, the thing is, I cannot really build this. Yeah. Guys, you know, there's only one way to deal with this, I think, at least. I'm gonna release the gases towards the top and then I just pump this part out again, because this one isn't hot yet. But if I have gases here at the bottom, then it's gonna become hot. So instead, I'm just gonna add another gas pump here and deal with it that way. Get rid of it. So this should be closed off again. The gases are gonna go through here and just fill up this part. Yeah, I think that is a good idea. We're gonna open this up, release the gases, and we're also gonna open this one up here. There it goes. Oh man, filling up everything with oxygen. But yeah, this is probably the best way to deal with it. But still, let me know if you have a better idea. So maybe we could test it out in the future. When it comes to cooling the steam turbines, we're of course going to go with conductive panels, and I'm just going to have one for each steam turbine, and I'm also going to have one for the transformer here. I don't think the power control station needs anything. Let's also already build the pipes. This would be going from the reservoir over through each of the panels. And then at this point, I'm probably just going to have a closed loop and do the same thing for the other side. This means it will be going through an aqua tuner at the bottom, and at some point it will be coming up here again, get a liquid bridge, and as a matter of fact, we're gonna need that liquid bridge for all of the steam turbines as well. Or maybe we just combine it into one? Yeah, I think 5 steam turbines might be perfect because they release 200 grams of water, right? But then on the other side, it would also be good to distribute the water that's coming back from the steam turbines. So I think I'm gonna stick with a chute for each steam turbine, making sure the bridge doesn't actually overlap into both of the rooms, and then we would be coming down here in order to set up the chute. But let's not do that right now, at least not for this guy. And then of course some chutes like so. We're almost through the oxalite. It will take a while to actually pump out the room again and allow ourselves access to the bottom. Looks like Ari doesn't know where to stand. You're such a little fool. Look at this. Here's the safest spot for you to just hang around at. There's no need for radiation vomiting. Don't be silly. You know, while we're at it, we might want to upgrade the research rocket here, the exploration rocket, by swapping the module here for a large engine. Space above rocket blocked. Yeah, I guess I need to remove this. There it is, the second petroleum engine. This is gonna be so much better. We're gonna keep the interior design of the rocket here, though we might want to take care of the carbon dioxide. Yeah, we probably need to keep this active for a while. There are still lots and lots of tasks to explore for May, and I would like to do this with this rocket. Or maybe we're just gonna use a Radbolt engine. As soon as I send back Ari, there's gonna be so much crude oil to actually deal with that we get plenty of petroleum back. And then of course with the petroleum boiler, it's gonna be even more extreme. Looks like we got rid of the oxalite. This is good. Now we just need to wait for the pump to get rid of all the resulting oxygen. In the meantime, we can still build a couple of things. We might even be able to do the same thing on the other side. Let me see. There is the power transformer. No, let's just keep focusing on one side for now. By the way, right now, all the liquids we're getting from the second planetoid are put right here. And I did that because it conveniently dropped down into my previous collection area, which it wouldn't do anymore. But I think I wanted to change that either way. If we go down here... yeah, that's probably good. So I imagine I would be going straight down here, continue even further in order to eventually dump the water and everything we're getting right there. But then we need to get rid of the petroleum on the way. But how are we gonna deal with the overflow? If we have a limited petroleum storage, then we are simply screwed. Also, in due time, we might want a full pipe of petroleum. I really want to go all out with the petroleum. Yeah, honestly, right now I don't know how to deal with it, so I'm just gonna make a little capturing system. Let me actually do it up here. So we're just breaking out here in order to do the normal sensor stuff. Actually, I might want to make sure because I don't want to deal with any petroleum in this pool. Yeah, making sure means we're gonna be using a liquid filter, maybe right there. Make a little detour. This is gonna be the petroleum, and then we hop down here to rejoin with the pipe. Get a little liquid bridge here and a little vent there. And all we need is power. I think I'm gonna have a heavy watts joint plate here either way. I think my rocket is now coming back with RMA. Let's get ready to close this again. There it is. How wonderful. I totally forgot to re-equip the Atmo suits. Jeez. Go back in here. Oh, you still have to clean up your vomit either way. Very nice. I like where this is going. We're gonna rebuild the interior here. I actually don't need the gas pump anymore because we're gonna get some space with the trailblazing modules that we don't really need anymore. Okay, to make my situation a little bit better here with the kiln, I'm gonna do something that's probably just temporary, but it's still gonna help us out tremendously because we can only input very little amounts of materials, but what we can do, of course, is automate it and just bring along a lot of materials. So this shouldn't be too difficult to automate, and we're gonna put the actual kiln to priority 1, so the duplicants aren't taking over anymore. Let's see what we get. Maybe we even get something nice to print out. I wonder at this this point, Ada right here would be a wonderful dreamer, for instance. Should we slowly replace our dreamers? Let me see. How many journals? We have it fully restored at the moment, and I already collected 75 journals. Yeah, I feel like until we get new duplicants, I don't necessarily have to run it, but it would still be great to collect the journals more frequently. And now we are probably out of the pickle when it comes to food, since we have the gristleberry farm as a backup. Yeah, sure. Let's not think about it too much. Ada is like perfect for a dreamer right off the bat. I'm gonna print her out and then we're gonna do all the things. For instance, she's gonna become dreamer 4, right? We wanna get her into suit sustainability training. It's the only thing that we really need. Next up, we need to switch the schedule. This is my dreamer schedule here. So dreamer 4 should be pushed in there. And then of course, when it comes to priorities, we also need to keep that in mind. Well, she basically isn't allowed to do anything. Wonderful. I really like where this is going. By now, let me see what we have in here. We have gristleberries, but they are also spiced. And look at that. It's still 0%. So it's not just the seafood. Absolutely unbelievable. You can make any food imperishable. In the meantime, the gases around the base are slowly but surely being used up. And it looks like, what do we have? High stress, building entombment, unreachable food. So Dreamer 4... is not capable of actually getting off this platform. I did not think about that. You know what? That could be a slight issue. Let's get that pneumatic door in the joint. Also, before I forget, one of these guys... Wait, do they not have the suit anymore? Like, where's your pajama? Yeah, look at that. The pajamas, they actually die with the duplicants. This is so interesting. Let's print another pajama right here. Dispense item. Amari is doing the good deed. Wonderful. There is the pajamas. Now, I probably want to move that up to the base, so Dreamer 4 doesn't have to do anything too complicated to get a hold of it. In the meantime, we getting down to the grams range of this, but geez, hopefully I'm not gonna encounter any more oxalite. And of course, we now have some more meteor showers. So why the heck not? I guess it was about time. Oh, and I should have closed this. Well, it's not really the dangerous version of the meteor showers. Good. For now, I'm gonna set the ceramic to infinite, and then we want to have some clay in here. Clay actually goes under cultivatable soil. And then, of course, we also need a little bit of refined carbon under consumable ore right there. And last but not least, oh, we just need some normal coal, right? So let's add that as well. Very good. So now, as soon as we got these materials in here, maybe let's also craft some refined carbon. And instead of doing it infinite, I'm gonna limit it to about 90 crafts. Otherwise, I'm gonna forget about it and maybe use up all my coal. Good, it's now time to send Ari back to his main planetoid. Let me see this happen. There he is. Okay, he's a little bit hurt, but we're just gonna send him over. Now he's got an additional suit over there that is actually fine, but we need to make sure that we replace that. So I'm gonna deliver another suit right here, and we're also making another suit. Aluminium. I like that. And now, of course, look at all of this. We have so many interplanetary payloads, and all of them, or most of them, are filled with a little bit of crude oil that we then can process here and make more petroleum. The petroleum then should be relayed. So now that we have a other system here, actually let me make sure that this is being dealt with here. But all the petroleum and polluted water from the second planetoid is making its way down here into this filter system that we built in the previous episode. I moved it from down below up here, so I can have my petroleum pipe going directly into the petroleum line. And then only water, brine, salt water, and polluted water is gonna continue here into the collection area where we are then gonna process it. Wait a second, I used up all my igneous rock again. Are you serious? This goes so quickly sometimes. Yeah, it looks like we are totally out of igneous rock. Let me see what we have here on the second planetoid. 710 tons. Okay. And we also have a little bit here probably on the third planetoid. No, we only have 12 tons on the third planetoid. Yeah, I'm guessing we need to get that from other planetoids as well. But this one here, I can fill up with a little bit of igneous rock again to make up for what we're missing. So that should then be delivered over to the first planetoid here. But man, I cannot live without igneous rock. We need it. Here we go. Ari is back on the planetoid and he's first taking care of the critical materials apparently. What else are you doing? Yeah, just critical materials. But he's going to be taking care of all of this. It's like tons and tons of petroleum that we can make. Of course, we are losing half of the oil by utilizing the oil refinery. So that is something we want to change in the near future, building a petroleum boiler here. I want a rather large one, or maybe even 2 petroleum petroleum boilers on either side. And then this minor volcano is hopefully gonna provide some more of the heat that we need. It's the only volcano that we have on here, so the output is most likely gonna be limited in the end. But yeah, back at the main planetoid, we can almost continue here with our endeavors. There's just a little bit of oxygen left before we can continue. In the previous episode, I also received a tip that we could use diamond window tiles right up here. They are virtually indestructible. Now, I don't know what that exactly means, because if they are even slightly indestructible, then I don't want to have them. So I think to test this out, I'm just gonna put a diamond window tile up here, and if that actually functions and it doesn't get destroyed, maybe we're gonna do 5 in a row, so there's more likelihood that it actually gets hit. I think until this is pumped out, I'm gonna take my time to sweep everything up. These are still the cold materials, but everything we dig up here at the bottom could potentially be hot. Especially the abyssalite. We already have a system for the abyssalite. Let me see if that is still intact. Is this... No, it's set to sweep only. Well, actually, that's fine. Whenever I sweep up the abyssalite, it's gonna be brought over here. We can still pick up the abyssalite, but at least the hot stuff is gonna be out of the way. And then if you remember, in one of the previous episodes, we also set up a conveyor loader. This one here is for all the other hot materials. So in our case, that would be the obsidian, but there might be other stuff we find down here that is actually hot. Let me see. Is it just obsidian? Yeah, actually, we might be lucky here. It's really only the obsidian and the abyssalite that is hot. Nice. Okay, now this is actually working great because it can just continuously do its thing, and it will also be, you know, fairly cool because of my cooling loop. Speaking of cooling loop, now that we have a little bit more aluminium, wow, already 21 tons. The volcanoes are just absolutely insane. But yeah, my point was that we can now go ahead and actually set up some more of these aluminium pipes. 1, 2, 3 empty, and then 3 pipes aluminium. Just upgrading the efficiency of the cooling system a little bit. There's my petroleum making its way to the first planetoid. I still have to wait for RE to catch up a little bit, and then he's gonna bring along the igneous rock as well. This is unbelievable. Look at that. He can actually carry like 10 of these guys. He's a beast. Look at what he's carrying. Even some mealwood seeds, pinch up pepper seeds, crude oil, iron ore. Absolutely unbelievable. Yeah, just bring this along here. With RE, it's actually very noticeable whenever the Dreamer contraption isn't running. And there comes my igneous rock. Okay, nice. We're taking that. These are now all materials being shipped in from the second planetoid, and they're coming along here. This reminds me, we probably want a more permanent solution for our payload opener. And I was wondering, why not do this somewhat automatically? If we have a beacon, maybe, yeah, somewhere in this region, we could potentially go down here 1 block with these bunker tiles and set up a system here to actually automate this process. I'm still currently bringing all the gases that we have, the extra gases down here in this region, and what we can see here, I'm still crushing everything, at least 2 kilograms of polluted oxygen. Like right now we have 3 kilograms in here, so that means with every crushing of the door, we're getting rid of 6 kilograms. This is extremely efficient. I was also thinking about maybe utilizing this little space here as our main natural gas storage. This could be an absolutely amazing opportunity since everything is closed off. Well, I guess we would still have to close this off. Maybe we're gonna do this. Yeah, I'm actually really interested in making this my natural gas storage. Yeah, right now this is going through the center here, but we could release it on the way and then pump it up again. So we don't actually need this buffer, which is already full. You know, right now I'm not using my natural gas to its fullest extent. So I think I'm actually gonna start working on that. Just deconstruct the transit tube here, and we're gonna make a crossing and finalize this room. Oh no, there's the cable as well. That's gonna bite me in the butt. I guess in the future, if ever, I would want to lead my power through the transit tube access points. That means it would have to go through here eventually, and then we hook this up and that up. That means I should now be able to put my transit tube point right there, close this off with a metal tile, and then we should hopefully still be golden. And there we go. No, I did not manage to complete it yet. So I guess right now we're lacking the power. It's just this system. It's not even that dramatic. Maybe I could have completely eradicated this wire here and come up from the bottom. Yeah, this might have been better. Just going up here and then do our usual spiel. Well, that means we don't even have to connect it to the upper portion. We already have a wire going through here. But I guess we'll see. Right now, I'm just gonna keep both cables in place. Hold the phone. I already prepared a connection here. What the heck am I doing? This is way better. This is gonna be, yeah, this is so much better. Petroleum incoming. Well, let's not forget to connect this pipe here, and then I can get rid of the lower portion because we already pumped everything up. Well, not necessarily. There's still petroleum here at the bottom. By the way, I would like to mop this up, so it will be brought over to their corresponding locations. And now this is actually also an enclosed space right here together with the interior of the liquid pool. I'm gonna allow the system to crush a couple more gases before we then start to introduce the natural gas. In the late game, I don't think we're ever gonna run into issues when it comes to water production. Right now, I feel like we could utilize this a little bit better since the water is coming in at a very cold temperature right now with the polluted water geyser. What we could do is maybe introduce some of the steam. Like right now, we're crushing a lot of steam every time we close this mechanized airlock. Well, we're also crushing the CO2 mainly, but you know, instead of crushing the steam, we could just go ahead and pump it over. So why not have another pump here? Let's say in this region. I'm not sure, is there ever gonna be some carbon dioxide? Yeah, there could be carbon dioxide coming down here, so we are not completely safe. The question is, would we mind? The carbon dioxide would just be sitting here and then we could eliminate it in a different way. Or maybe I'm gonna change that in the future, but we can use normal granite pipes to get in here, and then if I release it right here, it should condense pretty much immediately. So I just want to make sure I'm using something nice insulating here, maybe a ceramic pipe, and then we're gonna release it with a high gas pressure vent. And this is just a system to function for the near future. Maybe in the end game, I don't necessarily need that anymore because of all the other liquid sources that we have access to. But it might generally be a good idea to take advantage of the excess water that we're producing from consuming the natural gas, for instance. But of course, we should also introduce a Atmos sensor in order to make sure we are only enabling the pump when we do have enough steam. Good, looks like we're down to micrograms now with the extraction of the oxygen, but geez, that took way longer than I thought. I just wish these pumps would be slightly more efficient the thinner the gases get. I mean, it does make sense, and we could have another pump here on the other side to make it faster, but still, I kind of find this an unnecessary game mechanism to make it more realistic. Just pump this stuff out. Don't make me wait for such a long time. Now, when it comes to power transformers, this transformer here is probably gonna be powering up the aqua tuner, but then we could also take this to the next level and maybe power up some of the volcanoes. This guy here is using a maximum of 240 watts. Like the pump, we can ignore that one. And if we bring this up and power this guy here and this guy here as well, then we are only using what, 700 and something. That means we can probably do one aqua tuner for 1200 watts and then the 3 volcanoes here with just one power transformer, and it could be this one here. So I'm really interested in actually figuring that out. Let me see if we can go down here, maybe hop over this cable and then join with this guy right there. And then we can just go ahead and continue. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah, of course. Continue the cable and we do something along these lines. Kind of like where this is going. Also, looks like we're finally done here pumping up the liquids and mopping everything up. That means I can retire the system here as well. And holy cow, I'm actually really glad I'm able to do it. I'm gonna set my sensor here to about 15 kilograms. So every time we have more than 50 kilograms of steam in here, then the gas pump is gonna deliver the steam over to our liquid room. Also, maybe another something I would like to introduce are liquid reservoirs inside of my water storage, just so that we can have more potential water, I guess. So I think what I'm gonna do is just fill this up. What are we using? Gold. Yeah, that's fine. And then we can use the pump to go through all of these liquid reservoirs, and only in the end we can make it go somewhere else. But maybe we should leave enough room for another pump on the other side in case we ever need more water. Yeah, let me just get rid of the outer 2 reservoirs, and then I'm gonna be bringing this in here like so. And we're just gonna daisy chain them. And this way, even if we run out of power or something else catastrophic happens with our pump, we still have all of these reservoirs ready to go. This would then be connected up to the top. Even after all this time, the freaking room is still not empty out of... I don't know. I just find this one of the most stupid mechanisms. Like, why does it have to take so long? Just be a game and allow me to do things a little bit quicker. Just my humble opinion. But I think for that reason, I'm actually not gonna continue with this in this episode. I've been waiting for this moment for like 40 minutes now. It took over 40 minutes. I don't even know. What cycle did we start at the beginning? Oh well, I think we still made some progress, you know, because we couldn't work on this one. We were actually taking care of other things, which is also fine. You know, always make these little improvements to make the situation better for us. Well, looks like we are having some troubles here. Polluted oxygen. How is this happening again? Wait a second. Yeah, for some reason we had some polluted water coming in here. I don't know. But the last two reservoirs are being built, and then we should be able to go back to normal business. Looks like my system can run again, and we were actually now utilizing this part here where I shut it off and only enable it if it doesn't have enough power. Very nice. Okay, in the next episode, I think I'm going to be focusing on the geothermal plant and also the gas storage. Would be really great to get this going. I don't think we're going to be taking much longer to actually crash all of these gases. Yeah, so really looking forward to the next episode already. In today's episode, I want to heavily improve on our power production. We're gonna finish the first part of the geothermal power plant here now that I finally achieved a vacuum again. And I also already started to collect the excess natural gas that we're getting from the second planetoid, as well as the natural gas geysers that we have going on here. So this is still incoming from the second planetoid, and it's just gonna go into the system. Right now I'm throughputting it. So right now it's first gonna be fed to my natural gas generators, which are almost on all the time, but not quite 100%. And then it's being released in here. Since the natural gas is going down towards the bottom, I cannot use my crusher, at least not right here. We could move it towards the top if we wanted to, or we're just gonna expel the gases. But I still feel like crushing is the safer option, and we have a cable going on right here. Should be easy. And I'm actually gonna make it slightly more efficient by having two sideway doors that aren't powered. So we just need to power these two guys and then maybe set up a little bit of logic. Let's get started with a switch, a little AND gate, and then maybe also a timer sensor right there. Hook this up here and there and there and there. Wonderful, that's all we really needed. As for the bottom part, now that we have achieved a vacuum again, it's time to clean this up. And then I guess I can finally make my way downstairs in order to start digging up the material. Now hold phone, I figured instead of making our way down here, I'm just gonna add a little lip there, cutting off the room. So now we can approach this here from the top and actually start digging it out. And since we have a vacuum going on, I just need to be careful what is gonna drop into the magma. Everything else we can pick up and safely bring to our storage that is gonna be taking care of cooling it down. And maybe to make this a little bit safer, I should go ahead and tile this up a little bit so the hot material is not gonna share heat with the natural gas. This means we can go ahead and deconstruct all of this, including the automation and any power we currently have going on. And I think I'd rather connect this cable here at the bottom than the top. And you know, just like we did here on the top, I think the space that I'm not going to be using, I'm going to fill up with some plastic tiles. Wonderful. Now, once again, we are crushing the gases right here on the top where we should never have natural gas. Well, until we crushed most of the polluted oxygen, that is. I also rerouted the petroleum so that we can once again pick up the work with the petroleum generators, because I believe from the second planetoid right now, we cannot get too much more of the natural gas since this guy, oh, it is actually not dormant anymore. So that's good. We're going to be getting some more gases here. They're actually always nice and cozy and cold, accumulating here at the bottom where I can pick them up. And then there are still the natural gases that we get from the third planetoid. So once we have a different solution here, right now this guy is dormant, but we could go ahead and send this over to the first planetoid eventually, since we're also producing natural gas with the oil wells naturally. But yeah, today I want to focus on this storage and then continuing this part right here. Now, what seems to be the issue? I don't think we have this prioritized enough with all the other building projects. Yeah, let me just wait until the building is done here and then we can tend to the geothermal plant. You know, I just noticed Ren is actually also taking the microchips from the control station here. That is not really what I want to see, because I kind of want to steer the rooms individually, but since they are just taking the microchips from anywhere, that means I probably have to disable the building instead of just taking out the material. At least I would imagine that stops them from also improving the petroleum generators. I don't want to do that right now because of duplicant labor. I'd rather be focusing on the steam turbines here. They're gonna give us 1,200 watts each, which is just absolutely amazing in the current situation we are in. Because every time a certain amount of natural gas generators or geysers becomes dormant, I'm running into power issues. And that will be a thing of the past. Great, now we're finally making some progress here. I'm gonna start with the tiling of this room. And then as for the steam room itself, I think I wanna go with solid charcoal, just to spice it up a little bit. But maybe we just wait with that until we actually have the room ready. Everything else is already in place. We have the power, we have taken care of the steam output. Well, not everywhere. Looks like there are some pipes missing, but you get the general idea. What we still need to do is to actually activate the cooling loop, and that also means we need to bring in some new liquid. Maybe we're just going to do that right here, temporarily bring this down. And then what we could do is mirror the room that we create here on the other side and make a ginormous cooling loop. Along 50% of the route, there's going to be one aqua tuner each. That means I will be starting my conductive panels here with a gap like so, I think. No, wait, that doesn't make sense. I need to get one steam turbine in, and I probably want to mirror it as well. And now I know where the conductive panel goes. That means I can already continue the pipe here and maybe get that cooling loop rolling. I imagine the very end here is where we are switching the cooling loops. So when it cools down all of these steam turbines, it's gonna switch over to the other side, but first go into the aqua tuner, then cool down all the other steam turbines, and then go through this aqua tuner, cool them down here again. So it's kind of in an infinite 8. And I guess all we have to do for that is bring one down here and bring one down there. For now, I'm just gonna loop it this way since we don't have anything of this built, but right here we will be going down through the aqua tuner and then up again. So maybe actually we can already simulate this. Let's say our steam room is gonna be 3 high or so. I then want a metal layer at the bottom, and finally there's gonna be the main layer, the insulated layer. That means my aqua tuner is starting right here, and this would be the output. And then I guess all we have to do is go up again in order to loop back. And oh, I guess I didn't need a vent here. This was totally wrong. Yeah, this is meant for my cooling loop to go back in here and then come out. Okay, perfect. Now I just need a couple of bridges. And I think in the short term, to gain a little bit of igneous rock that I'm missing, I'm gonna exchange some of these pipes. For instance, right here, I have built this all out of igneous rock. We do have lots of sedimentary rock, so I'm gonna replace a whole bunch of these. They really don't need to be a good material. Yeah, check this out. We're crushing 4 kilograms or more in each tile. That means over 12 kilograms crushed right there. And that is because the natural gas is now pushing up everything. All we have left is a little bit of carbon dioxide here. Also looking at the temperatures now, this was clearly able to heat it up a little bit. But if I'm not mistaken, the thingamabob here was dormant, and it's going to be active in 18 cycles when we get a little bit more water back. But we are now running out, though we have to consider there's still a huge storage space right here. I also added another pump here that is solely responsible to supplement the oxygen system, and then the second pump is pumping stuff into the garden. So that is taken care of as well. Alrighty, looks like we're making some progress here. I took myself the liberty of picking everything up here. So now we're ready to set down the aluminium tiles. Aluminium is going to be the best for heat transfer. So I'm choosing this material, but we need to be careful because the overheat or melting point is 660 degrees. That means I need to avoid this touching any of the obsidian here that is at 1500 degrees. It might actually be more secure to use another metal, to be honest. Yeah, maybe let's just screw the overheat temperature. If we compare cobalt, then the thermal conductivity is 100 versus the 54 of steel. So we're gonna go with cobalt. What is the melting point? 1400 degrees. It's still below the magma point. However, the system can run out of hands a little bit more before catastrophic failure. So we're only losing a little bit of thermal conductivity to actually it's half the conductivity. You know what? We're gonna do it with aluminium tiles, but we're gonna try to be smart about it. So I wonder, maybe we should only make this too high, something along these lines. And then beneath that, we have an insulating layer, so we can specifically choose where we want to transfer the heat. So say we transfer the heat every second steam turbine for a total amount of 3 times. This would be a transfer point here. And then all we need to do right here is set up a steel door that is going to be connected to the magma in some way. Now, honestly, if we do things right, we don't even need this insulating layer. So maybe let's not do that right now. Okay, the mechanized airlock is in place. Now, what I want to do is replace at least this tile here with steel, because this one is going to transfer the most heat. So this should be steel and not aluminium, and maybe even just to be on the safe side, we're gonna do the adjacent tiles here with steel as well. And then we're gonna have a whole bunch of aluminium for maximum heat transfer rate. And then all we need is a thermosensor right here with a wire. Let's maybe just make this out of steel so it doesn't suffer here inside the door. And we're gonna say at 200 degrees or so, we wanna open up the door and therefore also shut down the heat transfer from the magma layer. We're gonna be doing the same thing right here and right below here. So let's replace these guys with steel, get a thermosensor in the joint and a little bit of automation wire. Like so. Now I think to be able to get rid of all the gases that are inside the base here that I don't necessarily want anymore, I'm gonna open up this part here with a bunch of airflow tiles. And I'm also gonna remove the background buildings in this area. No, actually that isn't really gonna help me because I think there's still something behind this. Yeah, they will kind of have to flow outside of here, but still, it's gonna help over time to get rid of the gases. There's actually one more thing that we need, and that is a smart battery. Where am I gonna have this? Would have been nice to think of that beforehand, but I guess I'm just gonna set it down here inside the room. We have to build it out of steel, which isn't too tragic in my opinion. And then all we gotta do is hook this up to our steam turbines to decide when to activate them. Okay, now it's time to gain access to the lower portion here a little bit. I'm gonna open up this obsidian part. There's probably gonna be some magma overflowing. Let's just get this through here. Generally, I want to be able to do some maintenance, so I'm just gonna make this all the way over. When it comes to the magma power, I want this to be activated the second. So let's set this to 95%. Actually, thinking about it, we should have a little bit of an overlap. Let's put this to 75 to 90. This one here is gonna be 85 to 95, and this one here is gonna be, let's say, 80 to 90. I don't know, I might switch this around. Just know natural gas first, magma second, and petroleum third. Okay, so far so good. Let's set these guys to a setting that is impossible, or that is actually always true. Say below 9,000 degrees, and that means the doors are always going to be opened, and I can set these up right there. Once the doors are in place, I'm going to replace this with a steel tile, and then we're just going to have to extend it until it reaches the magma. Ooh, I'm inputting too much obsidian right now, so we have a little bit of an overheat problem, but that I think is going to be fine. Woo, look at that. Right now we are taxing the system here a little bit, my cooling system, because of course I'm picking up all of the hot obsidian that I just mined there. Okay, now I'm getting 2 steel tiles in here. That should be fine. Waiting for this door to be built. Maybe let's already get this one here and then replace the other one. As for this part here, it would be great to also have a naphtha liquid lock. So I think I'm gonna try to install that. Give me some good materials here. Yeah, we could just go down like this and then have a little bit of naphtha on top of there. So maybe let me get a bottle emptier here. We can use this very same bottle emptier to get the initial water in the joint. As a matter of fact, we have a problem here when it comes to water. We need the second planetoid right here. How long are you gonna take? 2.4 cycles, and we get some more polluted water that I'm bringing down here as well. At this point, I probably also want to move the ladder over. So once we place the naphtha, there's also a way to get back in there. Is this gonna overflow? No, it just solidified. Now with this guy, I need to be careful because that one would be brought over to my main storage at 1,000 degrees, and that's not something I want. So as of this point, we probably want to add igneous rock here to our sweeping materials, igneous rock, but only if I sweep it up, it should be brought over to this conveyor loader and not this guy here anymore, the automatic dispenser, or taking that out. So now Meep is picking it up and he should be bringing it over. Let's see, right there, where it then can be cooled down with our mechanism. Good, now I think we have everything in place. The logic is right there. We just have to get that ladder going, and therefore also this tile here. We're gonna keep the doors unpowered, so I'm just gonna suppress this. Hold the phone. Before I do that, I first have to build the ladder and also pick up this obsidian piece. Okay, we can get this going. Just a temporary tile right here. This one I can remove in case I need to do maintenance here at the bottom or extend the metal tiles. And then we can now use this guy in order to get some water into the steam room. Gonna enable auto bottle at priority 9, and now we just have to wait for some water to dribble in. Actually, I disabled the pump. I did not quite disable it. I just cut off the stream to the main system. So right now we are just bringing everything we have in terms of water over here. And then finally, when we're done, we're gonna dribble a little bit of naphtha on top of here. This is gonna allow us to always enter the room. We're gonna still close it off, but we would have a quick way to get back in there. Good. As mentioned, when it comes to the tiling, I want to go for solid charcoal. So I'm gonna set this up. Alright, I feel like we're ready to get this going. There's just one thing I noticed. Why didn't I put this below the steam turbines? This is just gonna bother me so much, and there's not even an even gap here. What's even going on? And I have my thermal aqua tuner. Why am I tuning back in? Nathan, you little fool. Yeah, I will have to move this, otherwise I'm not gonna be happy. It should be beneath the steam turbine. I'm really not sure. Gosh, this is gonna suck so much. I'll be right back. Okay, wonderful. I think I got everything fixed right now. There is a water layer, about 50 kilograms or so. That's going to be 20 kilograms per tile. The room below the steam room is actually always going to be accessible to me in this way. And I protected the little bit of naphtha that I have here with a mesh tile. So once we actually collected the hot materials, we never run the risk of heating up the naphtha to the point it becomes sour gas. That is sometimes a problem when the dupes just carry the stuff through the naphtha. You don't want that to happen. But at this point, we're ready to get things going. All I need to do is hook up this pipe here, and then we should have some water flowing into the cooling loop at least. And that is exactly what I want to see right now. And it's gonna go through the aqua tuner, which I have set to 25 degrees. So it's gonna run at 25 degrees. And then we're going through this liquid reservoir. Now, I do want to fill this up first. So let's maybe cut off the output there and let the reservoir fill up completely. So this is now all water coming in from the second planetoid again. And now also this room is symmetrical. I gotta love it. Totally worth the 4 or so cycles that it took me to fix it. I caught Nisbet here in a good loop. She is actually doing a lot of work for me. I just have to be careful to give her the next row before she's done. But yeah, this way we're gonna have the second room ready in no time. By the way, I also set up a little temporary auto sweeper that is gonna feed the water sieve. I want to do this more properly with a conveyor receptacle as well as a conveyor loader in the future, but I just needed this to run for the time being. Okay, looks like my liquid reservoir is almost full. I'm actually gonna cut off the flow right here and allow the rest of the water to get into the loop, then getting rid of these pipes as well, and we should be able to run the loop. Just connect the output. Do me the favor. Wonderful. Okay, now all the steam turbines will be cooled down. Let's just check that the loop is actually functional, but so far it's looking good. This will go through the next aqua tuner first. I mean, the aqua tuners are probably both not required, but we always have the ability to expand the cooling loop to more systems because it is capable of cooling down more stuff than just the steam turbines. But with that out of the way, we're ready to activate the thermosensor here. I'm gonna set this to above 200 degrees right here. We're gonna copy this setting, and what we should be seeing is all the doors closing for a brief moment until this is heated up enough to 200 degrees. And that is actually happening rather quickly. Oh my gosh, I just love magma power. It is amazing. Now, it might be a good idea to power the doors or to set up some kind of a filter so they don't always turn on and off all the time. But usually this isn't too much of an issue. And what we can always do is play with the sensors or maybe even add a little bit more water so we have a little more wiggle room. But if we just check out the temperatures, it's pretty much slightly above 200 degrees everywhere. Sometimes a little bit more, but that means at 200 degrees the steam engines can work at full efficiency. We could maybe try with 195 to maybe make sure we're not wasting too much power. Maybe we can even go down a little bit more. Okay, now it's time to enable this building again, and we're gonna go ahead, tune these steam turbines to always power my stuff. Oh no! The battery. Okay, dude, I really don't know what I'm thinking. Jeez, I think I'm gonna exchange this layer here anyways with something else. And I'm gonna set up my battery here. And of course we can always get back in to get this battery. But jeez, what the heck is going on with me? I think I need to take a little break. The thing is, we need to hook this up to our power system, of course. And we should be able to do that here. Let's just do this really quickly. Okay, at least I hooked it now up. So it's gonna feed into our main system. And clearly, yeah, we are now gaining power. So I have a little bit of time to fix this. Unfortunately, I made my way in here and now I have carbon dioxide in here. But the problem is if I build the battery in a vacuum, then it's also not going to be very helpful. So honestly, if I could put this right here, this might even be the best course of action. I'm going to try to replace this. We might be getting... No, actually, if we get some steam here, we're screwed. I think we might be able to potentially fix this. Now, the room is shut off, so even if we got some steam, it's not gonna touch the magma. Actually, you know what? I just saved before I activated the steam room. I'm actually a little tempted, but let me try this first. Maybe it's not that bad. We can learn a lesson from this. Also, I'm gonna try 190 degrees because that seems to be holding up still. There it is. Okay, a little bit of steam, that was to be expected. Now we need somebody to mop up here until all the steam has condensed again. There, somebody, Niesbed actually took over the job. Okay. That worked. Nice. Ren is finally tuning the steam turbines. Very good. And if I did everything right, I can now deconstruct this mesh tile and then make my way in. I just need somebody to pick up the water. Oh, thank you so much. I guess the only annoyance is we will always have to pick up the materials first because otherwise they might choose other materials to build back the wall once I build it. And that very often just sucks. But I guess it's an adequate punishment for being foolish. Wonderful. Finally, my smart battery is connected and it's going directly into the system. Looks like, wait, can I not really charge it up? That is really interesting. Right now it's out of sync with the other batteries, of course, but it might be just sharing some of the initial batteries. Yeah, look at that. Now it's finally capable of charging up. And also we get the 1275 watts here even. Amazing. Gotta love it. Wonderful. Right now we have an amazing amount of power. This is gonna last us for at least 1000 cycles, so longer than we are already playing, before everything will solidify into igneous rock. And until then, I would presume we have enough stuff for our petroleum generators and then maybe even more, depending on what we're doing. Looks like I had a little bit of an accident here. I did not expect this to happen. This gas vent was just going nuts because, of course, there was a little bit of water in the way. And now we have 17 kilograms of oxygen in here. Holy cow. But yeah, we can easily take care of that with a pump and get it somehow back into our system. But yeah, I would say with that out of the way and our new geothermal plant that I'm very happy with, I think this is gonna run very smoothly. In the previous episode, we have taken care of establishing the geothermal power plant, which is now our second source of power. No, technically our third source, but it's the second source that we can provide like all the time. As I'm recording this, it is my birthday, so I'm gonna make this a really short episode and I hope you guys understand. But I'm not really gonna be able to record for the next 2 days, so I figured I make a short episode getting you up to date of what I've been doing and maybe also do some more stuff here on the main Planetoid. For one, I drywalled all of this up. It is actually taking a little bit more material than I anticipated. If we spend 100 kilograms on each here, then we are still using tons and tons. So I switched between sedimentary rock and granite. I also finished this room right here with the somnium synthesizer. We got the transit tube access point right here, and we can also access the corridor and also go up if we need to. So one thing I figured we should establish is maybe another ranch right here. And I would like this to be the Slug farm. In order to get into this room, I figured we could either do it from below or the right side here, but it might just be easier to give them access through this mechanized door. For that, of course, we first have to pump it out. So I already set up a little gas pump here that is getting rid of all the gases. And once that is done, we should be able to open it up. We already have a few plug slugs here. All we need is the usual machinery, like a grooming station. So I'm gonna possibly set that up right here. We're also gonna need some ladders here in order to be able to build everything. The room actually has the exact size that I need in order to make it count as a farm. And actually thinking about it, we will need access with a larger cable here. That actually sucks a little bit. Yeah, of course, once the plug slugs go to sleep, they would be sleeping here on the top. And then, of course, we want to harvest their power. So we would need a cable at least there. So maybe we can actually make this connection, just go down here and go down there. This way we could do something along these lines and make sure that all the spots are covered. And then I think what I'm gonna do is hook up the transit tube access point also to the large cable, so we can save a little bit on this cable and maybe use it for something else. I mean, we don't even have to use it for something else. It's already kind of busy. But maybe let's build the cables first and then get to it. I'm already gonna build the joint plate here as well. I think that should be possible with just losing minimal amounts of gases. However, if we do this, we will need a little bit more oxygen to keep pushing against the hydrogen. Right now, though, we are slightly over pressure. Maybe we get away with it, but I might have to mess around here with the oxygen a little bit. So yeah, we can see we did not lose too much, maybe a little bit of hydrogen. Let's just wait for the rest of the polluted oxygen to get out of the way here, and then we can open this up again. By the way, we're also going to be needing a critter drop-off point that I'm going to put right here, and also a critter feeder. Now, we possibly want to do this automatically, so my dupe doesn't always have to fill this. So this is the conveyor loader that actually brings everything to the second planetoid. We could then possibly have another conveyor loader, and we hop over here, go down there, and over here. And don't get me wrong, I mean, we do have the duplicant labor, just if we can do it automatically, then why the heck not, right? And by automatically, I mean that the dupes can just put it in here, into the conveyor loader, and be done with it. Is this gonna be worth it though? Actually, I'm gonna wait with that. We can always still establish that later on. Let's just see how it goes, and if it really takes away too much dupe labor. Until then, what we can do is have a storage in its place, and we're also gonna take this to the next level by adding 2 auto sweepers that are able to reach all of the spots in order to pick up the eggs. So we still want a conveyor loader somewhere along these lines, and I guess all we want to do with this is connect it with this guy. That makes sense. We could also go straight up if we wanted to. What makes more sense? Yeah, maybe I go through the fish. Yeah, that's gonna be fine, but I'm gonna be using a bridge right there. Then all we need to do is hook this up to power, and we should be fine. This is already a cable that still comes from a transformer here at the bottom. And of course, another thing we will want to do is tile this all up with some drywall. Now I'm actually down to 15 tons of granite. We might want to bring some along from other planetoids. I think in the future we might want to adjust our cooling loop so it counts for everything here inside the ranch. And to do that, we can simply go straight down here and then maybe lead the cooling loop through the machinery. So add a bunch of aluminium pipes like so, probably. And then the question is, do we want to do this with the fish tank as well? Probably. So let's switch to insulated pipes again. And then right here, switch to radiant pipes again. And right here, switch to insulated again. Now I have full control over the parts that I want to cool down. We can even just move up in this spot and then move over, connect up with this guy. And this is going to make the upper portion here obsolete once we have completed the loop. But maybe let's first build the pipes and then make sure the loop goes into that direction. The air is also constantly thinning thanks to the pump here and also the access to space. So all of the gases are slowly but surely getting away. This of course also means all the machinery outside isn't safe anymore, as it's just gonna overheat with no gases nearby to cool them down. Okay, come on, this has to be it. Now we're down to 5 micrograms. This is usually the place where we lose the gases. Okay, finally, they are gone. We can open up this door. Should we just open it? No, we should set it to auto. I might be able to replace it with a normal pneumatic door. Let me actually check. This room now is 96 tiles exactly, so I cannot really change the shape too much. But what happens if I have the door right here? Then I would have to open up 2 spaces. We could do that at the bottom, but that also looks stupid. And right now I already have a distribution for my auto sweepers. So yeah, let's forget about that. The door placement should be okay. I just want to keep it closed so the fish don't escape into the wrong direction. Oh, no. The pump should stop. Just stop. Oh my gosh. Now, of course, we're filling this up with oxygen, and theoretically, if the hydrogen pushes down here a little bit, we just need to fill the room with more oxygen. But it looks like we had a little bit of an overpressure with 2,700 grams or so. So maybe now with this distribution, it's not going to be that bad. But we will have to have this open a little bit, or we just replace it with a pneumatic door, which might be easier. There it is, pneumatic door, and now the oxygen can flow in. I just love how this goes. Okay, yeah, we might have to add more oxygen. We're already down to 1,800 grams here at the bottom, and it's still gonna be going down more. Oh, actually, that is not good. And this guy is now confined. What happens if I open up this door? Will they even mind? I mean, there's not gonna be any water here on the left side, and they are drawn to the water, right? So I'm just gonna put that to the test. Yeah, at least this guy is going into the right spot. How many do we have in here? 42. Yeah, I had a little bit of a hiccup probably. This means we can now probably also risk setting up this guy here and then replacing, come on, heavy watt wire, this guy. Now I really hope we can place this heavy watt conductive joint plate without getting hydrogen down into the lower room. I mean, it would just occupy the upper two tiles, but still, it would bother me slightly. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Body temperature? What's happening? Wait, it's 9 degrees here. Ah, so I'm getting it. We're getting the dirt from the second planetoid, which is actually cold. Very interesting, but this should theoretically heat up pretty quickly since the water here is at a cozy 20 degrees. Still, up to this point, I only had troubles with the dirt being too hot and not too cold. And look at that, we did it. But hydrogen is being pushed down. Yeah, we need oxygen. Let's just grab it from here temporarily. Actually, we might be able to just hijack this pipe. Yeah, let's do that. We're gonna hijack this pipe and bring it down right here with a high gas pressure vent. Now, it might be better to have it go directly into the lower room. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take myself the time to do that, and then we can give this some proper oxygen again. Now, of course, what we could do is also have the cooling loop run through the task directly. This would probably affect them the quickest, and we could technically do that by going down here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that, going down and then up again at this point. Very good, everyone is helping. Let's maybe build the critter drop-off point so we can already get some of these plug slugs. Now, I might actually have to build some ladders. They sometimes play hard to catch. Especially because I cannot really reach this part with the printing pod. I had to cut it off. We can still reach the items that drop on the floor, but we cannot technically go here, so the dupes don't do that. But yeah, we can still go ahead and wrangle up the plug slugs that we already have. There is even an egg that we might want to get. And as long as they are kind of on this side, we should be able to easily get them. Otherwise, we're gonna build this ladder to get them down below, where they mostly spend their time while sleeping. Good, critter drop-off point is in place. Let's see, we wrangled up this guy, so Amari should soon spring into action. And this should now also count as a stable, of course. Wonderful. Now, once we get rid of this gas pump, I'm gonna replace it with an incubator, and also this critter drop-off point. Let's auto wrangle surplus and put it to 6 critters. This is gonna allow me to have an incubator inside of the stable and not cram these guys. Now, the incubator is gonna come with the same system, so we're just gonna hook this up to a timer sensor and some automation wire. As for the conveyor loader, we pretty much wanna pick up everything and then just don't allow manual use. Maybe even put it to a very low priority. So the eggs that are being picked up by this guy are first going into the incubator, and the rest of the eggs are gonna go into my system. Yeah, I think they can also drown, right? So they should go into my drowning system, in which I currently only have the glossy Drecklets. Is this really the case? How do I even get them in there? I totally forgot. There is a conveyor loader right here. No, this one is hopping over. Ah, I see. The eggs are actually coming from my storage system right here. So it should be this conveyor loader. And indeed, we are doing the Drecklet eggs and the glossy Drecklets. So that means as of this point, we also want to do the slug eggs, at least the ones that land in the storage system. The other one should be used for the incubator. And then right in this storage bin, we're gonna have some refined metal, cobalt and gold for the most part. Incubator, let me see, we need the slug eggs, incubate that. I also have the incubator at priority 9, so once we activate it, Amari is gonna come and do the deed as quickly as possible. I'm just gonna copy over the setting here for the timer sensor. Good, everything here on the top has been built, except, well, we still have to make this connection. Now I can do it. Well, give me that cable right there, and we get rid of this. Good, now time to hijack the pipe like I said I would. Let's cancel this for now, and there, or cut it, and we connect the oxygen pipe. That should do the trick. I don't really want to do too much, but like this oxygen here needs to go. Oh no, I actually lost all the oxygen. You can't do that to me. So in this case, I might actually have to introduce some oxygen here on the top as well, so it settles down again. But like right now, I have 1,300 or so grams. I just want to let in a little bit here. Okay, that might already be enough. I'm just gonna let this go in, and then we have some more now going here. And that might also already be enough. Let's not exaggerate it. Actually, let me cut it right here and there in order to see what's going on, and then we might have to make some corrections. But this is already looking good. I think I could save it. And now we have a little bit of hydrogen here, but I wouldn't mind this. It actually looks really good. Yeah, I think I'm gonna not allow this in. This is just gonna be connected again. Actually, we need to dump it. That's totally fine. I'm just gonna go ahead and dump it into space like so. Wonderful. Let's get rid of this again. And I think with that, we can successfully introduce the new stables. I just wonder, where are my plug slugs? Why didn't that take? Yeah, wrangle them again. One plug slug totally disappeared. Yeah, honestly, I don't really know. Amari relocating critter. Okay, at least now he's doing something. Maybe I just have to watch them and then they're behaving right. Now, this critter feeder, I'm gonna disallow manual use because it just doesn't have enough capacity. The auto sweepers can take care of that together with the storage bin. So the dupes are gonna fill up the storage bin, and then here for the plug slugs, I want to have some cobalt or gold. Actually, let's decide for one. We're gonna go with the cobalt for the plug slugs and forget about the gold. Yes, of course. Now we are getting more hydro. Oh, jeez. I knew this would happen. I just forgot about setting this up properly. So now we will be getting some hydrogen since we feed them. And that simply means we need to allow the hydrogen to move up through these airflow tiles here. Once we detect a certain amount of hydrogen, we can probably pump it out just with a mini gas pump, to be honest. And I would like this to be right here, and we need to detect when it's time to do that with a, let me see, Atmos sensor probably, and we can have that right here. Maybe there is good. When we detect a certain amount of pressure, then we want to pump the hydrogen out, the extra hydrogen that we're getting. Now hold your horses. I might want to do it through a single airflow tile, honestly. If I open this up, I'm gonna be in a heap of trouble, but it might be advantageous to replace this guy so we have a little bit more airflow. Now we could also replace some of these tiles so the hydrogen flows up naturally, but when the doors here are open, I think it's gonna be fine just having the pump here. The hydrogen eventually is gonna find a way up. For now, I don't really know what to do with the hydrogen, so I'm just gonna lead it out there. It's gonna be fine, and then we already have it hooked up to power. That's good. I'm also gonna have a secondary critter drop-off point with a lower priority for the plug slugs, so as soon as they are too many and we need to auto wrangle one, because let's say we already have the 6 plug slugs and then we get another one with the incubator, then we have too many, we need to auto wrangle one, and they would be brought over here where I can conveniently kill it. However, most of the plug slugs are just gonna go into the storage system where we're gonna deal with it in some way or the other. Now, if I open up these 2 tiles, this should give me access to the things that are at the bottom here, and therefore we will already have an egg to actually incubate. Now, the problem is still I'm missing the 3rd plug slug that just disappeared. No idea where it went. I made a slight mistake. This should not be allow manual use, of course. I only want the auto sweepers to take advantage of it. Ah, okay. So if I have this door open, the plug slugs are also gonna utilize this room. And of course that is not good. Get back in the room. We're gonna put this door back to auto, and gosh, are you serious? Do you prefer this small little tiny room? Just get away from there. Oh my gosh, I don't believe it. These guys are just insane. Let's wrangle you up again. I should really make meat out of you. Okay, now they are in the correct room and they can roam around and hopefully, of course, also give me the proper eggs. Now, we will also get other types of eggs, the smog eggs and the sponge eggs probably. And for the time being, I think I'm just gonna go ahead and cook them up. So smog slug eggs, we're gonna cook those forever, and I don't think I've ever had a sponge slug just yet. But yeah, here we go. I think this is gonna go well. Let's just wait for the first night. Right now they are, let me see, groomed, wild. They're still wild, so they're not gonna produce quite as much power. But you know, we're getting there. And of course, since we never really fill up the jumbo batteries, then during the nights, the plug slugs can really get to work and there's gonna be no power wasted. We're just gonna fill this up as much as possible. But yeah, with that out of the way, I'm actually out of time. We are still not done with this room. I think I wanna fill this up with a bunch of gas reservoirs to be able to store even more of that. And it looks like we cannot quite reach this. This is unfortunate. Let's get another ladder layer in the joint. But yeah, I have to say, things are now slowly but surely taking shape. We're using up more and more of the space, and we will soon be done with this planetoid, taking care of the other planetoids. From the looks of it, the hotel is gonna be on the water planetoid. I'm actually looking forward to that. I was kind of hoping you would vote for that. Now, we might get into issues when it comes to pressure, so I might not be able to keep the entire ocean in the joint, but we could do some ocean themed hotel and then kind of pretend with an ocean layer and a fish tank around to have it submerged. But yeah, with that out of the way, I'm gonna wrap it up for today's episode. Let me just check the plug slugs. Yeah, they are now sleeping. How much power are you producing? Just the 400. So it's gonna be 1200 or 1600 even, and we should have way more than enough metal to keep this up for a long time. In today's episode, I would like to get my interplanetary launcher system up to speed. We're gonna make a somewhat complex facility to create the Radbolts and then feed them into the interplanetary launchers, everything more or less automatically. And in order to do that, I figured we're gonna be using the hydrogen. So right now I'm already building the hydrogen pipe that we established in the previous episode, but instead of just dumping it into space, I'm actually gonna be using it to fill up the room that is going to be established here. First and foremost, I think I would like to get this to the same level, so I'm going to be rerouting this cable, and actually thinking about it, I might want to push this a little bit further down, so I have the space for other contraptions that require access to space. This means my interplanetary launchers are going to go right here, and I will be able to get started with the doors in this spot. Yeah, let me go ahead and try that. We might just take apart these guys. Also get rid of the doors. I will have to reroute all of this cabling. As a matter of fact, I don't even need to power these doors. It might be easier to just do them unpowered. Also, looking at this disaster, I think I'm going to be pushing my bunker doors all the way up. Let's also already initiate that. So now we can get rid of these guys and then reroute the cabling to go straight through. So I'm also gonna add some mechanized airlocks right here. These ones are most of the time gonna be open. The interplanetary launchers here at the bottom. And from the looks of it, we're gonna have 4 of them, most likely pointed to one planetoid each, and then below them we can have a system to feed them the specific materials these planetoids request. Below this, I don't know how much space I'm gonna require, but I'm just gonna leave about 4 tiles free, and then this is gonna be the top portion of the building that is gonna gather the Radbolts. Now let me see, I'm gonna be needing a little bit more space here, and I think in this case I might want to reroute my ladder again, so it goes on the left side of the area. Maybe get rid of this tile so we can go straight through, and this is gonna allow me to get rid of this ladder for the most part. Now, actually thinking about it, this doesn't even need to be doors. I don't really need to open this up anymore because any other machinery that needs access to space is going to be on the top and there's going to be nothing below. So let's forget about that. And instead, we're going to make another layer of gold tiles. But this upper layer definitely needs to be, and then this guy here, we also need to be able to steer the bunker doors here on the top. And I think for now, I might want to do this on an individual basis. I'm gonna get both of the cables right here together with some switches. Ren here is getting a healthy dose of radiation, taking one for the team. That's the spirit. Okay, looks like I can already get rid of the ladder. This is good. Nice. With that out of the way, we can have a look at the radiation tab. What we want is the radiation chamber. Let's get this in. Yeah, let's just go all out with gold. Why the heck not? We got it. So this tile here is going to be the wall. Then I want 1 tile free. We go 1 over. I want 1 tile on the top free. This is probably going to be the setup. I also want a Radbolt joint plate, and that one is going to go right here. Now I have the dimensions a little bit better, so this should be my floor. And then I want a whole bunch of these Radbolt chambers across the room. And these are basically gonna store all my Radbolts for later use, so whenever I need something, I can immediately use the Radbolts, and I might even be able to later on use it for a Radbolt engine. These chambers are gonna shoot up. There's actually no way to change that, so what we need to do is, let me see, get a Radbolt reflector. I basically want these guys to daisy chain. So what we're gonna do is have a reflector shooting diagonally down into the next chamber. And I'm gonna do that for each of these guys, except for the last one that will be shooting to the left. And then we need to continue here, going straight up. And then right at this point, I want another one shooting over. So I need to get rid of at least these two plastic ladders. And then once that's done and we have everything full, I want the overspill to go down again. So we're simply gonna add another one of these, and then maybe to go into the room, yet another Radbolt joint plate. Have that maybe right there. Okay, and then all we need to do is get this into the first chamber, which we can do right here diagonally again. Okay, that is actually very nice. In this case, we could have an extra room down below. Let's say we have another Radbolt joint plate. I'm gonna set this up right here. So all the Radbolts that are gonna be shot here are gonna go over, and here at the bottom is where we actually produce the Radbolts with Wheet. So maybe I want a convenient way to access everything. Let's say this is going to be my way down. Now this room here below probably needs to be quite large. Yeah, this automatic dispenser is going to be in the way. What was I collecting here? Just the abyssalite. Okay, I think we're mostly done with that. So let's just get rid of it and keep that in place because it's all hot. Yeah, we might get away with this, just removing this part, but I cannot really reach it. Let me see. I need to reach this anyways. How will I be able to get over? That is another question. Possibly just straight through here. So we're gonna have access this way, and then possibly another transit tube access point here. And that would make it extremely easy. If I can fit everything in this, that would be amazing. Let's even close this up. Okay, maybe let me get this already built. We're not gonna close this quite yet. Let's see. I need another ladder piece to be able to move over. But this should be good. Once we get the Radbolt chambers placed, we will need to hook them up to some logic. So the next one actually doesn't get filled if it is already full. And that should be fairly easy because this guy sends a green signal when the storage is full. But maybe let's let the dupes do some work. There's probably also going to be, another meteor shower incoming very soon. So I might not even want to open this up yet. Now, one thing I totally forgot about is the power. I will have to bring in the power somewhere, and I guess maybe right here is not too bad of a spot. Yeah, I will have to replace this with a joint plate though. Let's maybe not build this part, and then better get a joint plate right there. And now we can easily relay the power like so. And we're probably gonna need even more power, maybe to the very end. Not sure. There are going to be a bunch of auto sweepers, that's for sure. Now the building of this is actually really quick because all my materials are right here. Even the gold and everything just pops up right there. Unbelievably convenient. Maybe while the dupes take care of this, let's already think about how we want to generate the Radbolts. I want to do this with planter boxes because that allows me to plant them on top of doors and disable them as well. And by disabling, I mean that they will actually not consume the phosphorite anymore. We might be able to get started on the right side, and the pattern I want to go for is going to be something like this. And this is going to be for one Radbolt generator. So this guy's going to be right here, and it's going to be facing towards this Radbolt joint plate, going up into the storage. In order to support these, we're going to go with the mechanized airlocks once again and do something like this. And theoretically, this should allow me to reach all of the spots here with an auto sweeper. So if I set an auto sweeper up here, this guy should be able to reach the plant at the bottom, but also this first plant here at the top. And if I have another auto sweeper here on the right side, or the left side, I should say, then it's going to reach the right part. And then we can just tile this. However, for this very first one, I think this planter box is going to be in vain, and it's going to be the same for the last one. But other than that, we should be able to just continue the spiel here. So do something like this, yeah. And then finally get some more auto sweepers in there. Yeah, looking good. More planter boxes. And then again, this very last one is not going to be needed. It's going to look something like this. And then we have a Radbolt generator for each set, like so. I wonder though, we can probably do one more looking at this. Yeah, let's try one more. Get this over here. And then 2 more auto sweepers and we should be golden. Okay, I don't even have that many ward seeds, I think. And that means we need lots and lots of power for each of these auto sweepers, but also for the Radbolt generators. Just like that. Let's maybe cut this off for now so they don't get started right away. And then the Wheat swords we should plant the very last. Now, in order to ship in the materials, I would like to establish another auto sweeper here on the outside. One that is capable of actually reaching the 2 spots here where I have all of my materials, including, yeah, everything. Oh, this is actually amazing. It can still reach it even though we have this transit tube crossing. The crossing right now honestly isn't necessary anymore with the modifications we've made. So yeah, honestly, I might just get rid of these guys here, both of them. Uh-oh, meteor showers. Okay, we should be good for the most part. Maybe the solar panel here is gonna suffer a little bit. Good, nice. Now we already have these Radbolt chambers going for it. I'm not sure. Are they heating up already? I mean, this would not be very good. Let me disable everything that isn't supposed to run just yet. Okay. I mean, after all, we will have to put in some drywall. Yeah, all of this will have to be drywalled up so that we can fill it with a gas capable of cooling everything down. Wait a second, I don't have enough granite. Am I bringing over the granite? I think so. We're actually bringing it back from here, and I should have quite a bit. But geez, is it finally over? I think so. Yeah, let's mine everything up, also on the 3rd planetoid. Yay, everyone is helping, everyone is doing a good job. There's just one thing that I need now, and that is a conveyor loader. Let me see. Can I push this all the way up there? I should be able to do that. Let's see. Auto sweeper, you can... Oh, you cannot quite reach that. So I'm gonna put it here instead. And I should then be able to just introduce the materials right here. Let me see. I need to bring this all the way to the most right auto sweeper. And we're gonna have some conveyor receptacles. Very simple. Let's see, I can have one beneath each set of auto sweepers, then one for the last one and one for the first one. That doesn't quite add up here, but it's gonna be fine. Maybe there's some automation we can already get out of the way. For one, I need to be able to control all of the doors. Say all of these storages are full, then I want the system to shut down automatically, and we do that immediately with the doors. So a green signal is going to be coming from the top portion, and then it needs to run through all of the doors, which I'm going to start right here. And then we just go down to each of these doors as well. Hold on. Actually thinking about it, my dupes need to be able to use the doors until we have everything built. Yeah, so they can also stand on them. No, wait, we can reach down. Yeah, we can stand here and then reach down 3 tiles. Everything should be buildable by just standing on here and these doors. Okay, nice. This might actually turn out to be a really awesome design. Good. Now it's also time to finish this pipe. This is my hydrogen pipe. I want this to go up. For now, I'm just gonna go ahead and bridge this, and we bring this up into the chamber. Let's say right here, we can release it, and a normal gas pressure vent is gonna be enough for this. No, actually, the tile below the door is not buildable. Okay, we can do this in the end. If I just get the automation wire here and also add a signal switch. My Radbolt generators are in place. They are all supposed to shoot to the right side and at least release 100 Radbolts at a time, so it's kind of worth it losing some Radbolts over the distance. I might even bump them up to 200. Though I don't want to exaggerate because of the Radbolt chamber. It can only hold 1,000 Radbolts. Okay, looks like I almost got everything built. Just a bunch of these cables still to go, which means we should probably take care of the logic. Let's have a look at the logic slots. We got one input slot in order to shoot a Radbolt, and we only want this to be a short pulse so it doesn't shoot constantly. And then we have a second signal, which is going to send a green signal when the storage is full. So we basically want to send a green signal when the storage is not full, and therefore this guy will then shoot. So send a green signal to this guy to shoot over into the first one. For the first one, and I think the last one, it might be a little bit different. The last one I just want to have as a buffer, as an overflow. So basically once this guy here is full, then I want to shut down the system and any excess Radbolts are going to land in this guy. So for this guy to shoot, we want this one to not be full and also to have a pulse. Let's say we're going to set up the pulse first here with the timer sensor. let's put this guy right here so I can lead the cable easily through the flooring. And I think we want to do this all the way over to the very last guy, but we don't directly want to hook them up. We first want to have this AND condition. So the pulse is always going to be pulsating, but we only want to accept the pulse when the other condition is true, namely that the next Radbolt chamber has storage. So for the first one, it's different, but the next one here should have an AND gate, and then every other one probably as well, including the last one. Yeah, let's just set it up. Therefore, this is going to be our first condition. Right there, for each of these is going to be the pulse. This sends a green signal when it is full. We want the signal to be red though when it is full. So let's set up a NOT gate. Let me see. I think I wanted to put it here on the top. Yeah, this might actually add up. So if we get that wire, so the signal out is going to be green when it actually is full. And so in this case, we want to send the red signal to the other condition of the AND gate. Now that it is not full, it's going to be sending a red signal. Therefore, this is going to be green, an inverted signal. And this guy can then go ahead and shoot over to the next Radbolt chamber. And now we can simply daisy chain this idea. Just take that, connect you, and do this for each of them. And then, yeah, finally, the output of the AND gate should, of course, activate the Radbolt chambers just like that. And then this guy here, this last signal, I don't think we even need, because there's not going to be a condition for the last one to be full. Okay, now when the second to last chamber is full, then I want to deactivate the contraption. We can think about that. Maybe, let me see. This is this signal here. It will be green when this chamber is full. So let's bring this over, maybe with an automation bridge. And then we can simply use the green signal to activate the doors. So this should just go over here and open up all of the doors and therefore shut down the production of the Radbolts. But we also want to shut down the Radbolt generators, which we want to do with a NOT gate because we want them not to run. And looking at this, this is actually fairly straightforward, just in a straight line. Now, before I forget, these guys need to face into the right direction, or the left in this case. And here it needs to go diagonally down, like so. We should be able to copy that over for the other ones. Okay, nice. I think that was the bulk of the automation already. Can't think of anything else. No, of course, we want to enable the shooting of the first Radbolt chamber. This is something we haven't done yet. This slot here isn't occupied, and we only want to do that when we actually are in need of Radbolts. Looking at this slot here, this also sends a green signal when the storage is full. That means we want to invert it, just like with the other one. Have each of these guys inverted signals. Give me automation wire. And then I'm gonna take the inverted signal as our first condition. So I figured this would be the only condition we need, but as it turns out, whenever the launchers are blocked, they actually also don't accept the Radbolts, and they would still be sending a green signal, but not accept the Radbolts, which of course is a bummer. So one way I figured we could do this is we check if this is open, the bunker doors, and if these doors are open. So we can simply set up, maybe this is not necessary, but we can set up an AND gate right here and just hook them up to both of the conditions. If they are both true, then we can send that signal, and then if both of these signals are true, then we should be able to activate the storage. So this would now be going down, but we don't directly want to hook it up there. Let me actually reroute this slightly so it goes down in this spot, and then yeah, we don't want to just hook it up because we want to connect it with the sensor we already have going on here. Let's see, probably just do it like so. So we are gonna route the cable this way. And now whenever this condition is true, plus the pulse is going on, then we can activate it. Actually, I can bring this one down, something like this, and then I can hook it up straight. This is wonderful. Let me maybe also move these guys over. I can move this one here, and I will be able to move this one as well. Maybe later. Holy cow, let's go for it. This should work, at least in my head. And now maybe it's also time to close it off. Oh, it looks like we need some power for you. And then once that's done, you need some phosphorite, which is under agriculture. All the doors don't actually need power, so we're gonna just suppress that and then shut down the signal switch so we can actually go ahead finish the building here. As for the timer sensor, I think I want to go go with a time of 1 second for the green duration and 10 seconds for the red duration. We might adjust this. Right now, that feels like a safe way to go. Okay, nice. Looks like we actually have sealed everything off. This should now be one room right here. At least I hope so. Yeah, I don't think I forgot to tile anything, but soon our hydrogen is going to be coming in. Right now I set the sensor a little too high. Let's maybe go with 2,500 grams and then the pump should be going for it. Yeah. Well, that is not good. Let's get rid of that gas vent. You know, the funny thing is whenever I set the highest priority, it's always Quinn tagging along. Just the one guy that I really don't want to do this. Either way, hydrogen is now flowing in and it should be filling up our room. So that is going to be interesting to watch. There it is. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Now, I'm hoping that my Wheat are going to be enough to keep everything cool. We shouldn't be in the need of a cooling loop. But now that we got that, let's maybe plant the Wheat. Oh, I got 18. That is not too bad. Let's copy this over for, let's say, the first few plants. Let's do all of these and then maybe do the rest in a second step. Yeah, here we go. The first Wheat. I want to put these to priority 1 and maybe not even allow manual use. So all of the ones that are planted, I don't really want my duplicants to fill them up. And Quinn still did do it because I was probably not quick enough. But yeah, now let's do the rest of them as well. And now that we are doing it, let's just get things rolling right here in this conveyor loader, phosphorite, and it should be automatically brought. Let's not allow manual use. Yeah, look at that. And then the auto sweepers will take care of the rest, hopefully. Radbolt generators are going for it, producing around 200 rats per cycle. Looking good. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Very good, very good. And we have filled this with just a little bit of hydrogen, but it's going to be enough to keep things fairly cool, I bet. Yeah, well, we have tons of Wheat. It should really be enough, but I guess time will tell. And now basically no duplicants are going to be necessary anymore inside of this building, which is great. We now had our first Radbolt going for it. Let me see. This is going to shoot at 50 Radbolts. Let's also set this to 100. So I want all of this to be 100, but you can see it is continuing. And then with each pulse, if it has enough Radbolts, it's going to try to shoot to the next one if all the conditions are met. And we can see the conditions are met with this wire. Then the pulse just comes in. And then what we should be seeing is this continuing daisy chain like, and then it will stop at the last one. The last one is then gonna shoot because these guys are requesting it. Now let me see. No, they are not requesting it because they can't, because we don't have the doors open. I don't think there are any meteor showers imminent, so we can just go ahead and open up the doors. Now of course these guys are unpowered. Why is that? Yeah, I'm reshaping everything here, no wonder. So they're just gonna take a while to open, but once they are open, then all of these conditions are going to be true. They're actually already true right now. But yeah, you get the basic gist. Now we already had our first one going up. This is actually really bad at the moment. Let me see. Maybe let me close this so the conditions aren't going to be true and therefore the last Radbolt chamber isn't going to shoot. We can see that here. Condition not true. It's not going to shoot, but it's still going to be filled up, which is good. Now, mind you, some Radbolts are still going to be wasted because if the chamber is full, then the rest of the bolts are just going to shoot into the floor. I don't think there's anything we can do against that. But yeah, I've been missing another Radbolt reflector here. Need to build that quickly so I can shoot into the right direction. And then, geez, these guys are still not open. But I guess that gives us a little bit of time to actually start filling this up. Looking really good. And I gotta say, this actually turned out really well right off the bat. And then of course we have all of this space here to set up something with valves and other stuff in order to exactly decide what we're gonna be needing for each of the planetoids that we're targeting with these launchers. Thinking about it, for this first Radbolt chamber, I'm gonna just shoot 50 Radbolts. As for the other ones, I want to shoot 100. Thinking about it, the more we have here in the Radbolt chambers, the more we're gonna waste them, right? Yeah, this is really the only downside of the system. But now we can see the first Radbolt chamber is almost full. We're just waiting for a little bit more. Yeah, right now we have 9 989, and you can see the rest was just wasted. Nothing we can do. However, what we can do now is change the condition here, and therefore this guy isn't gonna shoot anymore unless the first one has some space. And this is actually perfect. It's just gonna remain in here, fill up the next one, the next one, the next one, and then when we arrive at this one, everything is gonna shut down. Okay, now that this is open, we're also gonna open up this, and that means with the next pulse, we are also gonna... Whoa! I forgot to set this to the right side. Jeez, man. Okay, right there. And whoop, yeah, this one should also be facing down. So this is kind of my failsafe here. In case I do something wrong, then it's just gonna go into the first one again. No delivery destination. Are you serious? It just doesn't accept the freaking Radbolt. Let's set the delivery destination all to the Hotel Planetoid for now. Of course, this is gonna change. I'm just doing it so that the launchers are picking up their functionality. Yeah, right there. And now I can finally start to fill them up with 200 Radbolts. So there's gonna be another 2 shots. And then of course, once we are full, it's just gonna continue to the next one like this. And like this, we're wasting almost no Radbolts except for the delivery time or the distance they need to travel, which they lose, I think, about 0.1 rats per tile. But yeah, you can see this is now starting to fill up extremely quickly, and we will be able to make a lot of deliveries this way, and then in the future maybe even charge up a Radbolt engine. And now there's one more thing I want to see, and that is if this guy here is full, all of them will be full, and therefore this Radbolt chamber shouldn't shoot anymore. Let's see this happen. It's now full. It's going back into the system, and this guy indeed doesn't shoot anymore. Wonderful. I think I really like where this is going. Let's maybe suppress this. Doesn't look really good. And then this is going to be hooked up in the future again, so there's going to be no power issue. And we can really get going with the next Planetoids. Let's check the temperature. It is still nice and cozy, though it did raise a little bit. We'll see where it stagnates. I really like how this fits in here. All of this bit here is still going to be filled up with the delivery system. And then on top of here, we can have something else like the plant analysis, or maybe we're just gonna have a radiation chamber there where we're gonna try to mutate stuff. We'll see. But for now, I'm happy with the results of this episode. This is a useful contraption, even just to get tons of Radbolts for whatever. In the previous episode, we built this nifty Radbolt storage/charging system. We now have the capability of very quickly deliver items to any Planetoids that we want, and I figured today I would like to explore space a little bit more. We still haven't done that quite, and I want to go in this direction first because I can reveal quite a bit of question marks. Probably another Planetoid, or at least a bunch of these ore fields and potentially other points of interest. In order to do that, we're gonna take this rocket right here. I had to pump it out completely in order to get rid of the carbon dioxide. So this isn't really the best solution, but considering this is just our exploration rocket, I might be willing to do that a couple more times until we explored everything with this rocket. So now all we have to do is get a bunch of food inside of this refrigerator, which I think... Oh, it's still not powered. Let me check that. Ah, I see. I moved my battery and that's why it's now up here. I should go ahead and connect this. And then yes, we're gonna fill this up with a little bit of cooked food. Let's say about 20 kilograms should be enough. Let's check this out. Just spiced food, and then barbecue is good, cooked seafood is good, fried mushroom probably too. We're also taking any muckroot and nutrient bars, to be honest. Any omelets will be fine, and that should be it. Though I'm not sure if they actually bring the swamp chart hearts if they are not spiced. Don't think we can actually spice them. But yeah, now we have the food, the oxygen diffuser can go for it again, and as soon as we brought along a little bit of food, maybe we can just, yeah, let's just speed this up. I want to go. Just give this a quick boost. There it is. The fridge is full with spiced foods. Wonderful. And we have 44,000 kilocalories. Should be enough for 44 cycles, maybe even more. Actually, definitely more, because May is a radiation eater. So without any further ado, let's change the destination to somewhere over here. Let's see, right here, we can still discover this question mark, so that should be good. The crew is already set. We can begin the launch sequence right away. May should tag along and get things done. And blast off. Yes, heat this up a little bit. Oh, where are the sound effects? zoomed out too far. Good. Let's close this off again. Oh, by the way, we should also build the pastel purple here. Fill all of this up, please. Thank you very much. Since there's no rocket right now, I should be able to just complete the sets of ladders here to wrap this up. Doors are closing again. Checking out the star map. We're gonna take 5 cycles in order to reach that, and of course in that time we're just producing a bunch of data banks, and of course we want to unequip the suit. Okay, good luck. In the meantime, I probably also want to launch this guy again. Let me actually see, what else do we need in here? We already have the storage bin. I added a couple of atmo suits here as well. We got enough algae to do a little something. We just need a little bit more food. That is a little bit strange. I should still have plenty of food. Oh, what is this? Oh yeah, I totally forgot to mention, I'm now also collecting some of the ingredients such as salt in this container. You know, we've actually figured out something by accident here. To get the food deep frozen, the food itself doesn't even need to be at minus 18 degrees. Take this gristleberry, for instance, which is at 10.9 degrees. Of course, it is going down over time, but it is registered as deep frozen, and that is just because the chlorine inside of it is at least cold enough. So in my opinion, this is even better than having it on a metal tile in order to adapt to the temperature quickly. The metal tile would make the food go down very quickly, but if the food doesn't even have to have that temperature, it's just the gas in there, I don't mind. Now it looks like I'm not efficient enough in cooling this down. Yeah, we definitely have to add some of the aluminium pipes here. Now, since this is a crafting room, I think I'm just gonna do the entire row like so. And then this is gonna have a much easier time of cooling down. By the way, I also added another trap for the carbon dioxide to go down. It just wasn't efficient enough when I was doing it just on the right side, but now it slowly but surely behaves the way I want it to. You know, I'm a little bit confused. Are these guys here spiced? Gristleberry, 20 kilograms. Why can I not deliver this over here? Maybe I disabled the gristleberries. Yeah, okay, that would actually answer my question. Good, let's bring this over here, and then Ari can take a stab at one of the new planetoids. Okay, in this case, the rocket here should be ready as well. Let's bring Ari back over. He's been taking care of the second planetoid, but he really doesn't have anything to do. The farm is out of commission because I don't have any fresh water here, but I sent over a little bit of food, which is now just sitting in this fridge, and of course it's just gonna remain okay forever. Well, provided we do keep our battery up to speed, but this shouldn't be an issue as long as we don't have any duplicants here. So Ari, where the heck are you? Right over here. I want you to teleport back to the main planetoid. So hop in here, please. Yes, he doesn't have a suit equipped. Interesting. Okay, so I need to remember that. There he is. I guess I'm gonna allow him his downtime. Come on, come on. Yes, enjoy your last meal. Done sleeping, taking a shower, it's time to launch off. I'm gonna open up the bunker doors. As for the destination, I would like to get access to the Sleet Wheet first. That would be absolutely amazing if we manage that. So let's just have a quick look at the planetoid. We need a decent protection here. How hot is this gonna be? Oh, actually, that's gonna be fine with an atmo suit probably. So we will be able to just dig our way down here and then kind of explore around here. Hopefully find a bunch of Sleet Wheat. If we find Sleet Wheat, it would be great to actually bring it back to the main planetoid. However, it's not going to be below me to actually print it out after a while. Because I want to get things moving a little bit, we cannot just hang around the main planetoid. So let's do this. We're gonna fly over here. Oh, we actually only had 19. Yeah, why the heck do I have 19 tiles here? It should be 20. Oh well, it's still gonna be enough. Begin launch sequence. Yes. And there we go. Or maybe not. Hold the phone. Does Ari have the skill? No, of course he doesn't. Yeah, let's give him piloting 1 at least. I'm not gonna dare to go too far for his mental health. And there we go. Okay, wonderful. Something I would like to try out is the Meteor blaster. Maybe we don't even need this set of bunker tiles. And maybe at some point we can just detect the asteroids and then automatically close the bunker doors and then open them up again. That was another suggestion. But for now, I think I'm just gonna set this up right here. Ooh, actually that is gonna need to be standing on something, right? Yeah, actually that limits the use of it again. Let's maybe just test it out with 1 meteor shower. I want to see how this goes, and we're gonna close the doors, I guess, for the time being, right there. Oh no, it requires a blast shot. Where do I create the blast shots? Yeah, I guess there's gonna be another machine that can create blast shots. Okay, well, this is not the topic of today's episode. I might rather explore space now a little bit and get access to the Wheat. I'm really curious curious what we can find out here. Hopefully, I'm getting access to rarer materials. We also still need to finish the research here with the drill. There's just a couple of data banks to go, which of course now we are collecting within the Rocket Explorer. Right here, May already did 24 data banks and she keeps going. Right now with Ari, I want to make sure that he's got an atmosuit inside of the dock and I want to enable the building. And this is why I brought a couple more atmosuits. We don't have the ability to fix it in case it's broken just yet. And now we're making our way over here in 1.8 cycles. We have arrived and then we are up for an adventure. So it's all going to be about discovery in today's episode, and hopefully, I'm really hoping that I get something decent with these question marks. A planetoid is probably actually a little bit too close here. I don't really know. Maybe this was a bad idea to go in that direction. These question marks could have been better, or maybe even this one. I just know to get to the real good stuff, we'll have to get to the edges, and since this edge is closer to my main planetoid, I'm not going to explore in that direction and just hope for the best with this direction here. Wait a second. Do I have two dreamers that look the same. Okay, I did not realize. That is a little bit of a bummer. I might have to kill one of these guys off. In the meantime, I guess on the main planetoid, we just keep on working here on the second geothermal power plant. This, you know, can just happen in the background. And also, before I forget, this should all be ceramic, at least as of this point. Right now, it's still sedimentary rock. And then at the very end, we have a joint plate. We are arriving in 0.3 cycles. I do have a little bit of high stress here with Lyra. She should be fine though. I just need to make sure to finish a few things. Like I want to analyze the chlorine gas vent and then I'm gonna reskill her to not be able to do that anymore because everything on this planetoid has been analyzed and we can invest the points in something else. Just to be on the safe side, I installed a massage table if it gets out of hand, but for now I'm gonna allow her to do all the analysis that needs to be done. And here we go. We are arriving. Let's check this out. Oh yes, that's gonna be quite a decent experience. And landing. Wonderful. Let's get inside briefly. Ari, he's just standing around the wrong place, of course. Totally forgot to make sure he doesn't get too much radiation. But I think once we landed, we can already go ahead and set up something. I figured if we just dig down here, it shouldn't be an issue. Well, it might not be an issue. Ari can dig down to obsidian, sure, yeah. So if we just make it down to the obsidian part, then I should be able to set up ladders as well. Let's see where we get. If I dig down here, I should be... Oh no, I cannot even do the trick here, but I might be able to do that and that. This way I can still get out if I need to. And then we already have access to our first obsidian and some of the radiation should be blocked as we do the digging here. So Ari, please just go to work. And of course, Ari's quite decent at what he's doing, but I might actually use May in the future for her radiation absorption capabilities. But right now, Ari here should be fine. Shouldn't be absorbing any more rats. He might get sick a little bit, but that's fine. Okay, now let's set up this obsidian ladder. I'm probably gonna do this part first here at the bottom, since I don't quite have enough materials. Let me see, obsidian, we need to dig into here, maybe just dig it up. Okay, and as of this point, we should be safe. I'm gonna keep this piece in place, yeah, and then we just go further down until we cannot anymore. Ooh, actually, this goes down deep, and here we have even some oxygen. Wow. Even a lot of oxygen. Interesting. Now, Ari, are you picking up any more rats? Well, still quite quickly, actually. How is the radiation here? 218. It's not like something special. Radiation blocking. Yeah, we should be blocking quite a bit, but here it's still 67 rats a cycle. Jeez. Look at that. We have a little bit of mafic rock, so I can make my situation better by maybe doing something like this. There we go. Just block this off a little bit, and now we should already be much safer with just 15 rats a cycle. Okay, and now with access to mafic rock, this should be much easier. We're gonna keep on digging straight down here. Actually, at a certain point, let's maybe move over right there, and then dig up this part here as well to get some access to decent materials. Radiation vomiting, totally fine. That was to be expected. You get rid of 20 rats, totally worth it in my opinion. Vomit as often as you like. In the meantime, we have some asteroids on collision course. Let's just make sure we have everything closed. Like this is closed, and right now we don't need access to this. So I'm just gonna close everything until the meteor showers are over. Some more radiation vomiting. Yeah, look at that. You're getting out with less radiation than you came in. Also, I just noticed now that we are on a different planetoid, I might want to set this rocket to not grounded right now. I could do this with a sensor, so Ari is actually using everything inside. The sensor to detect that is the star map location sensor. We can probably, in the end, let's see, once we come back, we build it with cobalt in this place, and all we have to connect is the rocket control station. And then essentially we can just decide on which planetoid the rocket should be grounded. Like when we come back home, it should be grounded, but if we go to another planetoid, it should not be grounded. Ari did a decent job. We're back to 30 rats. Absolutely amazing. How about May? She has reached her destination almost. Yeah, look at that. We have an exploded giant with methane and other gases. We have refined carbon here and coal. So this here is definitely not going to be another planetoid. I don't think they're ever this close to another object. Lyra is on 81% stress. She doesn't have to do a lot more. We just need to finish the analysis of this guy, and then we're going back into the skill scrubber. Okay, I totally forgot to check on Ari. He is not doing any work. Wait a second. What's happening? Of course, because I messed up the previous night, he's now just sleeping on the floor. But I guess with 50 stamina, you're now good. So he can do some more work, and in the meantime May arrived. She will have to use her telescope a little bit. We still have 12 tiles available, so I should be able to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I should be able to go at least one more tile. Now making my way further down here with Ari, and it looks like we have some oxalite here. What is this? The spindly grubroot. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna make my way all the way down. This looks like a decently long planetoid. I didn't expect this. There, now I can take the explorer, go one more tile, and I should still be able to make my way back. Onto another cycle here with Ari. The temperatures are actually fairly decent, and we can find some geysers or volcanoes here. It could just be carbon dioxide, but it could also be the sulfur geyser. This is actually way more magma than I anticipated. This is absolutely insane. Not exactly sure how we're gonna deal with it. Yeah, this is an organic mass field, and it comes with algae, slime, and stuff like that, which is still interesting. So that's a renewable source of dirt and algae. And finally, at the very bottom, we now have access to Sleet wheat. This is incredible. This is not gonna be easy to ship back home because I think it goes bad rather quickly. So we're just gonna keep it in place while we explore and maybe first prepare something. The Sleet wheat is probably gonna go hand in hand here with the hydroponic farm. And I would imagine we also want it to be located here. Now, how many are we gonna need? That is actually something we first need to calculate. But the most important part now is gonna be just to store it somewhere it cannot go bad. Of course, we already have one such storage, and that is our food storage. So if we bring the Sleet wheat here immediately, then we should be good. We can check whether or not we have access to that by checking the edible, and once Sleet wheat actually pops up here, then we have discovered it. But first, of course, we need to kind of break through here and then maybe just get some of this stuff going. Alrighty, we're making some good progress here on Inverato. You can see it's basically 3 different biomes on top of each other. If we have a look around, some of these guys are actually fairly decent. They just have been doing their thing from the beginning, or maybe from when we started to explore this planetoid. And right here we already have 126 Sleet wheat grains. There is another 144 right here, so they are fresh 100%. We can take them. I don't know how long they're gonna actually stay fresh once we get them into the rocket, but it should be for a couple of cycles inside of the fridge to get them safely back home. But yeah, we've almost explored the entirety of the planetoid, and really the only thing interesting are the Weeswarts and the Sleet wheat grain here. Maybe I'm still gonna reveal the geysers and vents just to check out what we can find here. Where do we have some more? I don't even see them. Yeah, we're just gonna spend a little bit of time on here to do that and get the Weeswarts back home. So in the next episode, we can take care of a proper farm in order to combine these 2 foods into a very nice berry sludge. This is where we are finally going to be using the microbe musher. I'm already going to set this up, berry sludge. And of course, this will be the point where we don't cook up the gristle berries anymore, but we use the bristle berries to put them right in here. But yeah, until then, I have to make my way back with the explorer one more time. I will want to reveal those 2 question marks. The problem is just I can really only go up to this point. This is already 10 tiles, and then we would need a more decent rocket. However, maybe we can go ahead, reveal this question mark at least. I don't think this one here is actually possible with the distance I can do with my rocket. We might actually have to get even more fuel on board or get a different rocket. I really thought, geez, the space is really too big. If I have to get a late game rocket just to get the Fullerene, then I'm gonna go nuts. But yeah, I'll check back on you in just a moment's time when we hopefully get to see a little bit more of what we're dealing with. Little status report. May came back with a whole bunch of data banks, so Gene is now doing the research. We should be able to finish the research here. So as of this point, we will be able to use the drill cone and actually mine the asteroid fields. And then of course the next thing we shall be going for is the Radbolt propulsion. I'm really interested in that, though I think it's only gonna reach 20 tasks. I could be wrong about this. If it reaches 30 tasks, it will be the perfect mining rocket. Either way, we are now refueling the rocket. I think I have the bug where they actually don't bring the oxalite here. So what I have to do is just enable fertilizer and disable it. Or maybe, no, I don't want to disable oxalite. Otherwise, it's going to be expelled. There was a trick on how to get them to do it. Maybe if I just switch these guys, then the errand, no. Let's try it with the upper tank because it has no oxalite inside. Then if I do it, oh, maybe they cannot reach it. Okay. Either way, this is what's happening here on Inverato. Let's see, we made some progress here too. Yeah, right now I'm making my way up here in order to discover the rest. I found another volcano right here, but I still haven't found the sulfur one. Oh, it could actually be right here. Yeah, let's go ahead and reveal this as well. Maybe these two tasks should reveal it. And then we're only missing the carbon dioxide vent, which I don't really feel the need to search for. Looking at the map, I actually decided to first go into this direction. I'm kind of hopeful that one of these is going to be the Fullerene or at least another planetoid. So as soon as the rocket is ready again, we're going to go ahead and do that. Alrighty, I am back and I have really good news for the most part. The bad news is that the sulfur geyser is actually inside the magma, so that is a little bit annoying. The good news is that the Sleet Wheat inside the fridge is only using 2% per cycle, so we can easily get those guys back. I already told Ari to bring along all of the seeds, so currently they are being stored in the storage bin, and then the Sleet Wheat I'm storing inside of the fridge. And you can see I have them at various degrees of freshness. Now, something he had to constantly deal with was the radiation, and I also had to install a manual generator that I built from the copper ore that I found on this planetoid in order to feed the battery, because I just couldn't keep up, obviously, with the gas pump and the oxygen diffusers running. But this solved the problem. I was then able to charge this completely up. It actually stores 5 times the amount of a normal battery that you can build on the planetoid. So this would actually be a really efficient battery storage system. Just have a plain rocket and then all battery modules, they will never overheat and just be there for storage in your system. But yeah, the even better news, instead of finding another planetoid, this is actually the asteroid field that I've been looking for. So I was really hopeful that it would be within 10 tasks, which is why I first wanted to scout this direction. Here we can actually reach this quite easily. And then together with the drill research that we're going to complete very soon, we should be able to go ahead and finally collect the Fullerene. So I'm really glad I went into this direction. This saved me about half an hour of another flight. Definitely taking that. I'm going to allow May to research the rest of the tasks, and then we're going to fly back. In the next episode, I should then be able to go ahead and build the third type of rocket, our drill rocket. And of course, in the meantime, I've also been making some progress here on the geothermal plant. I had to reload the save game once because I made a huge mistake and everything filled up with steam. So just as a little side note. Right now what I'm doing here is transferring the magma all the way over so that I have the space to build the doors and the contraption here. So this is just going to be a thing that we have to do. I don't want the tiles to overheat just yet. And then hold on, these guys here, they need to be made out of steel. But yeah, you get the basic gist. I'm slowly remodeling this a little bit in order to get where I want to go. Alrighty, I would say with that out of the way, we can happily wrap up the episode. I'm actually really looking forward to this. The lag is slowly kicking in, but it's still capable of handling itself. Oh yeah, and before I forget, I had a little accident here with my solar panels. They heated up because of the regolith. So yeah, in between the episodes, I'm gonna make my way back. Let's maybe see what we can get here. Probably another asteroid field. It cannot be as important transport. Oh my gosh, this is unbelievable. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, one is honestly enough, but dude, okay, I honestly did not expect that. I wanted to make the episode until I could find the Fullerene or at least another Planetoid, but this is even better. Alrighty, in this case, we have the mission for the next episode, also with Ari. I'm gonna make my way back. Of course, I first want to make sure that we have enough Sleet wheat. Right now we have, let me see, about 52 kilograms. There are still some errands. Yeah, no pending deliveries here. So what we should do is maybe dig up one of the Sleet wheats here, like this one, and then we should have some more pending deliveries. And with that load, I'm gonna make my way back to the main planetoid and then just get the Sleet wheat in here, and then we can take our sweet time to set up the farm. In today's episode, I would like to add a Sleet wheat farm to our design here. I made some tests in my test world in order to hopefully make this a feasible design. We'll have to see how it turns out. But essentially, I would like to redesign this entire part and kind of integrate this into the farm. So eventually, we're only gonna really need one transit tube access point. But what I already know is that I want to lead all of my power through the entirety of the world downstairs. At least up to this point is where we need to go. And then eventually what I would like to see is a ladder going down here. We're not going to do it quite yet. And this is then going to be the level, though we don't necessarily have to use that. If I get rid of the transit tube access point, maybe we can leave a little corridor free for us to go through. Though there's going to be one issue. If I make the Sleet wheat farm here, I have to properly insulate it. So this here is already going to be the metal layer, and I have to keep this insulating layer in place. If this is the metal layer, then I need at least one space free for the auto sweepers, then one space for the Sleet wheats themselves, one space for the farm tile, and then preferably another layer of gold tiles in order to distribute the chill. And then we would have another insulating layer. So forget about the maintenance shaft. We're just going to do something like this, and that means this level is actually okay. I'm already getting rid of the transit tube here. Let's also get rid of the pump. This is going to be in the way. And actually thinking about it, I'm going to need a little bit of this hydrogen that is currently being pumped here. Right now, I really need to get it out. The hydrogen is accumulating, so this pump just needs to keep going. Oh, and by the way, in between the episodes, I took myself the liberty of changing the shape of the plug slug farm. I just think this is much niftier. I'm actually also gonna get rid of the power cables right here. I want to do this slightly differently in order to clean it up, but more to that in just a second. Let's first do this part. Then maybe let's also change this transit tube here into a transit tube crossing. Oh, and in this case, I also need to change the cable. Let me maybe do this temporarily. We're gonna speed this up so I can get that transit tube crossing back. So now the only cable I want to keep in place is this one here, going straight up, preferably even through this. Now, how are we gonna accomplish this? I probably have to get rid of the pump briefly, set up a tile here so I can access this. So we briefly get a tile in here, then we can mine up this guy, and this should allow us to then replace the metal tile here. These little boogers did it in the wrong order. Now I had to redo it, but yeah, first place this. Wonderful. Now I can also replace this with the heavy watt conductive plate. And now that's done, that means we can get the pump back in place. It's going to be leaking a little bit of heat with the petroleum, which shouldn't be an issue because we'll have it at a more or less decent temperature. Good, that is one out of the way. In the future, I would like to route the cable this way, and then this entire cable here is going to be moved. The way I want to do this is by setting up a bunch of these transformers all the way over to the right side of the room. Let's go with 3, maybe 4 now. Actually, I'm only really gonna need 2, right? Yeah, let's go ahead and get inside here. Maybe before I do that, I want to plan things out. Just imagine there's going to be another transformer. So what I want to end up with is possibly getting my cable all the way over here. There's going to be another aqua tuner to get the temperature for the Sleet wheat farm. So I'm going to need to lead this cable straight through. And then maybe at this point, we're going to go up in order to get into the transformers. As for the cable, this one here is going to be moved all the way to the right side. There's going to be the transformer. So I want to lead this cable straight up there. And I think for now we can just get rid of this one. Yeah, let's get rid of it. Then there's going to be another wire going all the way over here. Actually, let's move up here and also down a little bit. We're just going to hop over here and then we'll be able to get the juice into all of these contraptions. This power transformer here is going to go. And now I think I'm gonna do everything inside of the steam room as quickly as possible, and then we make our way inside. Let's do this. Now let's remember, we want to do this as quickly as possible. Maybe I'm just insulating this tile as well, so the heat at least cannot seep through there. It's only gonna seep through this tile and maybe this one here, but I don't dare to replace it because the naphtha lies there. Either way, second power transformer is gonna go here. The third one would go here, but I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with it. Maybe I'm just gonna place it and lead a cable upstairs. Yeah, as a matter of fact, we could lead this one here upstairs, maybe just to this point, and forget about this part. Let this come from the third transformer. Okay, now instead of a thermal aqua tuner, I think we're just gonna use a regulator. We can place that right there. It's made out of steel, of course, and then all we need is a gas pipe thermo sensor. Let's get this one going here. Connect it right away, and then we need a bunch of insulated gas pipes. I first want to go in and then bypass it. So we go out here, do the same thing we always do in that scenario. And now we have to think about rerouting the pipes a little bit because I need to go through the lower room. This is going to be the level with the metal tiles. So I think what I want to do is have it insulated up to this point where the farm tile starts. And then we're going to switch to steel radiant pipes. And all of this is going to be steel radiant pipes. And we're even taking this to the next level by going back through the tiles where the actual sleet weeds are going to be. And then as of this point, it will be insulated again and we'll have to complete the loop somehow. In the meantime, we're done with the cable, so we can get rid of all this extra cable as well. And then I think what I would like to see is this just continuing. You know, it just makes a lot of sense. It's like a power spine going all the way down. I will be losing a little bit of my natural gas here, but we do have quite a bit stored. Should be fine. Good. Next, we need to continue the insulation here. That means this transit tube should be changed into a crossing as well. And then this entire power cable here horizontally is supposed to be removed. I much rather only have this line here hooked up. This needs to be hooked up so the plug slugs can actually do their work. But I want this cable to be routed this way. And then right here within this plastic tile, we're going to make the joint plate. I will then be using this power cable in order to power up the transit tube access point. That means we can get rid of these cables eventually. I shouldn't really do it right now, otherwise we don't profit from the plug slugs anymore. Since I already know I'm gonna need lots of hydrogen, let me just cut this off for the time being so it accumulates here. Then I should be able to feed this into my cooling loop. We're coming out here with the cooled gases. We could go straight down, or actually we should move these pipes. It's gonna look way more orderly after that. So I'm gonna remove my exhaust pipe here, and I'm actually gonna cut off the hydrogen for just a moment. There we go. Now I have the proper space to do my loop. Let's first go down here. This would just all go down and then over. We make some bridges here, and then we just come back in this spot and make our way back. This is gonna be good. My thermocenter is already placed. Let's already set it to, let's say, -5 degrees or something. We'll see how that goes. Okay, we're finalizing the room here, about time. And there it is. I think everything has been built. I'm just gonna get that ceramic tile back in. We haven't left anything in the room, and the thermal regulator should be hooked up. Good. In this case, I just need to ensure that this is functioning. If I do the bridge here, then I need to do the bridge there. This is gonna allow me to bridge here and there. Yeah, that's gonna add up. Okay, time to get my hydrogen back. It's gonna start to fill up the loop that I yet have to build. Oh, and of course, I'm keeping my sleet wheat safely here inside my deep frozen storage. I have to make the room overall one tile smaller because of this tile here. Didn't really think that through, but it's all good now. Good, just 2 more wires to connect this to the power grid, and then I will be able to get rid of all of this. And I'm actually gonna do this right now. Yeah, as a matter of fact, get rid of all of this, and this in the future will actually move down, and then it will be connected up as such. I also temporarily need to get rid of this heavy watt conductive joint plate, and I think the dupes need to do this in joint efforts, because once I do it, it's gonna be out of commission, and maybe some of the glossy Dracos get away. There, knees bed. Wait, did I just removed the wrong tile. I meant to deconstruct this guy here. Oh, jeez. Oh no, how tragic. Because I removed this tile here, no dupes can actually come through the transit tube point. And I was kind of counting on this, and then my things already got taken away. In this case, I might be able... Yeah, we can borrow the airflow tile here. Let's quickly do that. Okay, and then picking up gold amalgam. Yes, are you building this tile now? Please? Okay, wait, that's the wrong one, right? Oh gosh, why do I have to make such a mess? I need this one here so we can get some more gold amalgam. So can I do that? I'm just gonna mess it up. No, Nisbet actually did it. Okay, absolutely phenomenal. Now the Dracos get away. Oh, one Draco made it back. Oh, wonderful. We just have to wrangle up one guy in this case. Okay, slowly we're getting back into the flow. Now, of course, we're missing the power, so we have to make sure this changes. And there we go. We can use the transit tube access point again. Oh, wait, we actually have auto wrangle surplus. So the glossy Draco should be wrangled up anyways. Like the plug slug here got wrangled up on its own, I think. Oh no, I managed to trap one plug slug. I think I'm just gonna kill this guy. I've had enough of this behavior. Okay, with this done, I should now be able to clean up the power cables here. I'm not gonna need this anymore. Instead, it will be going down, and we're not gonna be needing that either. And as a matter of fact, I think I'm gonna reroute this. Well, it's not really rerouted, it's just connecting it over here as well. Now, inside of here, I have some rails going on. Let's maybe deconstruct this and set up a conveyor bridge. And then we can set up another joint plate right there. This cable will then go through here. And instead of this, yeah, I'm not gonna need that anymore. Okay, now time to speed up the cooling loop. And then another thing we might be able to speed up a little bit is the building of these cables here. I need to be a little bit careful. I want to maybe make sure this isn't attached anymore. That should be good. Wow, okay, that went really quick. The room is already functioning again. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Much better. Also get rid of this joint plate here and these cables. Okay, mission accomplished. The cable is now connected through here. That means I'm not gonna need this entire portion any longer. And then of course, all we need to do is get this secondary cable in, and it's just gonna be, wait a second, I don't even need a cable for this, do I? No, of course I do, for the auto sweepers. Silly me. So I'm thinking we're gonna have another layer of metal tiles here on the top just to be able to distribute the heat a little bit, or the chill in this case. And then the right side I want to make insulated. Maybe we're just going to do this one insulated as well to keep the looks even between the two farms. And then this is going to go down. Yeah, I like that. Let's get this built. Okay, I'm making some progress here. The pipes are being built. I also finished more or less what I have going on here. Made some mistakes, so I had to go back in there. I also added some auto sweepers and conveyor loaders in the same pattern as we have it on the top. The only difference is going to be we don't need the lamps, and it's going to be a more narrow room. So we're still going to have our farm station here, but then the hydroponic farms are going to start here. We're only going to have 2 tiles in height. The Sleet Wheat actually only need 1 tile. But what I would like to see finished now is my hydrogen pipe here, so we can get this loop started. And now looking at the gases, yeah, we mostly have carbon dioxide here, but there are also some other gases that I don't really want to see here. We already have the transit tube point here, so all I need to do is kind of finish the room and then also finish the insulation right here. You know, thinking about it, we should just continue the ladder. Yeah, that honestly makes more sense. But right here, it's going to be a break so we can close the room. Okay, there we go. We're getting somewhere. The hydrogen can finally flow. This is going to be its only purpose, so I really want to only fill this loop up, and then we need to reroute the hydrogen once again. Yeah, I really don't know what to do with it at this point. Maybe I'm just gonna lead it up here, honestly. We're gonna replace these pipes with proper pipes and then lead it straight up here. And I'm going to be doing the same thing here with our waste gases. So I only have to get back in here one more time, quickly build this, and then, this is going to be a pain in the butt. No, actually we can do it from below, just removing the 2 plastic tiles there. And we're leading it through the thermo tuner. Very good. Okay, it's just filling up the rest. Okay, then eventually I would like to see this filled up with plastic. That is going to be slightly annoying. Oh, actually we can just keep this intact. Yeah, that's going to be fine. Now to make the insulation of this room even better, I'm gonna do something like this. There's only gonna be one tile where the chill can really escape, and so we should be able to keep it up or down depending on how you look at it. It's already getting nice and chilly in here. Doesn't really help me because we need to get rid of these gases first. So I think what I'm gonna do is get a simple gas pipe or pump installed with a gas vent downstairs. And once that one is hooked up, we can close off the room temporarily in order to pump out most of the gases, at least the annoying ones. Right now, this ladder here is our only access. We need to gain access from the top once the annoying gases are out of there. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna allow myself to finish that, and maybe while we're at it, I'm just gonna set up another pump to make this a little bit faster. And then maybe even a third pump right here. No, that's gonna be annoying. If I end up with only carbon dioxide in the room, I'm gonna be happy. It's gonna be crushed by the oxygen. Now, of course, before I forget, we're also gonna need some water here for the hydroponic farms that I'm gonna get from my main system. And for that to work, we have to add some more bridges for this cooling loop. Right now, I can't really do it, but I'm already gonna plant my Sleet wheat here. The reason my dupes won't do them is because they are actually inside the storage. My dupes don't have access to this. As for the conveyor loaders, we're just gonna pick up everything with a priority of 1 and not allow manual use. By the way, I've been wondering, isn't there a machine? Yeah, fertilizer synthesizer. What is it gonna do? It's using polluted water and dirt and phosphorite and power to create natural gas and fertilizer. We do have phosphorite. We don't have a renewable source of dirt just yet. I don't think so. Well, actually, as we clean the polluted water that we're getting, we should also be getting some polluted dirt and therefore normal dirt, but I don't think at a decent rate. We do have over 200 tons though, so maybe it wouldn't be the worst of ideas to just occasionally test this out. To get some polluted water consistently, we would have to get it from the second planetoid. This would probably eat away too much, honestly. I mean, right now we are... No, actually, we are making more water than we're using right now. You know, just to test things out, I'm actually gonna do it. Maybe we just are gonna allow it to run at certain times of the day. So add a little cycle sensor here as well and get this hooked up. And for now, I think I'm just gonna allow it to run about 20% of the day. We'll see how much fertilizer we get out of that. But back to the main business, I want to get this farm done. Okay, there's very little to go. Let's get this insulated tile built. Hopefully nobody is gonna be inside the farm. Yeah, come on, Niesbet. Wonderful. Okay, now we can just wait for these two pumps to do their thing. I want the hydrogen out of there. Once it's only carbon dioxide, we're gonna dig our way down and complete the farm. In the meantime, my cooling loop came to a halt because it is full, of course. We should definitely rectify this issue. I'm gonna get moving over here, and then we're just gonna join the pipe that I've been previously using to burn through this extra hydrogen. Overheat damage. Totally forgot to build this out of adequate materials. Yeah, this is actually pretty toasty here. Honestly, it might be worth pumping this room out altogether. Now the hydrogen is gonna move over here. I don't think I can get rid of the hydrogen without also getting rid of everything. Okay, we are about to achieve a vacuum. The last remaining gases are going out just a couple of cycles later. This one actually didn't take as long as I anticipated, probably because we started at 6 grams or so. And now that we have a vacuum, we can safely open this up and make our way down. And there it is, my room's being flooded with oxygen, and we should now be able to plant the Sleet wheat. For that, I'm temporarily gonna put this to priority 9. This should then allow me to temporarily get the Sleet wheat out of there and use it to be planted, and the rest should be put back into the system again. And I also disabled the recipe here, so my Sleet wheat isn't being used up before I plant it. There we go. We have access to Sleet wheat. Hopefully people are bringing them. No, actually they are being picked up immediately again. Totally forgot about that. Yeah, the auto sweeper probably just put them into the conveyor loader. So yeah, I temporarily have to disable that. My main concern right now is it gonna be cold enough? And it looks like that should not be the issue. Yeah, actually this is pretty decent. We might want to seal this off slightly more so the chill has even more troubles to escape. Finally, my Sleet wheat is attacking along. Let me check the water. Yeah, water is also incoming. And what are you missing? Just wait. Oh no, it requires dirt. What am I thinking? Dude, I was so sure it requires water. Okay, no problem. We can fix this, deconstruct the hydroponic farms. In this case, we're just gonna go with normal farm tasks, set these up as quickly as possible. Maybe in the future, I'm gonna send the dirt automatically through a system and some conveyor receptacles. But for now, I'm just gonna allow my farm dupes to do the job since they don't really have anything better to do. I need... Oh, jeez, are you serious? Editing, Nathan, help me out here. I'm so confused. Why are the dupes storing water inside of here? That does it make sense? Yeah, look at that. This is so confusing. When it is planted, it doesn't say anything about water, but when it is not planted, it says something about water. Okay, geez, I should just reload this save game, but I'm gonna redo it once again. Okay, got a whole bunch of them planted. Now, of course, we have to wait again for the temperature to go down, which should happen in a cycle or so. Yeah, that hiccup was a little bit unfortunate, but to my defense, the water is only stated when it's not planted, and that got me confused. Time for some Paco fillets from the printing pod. Here we're already reaching the temperature 5 degrees we need at the minimum. Here we go. We finally have the Sleet wheat farm in place. Where is my Sleet wheat? I should still have some. Yeah, let's get that planted. There it is, the last 2 Sleet wheats. So that means the rest can go into the storage again. Nice. Now we only need to wait for this to kick in. And now we can also start to mush together the berry sludge. Berry sludge, of course, should then go into this conveyor loader. I think we didn't... Oh, we actually already set it up here because I accidentally made 1 berry sludge, which is why I realized I have to disable the recipe. But yeah, now that we have planted all the Sleet wheat, we can easily do that. And maybe we should also consider just getting rid of the gristle berries altogether. Yeah, maybe that is actually a good idea. Just don't do that anymore, and also don't do them in the spicer. Now, I don't really want to do anything with the spice grinder and the berry sludge because berry sludge already comes with indefinite spoiling speed. In the previous episode, we have taken care of the Sleet wheat farm. Currently, it is still being cooled down. According to your tips, I also gave this a little drop of naphtha right here in order to prevent the heat from leaking. The naphtha has been very hot, which is why this looks like that, but it seems to be working rather efficiently, and now we can slowly cool this farm down to the appropriate temperatures. In today's episode, I would like to get to the gilded asteroid field in order to extract some of that Fullerene, and that is going to be an absolute game changer. We do need access to that, so why don't we go ahead and build yet another rocket, or do I want to repurpose one? I mean, technically we could take this one. Let me see. No, I want the interior to look a little bit different because for the drilling rocket we don't really need to have an atmosphere checkpoint and things like that. But I guess what we can already do is maybe set up a gantry right here. That should be possible. Just get rid of these 2 drywall pieces. And honestly, while I'm at it, as soon as I have enough food in that fridge, I'm gonna send May over to do another exploration mission. But until then, gantry goes right here together with a switch. Next up, we're still gonna have our Spacefire module, just like that. We probably also need the fuel tanks and everything. Now, how far do I need to go? More than 1 fuel tank. Yeah, let's just go ahead and... Ooh, that was the wrong one. I need large liquid fuel tanks. We're gonna have 2 of them, and then we're gonna have 2 small oxidizer tanks, which actually have the same output as 1 large oxidizer tank, but it uses up 1 less space. So that was kind of a stupid decision on the devs part. I don't know. It's always more lucrative to just use the 2 small oxidizer tanks instead of the large one. So without any further ado, let's set these up, 2 of these small oxidizer tanks, and then the rest. No, actually 1 module is still already set in stone, and that of course is the drill cone module. Let's make it out of gold. But yeah, that gives us a total of 8 tiles that we can use up however we please. Considering we are gonna have our rocket stationary, solar panels and a battery module are gonna be a large part of it. Now, honestly, I don't think the drill cone is actually using any of the power that you have inside the rocket. So all we really want is to have all of our appliances powered, which is not going to be much. I mean, we could certainly have another data collection lab of some sorts, but honestly, I think we only need to produce the oxygen and take care of the interior structure. That's all. So I'm going to make this a rather lightweight design interior-wise. Actually, there's one thing I forgot, and that is we need a solid cargo module, let me see, allows duplicants to store some of the solid materials found during space missions. So that could be the thing that we need. There's a smaller and larger version of it. Yeah, let's try to go with the large version, see how much space we have left. That would still leave us the space for, let's say, one battery module. Oh, and looks like that might actually be it. We can still snap a solar panel inside of here, but then that's gonna be it. That's gonna be the entire rocket. Do we even need that freaking solar panel? It's just gonna give me 60 watts. No, actually that's good. With the 60 watts, we should be able to support the fridge. Yeah, sure. Let's build that drilling rocket. Why the heck not? Nispet, of course, as usual, is taking care of everything. I just really love to have her around. On the third planetoid, unfortunately, I'm running out of reed fiber to take care of my atmosuit. We only have one reed fiber left, so we will have to send this over. I'm gonna do this very archaic right now and not with the elegant system that I intend to place here. But honestly, all I really want is a specific amount of reed fiber to be brought over. Let's have a look at the shipping here, conveyor loader, and we're just gonna bring this directly over here to the third planetoid. I already set it as a destination. So then a little bit of power should be enough in order to make this happen. Okay, here inside the storage bin, we can limit this. Let's say we want to send over 50 reed fiber, so we don't have to do this for a very long time. That would be under manufactured material. No, industrial ingredients, we have the reed fiber. And so now somebody should be bringing along 50 of them. And then if we set this guy here to sweep only, we should be okay. There, we already have the 50 reed fiber. Let's wait for the conveyor loader to be built. Maybe I can speed this up. Oh, I already did. Kind of has become a habit of mine to speed things up that I want to focus on. And we can now also see that slowly but surely the sleet wheats are getting to the temperature I want them to be at. There could be an issue with the dirt. If we bring in the hot dirt, we might want to route the cooling mechanism through the tiles. However, I think if we are just, patient enough, we should be golden. And then maybe we can even set this to minus 10 degrees instead of minus 5 to give us a couple of degrees more leeway. There it is, conveyor loader, sweep only. I should have it at priority 9, allow manual use, and then we're gonna do, where is it? Industrial ingredients, the reed fiber. It's set to sweep only and the highest priority. So as soon as I take these out of here and then sweep them up, they should be brought over to this conveyor loader. And of course, this is very silly to do it this way. In the long term, I was thinking of a system with conveyor meters and a whole bunch of AND gates and signals to decide when to send a specific material over to a certain planetoid. It's going to be rather complicated, which is why I don't want to set it up right now, just for these few pieces of reed fiber. Now, before I do that though, I should change that to 50 kilograms launch mass so that we are sending this right away as soon as we got it. Oh, there it actually already went. That always goes rather quickly. Good. And then we forget about this conveyor loader again and we can just leave it be. And look at that. My system automatically started to charge things up and now it should be shut down again. Wait a second. That's not good. Something is happening here. We are storing 999 Radbolts here. Ooh, this is crazy. I see. This was like the worst scenario possible where we only need like a really tiny amount of Radbolts and then it's already full again. Because now this guy is going to be shooting one more time in order to fill this guy up. Yeah, I see. So every time we actually use just a little bit, then it's going to have a little bit of a potential for wastage. But now with the next one, we should be disabling the system again. Let's see that happen. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I see. We just need to wait for one more Radbolt. Okay, so this is actually a really good observation we just made here. If we just use a tiny amount of materials, we actually get into huge troubles. At least when it comes to wasting the bolts. The question is there a way to prevent this from happening? So the bolts are going in, let's say, this slot here. Could we potentially relay it? Not really conveniently. I mean, we could have had more space here on the top and then I could just send the bolts down and then back over again. So in case they're being wasted, they should now not. But it's kind of difficult to tell. I guess the question we have to ask ourselves is, are we happy with a little bit of wastage or do we want to make this absolutely perfect? To make it perfect, we would need a lot more space, or maybe we just move this up, but then I don't have the space for here. Yeah, you know what? I think for now, I'm just gonna leave it be. You can see right now it shut down as according to the conditions. Totally fine. Now let's have a look into the rocket. Which design do I want to go for? Probably something like this without the atmosuit docks. So I'm really not going to need the orbital data collection lab or the telescope. So we're going to have a little bit more space to set up some other systems. So what I'm thinking is I'm going with a system that allows me to pump out the carbon dioxide. And then the question is, how are we going to get the oxygen? I did not think about the oxygen. You know what? Inside the driller, I might just go with oxalite. The problem about oxalite is usually you get some overpressure whenever there is a little bit of carbon dioxide. Say the oxalite is here on the floor, and whenever you get carbon dioxide floating through, then the carbon dioxide will be deleted and some new oxygen will be produced. But that also means over time you're gonna have popped eardrums because the oxygen is just accumulating and accumulating. You know what? Looking at the cargo bay, I decided to get rid of the large cargo bay. And I think what I'm gonna do is set up a smaller one, like the, where was it? The normal cargo bay instead of the large one. What this is gonna do is allow us to place a couple more solar panels just to be sure and to be able to, for instance, support the fridge and potentially another contraption if necessary. And of course, I don't have any glass. We need to produce a little bit of glass. No problem. Let's go with 20 crafts here so we can set up some more solar panels. But basically, instead of filling up the cargo bay, what we're gonna do is have a look inside the rocket, and whoop, that is not what I meant to do. I meant to view interior, and right here we have various possibilities. For instance, we have a conveyor receptacle fitting which allows solid materials to be moved into the rocket storage via conveyor rails, and the other way around as well, allows solid materials to be moved out of the rocket storage via conveyor rails. So just looking at the description, I'm assuming we need the loader fitter, and we could put this somewhere where it fits. Let's say right here, for instance, and then everything inside my cargo modules should be hooked up to here. So what that essentially means is we can use the cargo module on the rocket to scoop up the materials, but it's never going to be full because all the materials are going to be shipped inside the rocket. Yeah, I think that is exactly what we are supposed to do. I'm just waiting for a little bit more glass, and then we can start set up the Spacefarer module as well. I'm gonna try to do this in a similar fashion as we did the other rocket. So all I need is a little system to get the carbon dioxide out of there with this pump. Let's maybe put this right here and then just connect these together. The wiggle jiggle with the carbon dioxide pump isn't actually necessary because I learned that during flight you expel the gases just simply through this output, but when it's landed you actually need a vent on the outside to drag it out. But essentially that means we don't necessarily need to do the wiggle jiggle in order to be able to store more carbon dioxide. It can just move out here. Good. We then also set up a gas element sensor that is gonna go right here. I'm gonna need some furniture. Let's see, a mess table. Gonna place one right there together with a fridge potentially. Yeah, I think my fridge is gonna go right here. And now instead of having a oxygen diffuser, I think what we're gonna try out is just having a storage bin. So that's gonna stand on a airflow tile right there. Next up, we can have our bathroom. I think I will need to move that thingamabob here, but what I want to see, let's see, plumbing. We got our wall toilet that's gonna go right here. Then we have the hand sanitizer. Now I heard you don't really need the hand sanitizer because of the radiation that is going on here, so that's definitely one thing to think about. In the meantime, let's maybe set up the control station right here, and I can only really set up the bathroom once I've built the carpeted tiles. But just like with the other rocket, we're gonna go up here, then maybe even have some more carpeted tiles. How did I do it? I totally forgot. Probably something along these lines, then together with an airflow tile to cover this part. Then on the top, I would say we're gonna set up a comfy bed. I now actually got access to the Dreamboat bed, which is kind of funny. It's just a replacement for the comfy bed doing the same thing, but I figured why not go with that for one. Then right here, I would like to see a picture frame together with an arrow pod right there. And I think we had the space for another arrow pod right here. Good. Then I needed a party line phone. I'm gonna place this right here for now. Let me actually see. Is there anything else we require? I don't really know. Now I have the dilemma of having a little bit too much space, and I'm not sure what would be appropriate to set up here. We could go with the data collection lab, honestly, just because we need some more of those. Either way, let's see this happen. I can have another storage on top of here. We can have a decorative gold tile right there. Then we're definitely going to need a power outlet fitting. And furthermore, we needed, what was it? The solid thingamabob here, the conveyor loader fitting. That means my power will go through the rocket as such. Could we? Actually, yeah, we could produce our own power. Honestly, guys, I hate building the rocket interior designs usually. So if you have come up with awesome designs, let me know. Then I just want to try them out. But yeah, I guess for now, if we have nothing to do, we can just go ahead and help out with the power needs. Then as for the conveyor here, I think all I'm gonna do is just bring this out, and then we're gonna do a little shoot here. So that's literally all it's gonna be. We're just gonna grab the materials from space. Now we need to be careful a little bit with that, because if you grab hot or cold materials, of course they are also coming in hot. But with the gilded asteroid field, where is it? Right here, we only really have cooled down materials. Even the regolith isn't gonna be that tremendously hot. But yeah, I would say without any further ado, we're gonna get started with building all of this shebang, and then hopefully soon enough we can take off for the mission. Alrighty, couple of cycles later, and we have finished building the rocket. Right now, I'm starting to fuel it up right here inside of the cargo bay. I guess we can just collect everything, honestly. Yeah, I don't think it works the way that the duplicants bring the stuff over here, but we rather just want to make sure we pick up everything as we drill it. The interior is now also done. Honestly, I don't really know what to store in here, but we got our bed, we got our plants, we got the fridge. Basically, everything is in place. Maybe this filter gate should be set to 200 seconds, and other than that, I think we're ready for the launch off. Yeah, let's just go ahead and do this. I want some of my food to land in here, of course. So if I just speed this up a little bit, then some of my people are gonna start filling this fridge up, though. Wait a second. Yeah, I limited to 20 kilograms. That should be fine. We are only gonna receive spiced food, which means it's gonna stay fresh forever. Wonderful. There it is. Now we have 36,000 kilocalories. That's way more than enough. Let's go ahead and open up the thingamabob. Let me see. There are some asteroids, but it's still gonna take a little while for us to reach. So we should be good opening this up and getting the launch sequence started. I want to change the crew to be May, and we want to change the destination to be all the way down here at the gilded asteroid field. And I'm just gonna go into the first one. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, actually we could go ahead and discover some more stuff here if we wanted to, but I think I'm gonna leave that to the Explorer rocket. I don't think there's gonna be anything noteworthy down here. There are already 2 gilded asteroid field types. Let's just aim for the first one. Then we just need a pilot, and that is everything. Yeah, let's hope for the best and get this baby launched. May, are you gonna come and tag along? Yes, indeed. Okay, let's maybe already have a look inside and force her to unequip the suit. And then I want to just make sure that maybe this guy here is enabled again. Yeah, this could actually be a problem. It might be worth setting up a telescope here or an orbital data collection lab. Just something for May to do on the way. Good. Right now it's gonna take about 3.5 cycles to reach that field, and then hopefully we're gonna start mining immediately. That would be absolutely amazing. We're still struggling a tiny bit here with the body temperature. I wonder where the heat is actually being leaked. It could really have something to do with the dirt that we're bringing. Right here, the heat shouldn't leak too much anymore. This is still cold from previous attempts. But I think what we could test out is setting this even lower. So instead of -10 degrees, we're gonna go down to -15 degrees. And then over time, I really think we should be able to make this. Right now, we are at -12 degrees. And once we land here, we are already at -11. So where are we losing the heat? Probably through the bridge here. Yeah, gas bridge. I would totally assume this is 11 degrees, and this doesn't make sense. So maybe to make this better, we can make insulated tiles out of these guys. And yeah, let's keep this here at gold tiles. And if we do that, we might not be leaking as much heat, but the bridges, they are crazy. So that could definitely help our cost to make this rather quick. Yeah, I'm assuming it's just the bridge that is actually leaking the heat here. Okay, that will actually be quite an easy fix. In the meantime, let's check the rocket. We are still doing fine inside. Did I forget? No, we got the suit on the floor, and it's a little bit too cold for this body butt seed. So I don't think it's actually giving off any spores, but you know, May should be rather happy here. There it is, the lower room all fixed. This kind of looks weird now. I might change the shape of this a little bit to accommodate for everything, but I bet you this this immediately solved our problems. We are now at minus 12.6 degrees or so here, and still minus 12.4, so we don't lose that chill anymore. Very good. Wonderful. Very soon we'll be swimming in berry sludge. Already looking forward to it. The berry sludge, I think in the future I want to store somewhere else. So every berry sludge that we're getting, we're not going to be storing in here because we don't really need to. Wait a second, did I fill up the drill with diamonds? I have no idea whether or not the rocket is ready for mining. All I know is that you need to fill up the drill with diamonds, you know, and I'm not sure. Oh, I did it. I have 1,000 kilograms. Oh, I'm so glad I did it. I totally remembered from my previous playthrough. I forgot that, and then I had to fly back once again in order to fill up the drill. But yeah, maybe while we're waiting, we can finish the second geothermal power plant here. All we need to do is maybe connect the rooms here at the bottom. This could actually be fairly easy. We just need to remove this tile and this tile once we have built this, and this will generally be fairly easy to accomplish. Oh, meteor showers. No, I missed it again. Why do I have to do this to myself? Just set up a freaking sensor. Oh no, Nisbet. What are you doing? Jeez. Okay. It's my fault. It's totally my fault. Just get some air, please. Where's she going? Okay. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I wish the game sometimes would tell me a little bit sooner when something like that happens, but alas. Oh nice, just one more cycle to go until we have reached the gilded asteroid field. I've been dreaming of this moment for at least 20 episodes when I first wanted access to super coolant. Finally, we are there. Oh, you know what I should have done is added the drywall here in the back. This is gonna be a pain in the butt. I think I'm gonna connect this all together here, so we have a layer of obsidian tiles below, and then I might be able to reshape this. And if we're lucky, we can just go ahead, mop things up. Maybe it's gonna be converted. No, actually not. Come on, Nisbet, do me the favor. And now we just pick this up. Easy peasy. The liquid magma is actually being brought all the way over here. Let me see this happen. Yeah, we're just dumping it here, which of course is why it's really toasty here. Either way, just shy over a minute, we'll be reaching the first gilded asteroid field, and then we can see whether or not the drilling mechanism is working the way I want it to. Unreachable food. Ari, what are you talking about? You're out of food. Okay, well, I can take that. All I gotta do is send some over. Let's see what we currently have queued up right now. There is some cooked seafood in there. You know, I think I'm gonna send over the 8 kilograms of omelets. Ari is gonna be really happy. So omelet should be brought over here. Nisbet is already taking care of that. Come on, come on. Joshua. Okay, delivered the full 8 kilograms of food. Let's get rid of that again. The food is just going directly over to Ari's Planetoid, and therefore he should be happy again when he can eat the next time. And will you look at that? This definitely looks like we are mining something. If we have a look inside of the rockets, then we can also see that the materials are dropping down here. And because it's not a dangerous asteroid field, we also don't collect the hot materials. This means we now have access to Fullerene, 55 kilograms of it already, and I'm just gonna remain here for as long as I can. The asteroid field here is limited to 35 tons. I'm not sure we can do that. At some point we're gonna be losing all of the diamonds that we have inside of here, but my intention is to just remain here until we have used up one entire charge of the drill. Great stuff. Really looking forward to the super coolant we'll be getting as a result from this. In the previous episode, we finally sent out a rocket in order to collect some Fullerene, and this is exactly what I've done. You can see there are 19.3 tons left, down from about 40 tons or so. Everything is inside my driller rocket, which is currently on its way back, and we got 2001 kilograms of Fullerene. This is going to be extremely handy. I'm already looking forward to actually getting some super coolant. Something else I did is I brought Ari along to the first Planetoid and sent him on a mission with the Explorer rocket. So Ari is currently just checking out some more of the tiles that we can discover here in order to finalize the space exploration. As for May here, I think we're just gonna wait for her return and then we get started with the super coolant. So let's already check out what we're gonna need. Fullerene, gold and petroleum. All three of these resources we technically have an unlimited amount of, but you will be surprised surprised. We don't even need that much. We actually probably get enough super coolant just from 2 loads of Fullerene or so if we do it with the methods that I've done. I also added a second thermal regulator here to my Sleet Wheet cooling farm, and that is potentially one thing that we could exchange, having the cooling loop here with super coolant at the bottom instead of the hydrogen. Something else I did in between the episodes is set up a sweepy dock here in order to collect some of the materials that always land on the floor here. Sometimes I also get some water, but mostly it's the duplicants just letting stuff drop here, and my sweepy can take care of it, bringing it back to the sweepy dock, and inside of here it's automatically being targeted as sweep up, so the duplicants will tag along eventually. Now, I think there's one thing I need to do better, and that is reed fiber. Right now, well, I couldn't even see how much reed fiber I have, but the number isn't that dramatically much, I have to admit. So maybe there's a fix that we can use with the polluted water by first bringing it over to these plants, or by having the plants somewhere else. Honestly, over here they are not really in a convenient spot, but I cannot really fit them anywhere else where they would serve their real purpose. So I think instead of moving them, what I'm gonna do is disallow the pumps from grabbing everything inside the pool. Like right now they start pumping immediately, and what I would like to see is maybe these 2 pitcher pumps deconstructed, and then below that we can have a sensor that will always leave a little bit of fresh water, or polluted water I should say, over there. So we just take a hydro sensor, and let's say we want to detect at least 50 kilograms or so, and this should allow our duplicants to have always a little something left over. Right now if we check the second planetoid, then our water source currently is... it's gonna be dormant for another 45 cycles. Did not expect that to happen, it's gonna take a while. Now, before my water sources get too thin, I think I want to dedicate just half of my farms to productivity. That means approximately here, I'm just gonna make a little cut, and then these plants here will no longer be served with water, and therefore I'm not gonna be using that much. We can easily afford that at the moment since we have more than enough food. Way more than enough. And maybe now we can even enable these farm stations here. Whoop. Ari is radiation vomiting. Yeah, he's not feeling well. Oh, leave that cooked seafood alone, dude. Let's see, 59 rats. That is barely anything. Come on, just take a pill and get on with it. As with the Explorer rocket, Ari should technically be using the telescope. Now, let me just make sure that Ari can actually do that. Field research, what was the telescope? Yeah, astronomy. So that should technically work out. Let's see what he's really doing. Okay, he's actually using the telescope. I just didn't see it before. But yeah, we also have a radioactive asteroid field here. Ooh, some more radiation vomiting. Oh well, let's just forget about Ari for a moment and get back to May. May is gonna arrive very soon, so I'm already gonna go ahead and tell her to equip the suit. And there it is. Okay, wonderful. This is gonna be absolutely amazing. And then I think I'm just gonna go ahead and sweep up the materials that we have gotten. Also sweep up this guy. Why wouldn't she do that? Ah, I set it to sweep only. Okay. That was kind of stupid then. Is it still too cold in here? Yeah, it's still 1 degree too cold in here for this plant. Absolutely unbelievable. Oh, now the rocket came back and immediately the sweepy dock overheated. That could be an issue. Yeah, of course. And now it's not really cooling down. That is interesting. I wonder, what is the range? Like, how far can they go? Could I have it on this side, for instance, and it will still cover all of this? I don't really know. All I know is that I finally have my super coolant, and that means we can reshape this room a little bit to accommodate for everything. Right now, I'm still using the oxalite refinery, and it looks like we have only 4.5 tons of oxalite in here. Overall, I have almost 11 tons that I probably have somewhere here in the storage bin. Let me see. Where am I collecting the oxalite? I think here. 6.3 tons here. Good. Now, let's imagine we bring over the gold, the petroleum, and the fullerene. Petroleum we can bring over here with the pitcher pump, so that shouldn't be an issue. Then we're gonna craft some of the super coolant, and it's just gonna drop on the floor. So that means right now I would like to disable disable the building, but I would like to do this a little bit more elegantly with a switch, for instance. Let's have that here on the top and dictate with that when it turns on and off. Oh, Ren is crafting the first super coolant. Now, this is not gonna go well. Let me think. We could go ahead and mop this up already. Right now, it's probably just gonna overflow in certain points. Oh no, the super coolant actually comes in bottles. I totally forgot about that. That makes it perfect. This is so much easier in this case. I'm so glad. I literally thought it was dropping on the floor, but it comes in bottles. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, I'm also collecting now the hydrogen here on the top, and the way I'm doing this basically is by allowing some of the hydrogen to go up. So no matter where the hydrogen is trapped, it will always find a way up and then accumulate kind of in here, except for these parts here, which I'm not sure I want to fix, but I guess technically it would be possible. But now with this knowledge, all we really need is a way for the supercoolant to be collected somewhere where we then can distribute it. The question is, do we just want to keep it in bottles for the time being? Because that is kind of convenient to ship around, isn't it? What is the first thing I would like to exchange with supercoolant? That is my main cooling loop. I've been talking about this for a very long time, I would say. And now one thing I would like to accomplish is maybe exchange the water we have going on here with supercoolant already. That means I want to see a layer of supercoolant and then 2 other liquids. We don't need to have that much supercoolant, like 1,000 kilograms per tile is too much. But let's say we drop as much as 200 kilograms per tile. And then by adding 2 different liquids, we will be filling this completely up. Therefore, there's going to be a vacuum on the top, and we don't necessarily need to do it with the pump. And what I'm gonna do then is just cool this down enough so the other 2 liquids will freeze over and I will be able to collect them. But let's go ahead and do this with the dormant volcanoes. This one here is dormant. Yes, perfect. Okay, so we should be able to make our way in here. We have 16 cycles time, so that's no problem. We're gonna go in here, and then the first thing I want to do is just drain the water. And like that, if we're quick enough, we can go ahead and even mop up the liquid, even though it's gonna be way too much, but this could be easy. So now get rid of the mini gas pump and the cable here, everything that we don't necessarily need. And that even includes the switch and the automation cable here. Okay, who the heck is taking care of mopping this? Ooh, meep. Okay, you need to do a good job. But it looks like that's gonna work out. Yeah, this is just absolutely unbelievable. Meep is a machine. Good, let's already get ready to dump some supercoolant and other liquids. How much water do I still have? This is not good. This could easily become a little bit of a nightmare. Okay, nice. There it is. We're gonna drop our first liquid in here. Now, I wonder, I probably don't even need anything else here. Just a thin layer of water is gonna be enough. But let's go ahead and set up the supercoolant. Where is it? Under S, yeah. And we're just gonna do this as quickly as possible. I want to drop 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bottles. So our 600 kilograms already. There it is. The first 200 kilograms, and I think it should drop to the bottom, so eventually the water should be pushed over to the right side. There, that's 400 kilograms, and now we just need to wait for 1 additional bottle. I might have to mop this up here, I'm not sure. Yeah, looks like the order in which you dump that stuff in is really important, so we first mop up the water here, and then it should drop on top. Wonderful. Now I have the perfect bottom here. All I need to do is now drop a little bit of water, and I think, yeah, we're just gonna sweep up this guy. So I get 1 full packet of 200 kilograms. Oh, actually, I only got 187, which is still fine. Let's go for the 3rd liquid, and that is, let me see, we should have something else. No, as a matter of fact, I have nothing else. This is also something I am not used to. I just need some brine and salt water. Is that really too much to ask for? Probably, because I'm processing everything automatically, and that was probably a huge mistake. You know, having these sensors here also might not be beneficial. What if the lowest water where they're in is actually just shy below 50 kilograms, and then all the other water sitting on top of it is heavier? Oh man, this is a real issue I didn't think about. I have water, I need brine, salt water, or polluted water to fill up the rest, and now I need to organize that. Let me see, maybe there's an easy way from the second planetoid. Ooh, we might actually be in luck here. And there's also a little bit of brine right here. Interesting. Yeah, I think I might go ahead and collect that brine. We should be able to just ship it over. And because of the filter here, it should also directly go down. Let me see, right inside of here. So honestly, I think for now, I'm just gonna go ahead and disable the pumps with an impossible setting. So they're always gonna be disabled no matter how much liquid I have in here. And then I'm gonna make sure we bring over everything from the second planetoid. We could even go ahead and do this from the third planetoid. I'm sure we have some other liquids here. Ah, crude oil, of course. I could use oil. But honestly, I'd rather have nothing left other than the super coolant by evaporating or freezing everything else. So let me just make a little bit of progress and I'm gonna be right back. I'm also gonna be bringing Ari back home as soon as we explored the rest of the tiles here. There's still 3 to go. Okay, I reloaded the save game about 10 times in order to get something from the printing pot like salt water, but I just wasn't successful. So that is kind of unfortunate. I mean, the brine is going to be quite easy as soon as Ari is back, but then the salt water is another topic. We would have to go to a completely different planetoid, or maybe there is another way. The Brackwax cleaner would refine Braxine into brine, though we still don't have Braxine. Let me see. I think this is also made in here. No, it's the Plastium that's made in here. I was hoping for the Rusty Oxidizer to actually take care of that issue, but comes out oxygen and chlorine, no water or liquids. So yeah, let's just continue the game for now. Ari is still gonna take a while to get back. Oh no, game. What are you doing to me? Yeah, it's gonna take 4.3 cycles to get back, so we get another chance at the printing pot. I'm actually reconsidering the shape, so we only need one additional liquid, like the brine. Could be a thing in this case, and that would simply mean we make this a little bit lower, just 1 tile lower, which also means I want to reroute the piping here, possibly the items. No, they're still fine. Yeah, everything else is fine. We can just lower the room, and therefore we just need the brine. Okay, I'm actually happy with that solution. Let me continue a little bit, and then I guess the next thing we want to consider is colonizing the planetoid over here, where we are eventually going to build the hotel. We're going to be getting lots and lots of water from there, eliminating the lack we currently have going on. I think it's now also time to send over a little bit more food to Lyra. She's almost out, and from what I can tell, her farm is not really working anymore, but we do have plenty of food, so that shouldn't be an issue. All we need to check is what we currently have in the fridge, such as gristleberries and omelets. I would say we're gonna send over the 14.4 kilograms of omelets all together, so all we have to do is put that in here. Omelets priority 9, and this should give us a pending delivery. Okay, maybe not. It's because I have it set to sweep only. Okay, now that is gonna work. Do this really quick, and then we're gonna send over these omelets. Now, it might be a little bit of an issue if we get the... Okay, that was actually exactly 14 kilograms. Maybe we're lucky. Yeah, this is perfect. So I'm just sending this out, and then we are not doing this anymore. Then I'm gonna set this to 14 kilograms, okay? And it should be shot as soon as it's there, and it should also be empty again. No, we still have 38 grams of omelets in there. Jeez. I can compost it and then undo the composting, right? Don't compost anymore, and then my omelet is also saved. Wonderful. Now this payload is on its way to Lyra, who should then bring it to her payload opener. Okay, so that is not going to be an issue anymore. Let's take care of something else. I can even close this again. Next meteor shower seems to be in about 4.5 cycles, so that's still a little bit away. See, sometimes I get a little bit of steam from the returning rockets, and this is what's being mopped up by the sweepy dock as well. Very practical. By now, we already have 1,500 kilograms of super coolant, so I think I'm also gonna start exchanging this. Now, let me see. This is gonna be dormant. No, actually, it just completed its dormancy. This is really bad. So I'm just very briefly gonna get my stuff back into place in order to fix this. This is really unfortunate, but it has to be done, and rather quickly. So yeah, that was a little bit of bad luck. I should have checked the dormancy a little bit better. Still 10 cycles here. This one is gonna be dormant very soon though. So we can at least do it with 2 volcanoes, and of course we can already exchange the cooling loop itself. And probably one easy way we could accomplish this is just by bringing it over here, dumping the water and allowing the supercoolant to continue. So we just take a little detour before we join back with the loop, and in order to build that we just have to get rid of 2 plastic tiles. Then I'm gonna have my liquid pipe element sensor maybe here and a liquid vent maybe there. We're just gonna have water and supercoolant in here so we can directly hook this up because we know which liquid we want to get rid of, and that is the water. There it is. Let's close it up, and then the pump is just gonna do its thing, and the cobalt volcano we're gonna be taking care of the next time. Well, the next dormancy. Wonderful. This is not gonna take a very long time. Then we disable the pump. It's probably gonna melt again. At this point, it probably doesn't matter too much. Let's already go to the second planetoid and initiate the transportation of the brine. I'm gonna need to make sure that we can collect this conveniently. Let me get a pump here. We should still have some aluminium on this planetoid. At least I believe so. Unfortunately, it doesn't show you if there's no dupe around, but we're just gonna go ahead and hook this up. Maybe continue the pipe here. Let me just go over here. What was that? Go here. Okay, and then down. And we do the very same thing here with the power cable. Actually, it might be easier to mop it up and just dump it over here. Yeah, I think I might actually attempt that. So instead of building any of this shebang, we're gonna get our bottle emptier in the joint, and then down here we just start to mop things up. If we then dig away here, we can also mop up the rest. New printables, please give me something. No, okay. Digging, farming, rocketry, cooking. Nope, not for me. But we do need a new dupe, preferably one that is good at decorating and maybe even medicine. Alrighty, I'm mopping up the last little bits of the brine, and it is now being delivered over here. Let me see. Yeah, I should have mopped this up a little bit sooner, but what we can do is just enable the pump no matter how much liquid we have. And then eventually the brine is also gonna tag along. Very good. Now we just have to make sure that we don't use it up immediately again before we actually have filled up all of the 4 volcanoes. I bet you this is already gonna be enough. We just technically need a thin layer. Let me see. This is now coming along here. And of course we're dumping it right away, which is good. So we can either mop it up, or I much rather would like to use the pitcher pumps. So what I'm gonna do is just get rid of the water. I know this is all very complicated the way I'm doing this right now. I just never was in the situation where I don't have the brine or salt water directly on the main planetoid. I literally processed it all because the water is, as an exception from the rest of my playthroughs, a scarce resource. Oh yeah, this is really good. So let's make sure we are not bringing the brine anymore into any of these bottle emptiers, but I definitely want to bring the brine over here, and as little as necessary. Maybe you're doing phenomenally. Oh, this is really good. Okay, and I'm just gonna leave him hanging around here, training up his strength a little bit. We can also complete this in the meantime. And now, are we ready? Oh no, what do I see here? Hold the phone. I mean, technically the brine should already be enough. I don't want to bring any more brine. Maybe we can bring more water in order to make it distribute. There is another 200 kilograms of water. Looks like the water actually settles on top. Oh man, this is so frustrating. I literally need the correct order of the liquids, but once it's done, it's gonna be done forever. This is gonna then run for the rest of the playthrough. It would probably already have worked the way we did it because, well, it worked the way we did it, but I wanted the ultimate base. So I think I need to do this in the correct order. Meep is doing the deed for me. It's unfortunate. Okay, I'm first bringing my supercoolant here so I can grab a full load of 200 kilograms. And then right here, what I would like to see is enable auto bottle, though I'm not sure if people are doing that. Like May, it would be great if you auto bottled from the pitcher pump. No, I cannot really tell them to do that. Meep wants to grab supercoolant from the bottom here, but I don't want him to do that. Get the pitcher pump. These are the little things I just wish I could micromanage a little bit better, because I hate it when they bring 56 kilograms of supercoolant here. I want the full 200 kilograms. Is that so hard to understand? Okay, now perfect, we got it. Supercoolant, nothing is in here anymore. We have 200 kilograms of brine here and there. Perfect. We still have 3.9 cycles. Okay, at least that is good. 200 kilograms of supercoolant. We want 600 kilograms in total. Are you freaking kidding me? Now I'm getting salt water. Ah, jeez. Okay, well, we take it. This is just the game telling me not to try to cheese it. That's 400 kilograms, just one more bottle. Then we do the brine and then the water. So I'm gonna be right back once that's done. 200 kilograms of brine, I did it. And there is the water. Yes, okay. Okay, close it off. Close it off as soon as possible. Very good. We're gonna be doing the same thing here with the gold volcano, so I can get rid of the gas pump and everything. And we're gonna be lowering the ceiling here as well, which means I probably want to lower everything by 1 block. This is going to be slightly devastating when it comes to planning this out, though we just have to really build the lower part here, and this is easily done if we are not too lazy. Maybe I'm even going to open up this part. No, there's actually the rail that is hot. I don't want that. Yeah, I guess we can take our sweet time to actually complete this. Finally, Nispet, thank you very much. We are not in trouble here anymore. This volcano, as soon as it becomes active, will eventually convert everything into steam, except for the supercoolant. What we can do is cool down the supercoolant so much that the brine and the water both get frozen and they will be picked up by the auto sweeper. Therefore, we will only have the supercoolant left in this. So the very last deed for today's episode is going to be to exchange this cooling loop. I would like to accomplish that as soon as possible. And I think what we're going to do is just introduce the supercoolant right here. If we get rid of the pitcher pump and just place a normal pump instead, we can then easily hook it up to the cooling loop, and as soon as we connect this, the normal water is going to be dumped where the supercoolant is going to continue. So a little pump, just go ahead and connect this. We can even do this with a bridge so we don't overfill the loop. Do we have some power nearby? Not really, but really. So let's do maybe that. Wait a second, that doesn't make sense. We do want to overfill it, so I directly want to connect it. And then maybe to make this a little bit nicer, we're going to bring this down even more. And since it doesn't make sense to just have one layer of plastic tiles, I think I'm just gonna get rid of that altogether and even exchange the lower part here with sedimentary rock. There is my pump. How wonderful. Now these should alternate between each other, and before we reach the critical point here, I want to cut this and connect both of these. Now let's just see if that actually works. Water is being dumped, that is really good, and then the supercoolant should just continue. Like so. Ah, yes. Perfect. This is gonna make things so much easier, let me tell you. Now, I will be setting this to a very low temperature eventually, but I think we first have to do the exchange with all of the volcanoes, right? Because if I go below the freezing water temperature, then we are in big trouble. So I first have to do all the exchange with all the volcanoes. So I might actually not wait for that, to be honest with you. I mean, we could just set up a cold temp shift plate in order to be able to work on the volcanoes. I think that might be worth it. I really don't want to wait. But yeah, more important right now is the exchange of the cooling loop. We already have some supercoolant coming out of here as well. And then once we dumped all the water, we can connect this again. So give me a couple of minutes to make some progress. Okay, to wrap up, I want to show you the progress. We've now done this cobalt volcano. I've also completed the gold volcano over here, and I just done this cobalt volcano by blocking it with a cold temp shift plate. And we can now see some of the brine is being converted into steam immediately, and it's going to be doing that with the rest of the water, but with the supercoolant it will turn back into water, and eventually we're going to freeze it over, so only supercoolant will be left inside the brew. And to make this complete, I'm now making my way inside the aluminium volcano, doing the exact same thing. Right now it is going to erupt in 0.5 cycles. We should be able to complete this, especially with priority 9 here. This one here might be a little bit harder to fill up because we cannot reach it from the bottom, but maybe we just remove the ladder and instead place the bottle emptier. Or we don't even do that and approach it from the top here. Actually, that makes way more sense. Ooh, though it is a little bit dangerous because I still need to protect my Sleet wheat farm. There is my temp shift plate, so we should theoretically be safe. Bottle emptier goes right here, and then we can get started though. Let's first drain everything here so we can start fresh. Yeah, that is exactly what I wanted to see. We're gonna start to mop this up as soon as we can. Aluminium volcano is erupting, and there it is overpressured. This always works like a charm. In the meantime, by the way, we have almost completely filled up the cooling loop. There's still a little bit of a gap that I need to prevent by adding even more, but I wanted to save the last remaining supercoolant that I have for this contraption here. Now, please somebody mop this up immediately. Meep, finally. Thank you. Okay, getting rid of that naphtha. Time to dump the supercoolant in here. Let me see if somebody does it. Yeah, Meep is going for it here, grabbing a bottle. Where is he? Ooh, so quick. Go, 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 go. You can do it. lost him. There it is. Wonderful. Okay, we need 3 more loads. No, 2 more loads. 600 kilograms in total. May brought along the second load. Okay, and then I'm gonna fill it up with brine and water, just like we had before. Maybe I'm gonna wait for one more eruption cycle so I can leave myself a little bit of time. Now, honestly, while we are not using those plants, I should go ahead and uproot them because I believe they are still utilizing the water. I totally forgot about that. You actually have to completely either disable them like we did here with the Wheat swords for the Radbolt collection. And then, yeah, you can see Quinn is even wasting the farmer's touch on these guys. That is no good. No bueno. So I'm just gonna uproot them, and once we have access to more water, we're gonna re-enable them. Okay, so far so good, except that I have a little bit of water left here. Let's see how that turns out. For now, we just want to bring some brine. I think the brine might help pushing up the water, but we also have to get rid of this. Let me see. Yeah, let's just hang on 1 more minute. Okay, the brine did a little something, but just because it was toasty enough. There it is, erupting, being overpressured. I think we can already risk digging it up now. And then, like magic, the water is... Oh, wait, no. The water is not magically distributing. Never mind. Jeez, okay, this is probably the most frustrating thing I've ever attempted. Let me try this again. We're gonna do sweep only and super coolant. Now, wait, I don't really need to mop the super coolant. I just need to mop this guy, and just very briefly, now the super coolant here should be brought over here again. So I'm dumping it back in, and then all I need is a brine as well, okay? Oh, how much I hate the physics here. Ugh, okay, I think I'm just gonna finish this in between the episodes. I want to take a break right now. In this moment, I just want to throw it against the wall. But yeah, it will be done by the time we launch the next episode, and then we can also see the ramifications by freezing the water and setting the cooling loop really cold, minus 20 degrees or so. We'll see how it turns out. In the previous episode, we finally introduced the super coolant in our cooling loop. I also now completed filling it up. We have plenty of liquids, and I just also finished doing the same thing here with the aluminium volcano. It already managed to actually evaporate one of the layers here. The gold volcano is probably gonna take a little bit longer. No, it's just dormant. Most of the water turns into steam for a brief moment while it erupts, and then it turns back into water again. But I would like to prevent this from happening by turning it into ice. And I think all we have to do in order to accomplish that is set this to temperature 0. Let's actually try that. So the supercoolant gets cooled down even more, and we can see this taking effect rather quickly. It's already at 10 degrees and lowering, steadily going down. Before I actually make this even colder, I forgot to lower the pipe here, but it doesn't really matter. It's just gonna be bothering me. You know, just as a reminder, I'm already gonna set this up. Maybe at some point I'm just gonna fix it. But if I follow the loop, there is nothing that cannot be too cold. Like everything it cools down here can be really cold. So there's no reason for me not to go, let's say, minus 20 degrees, for instance. Let me try that. Gonna take a while to get us there, but we do have a little bit of power to spare. Still 14.3 kilograms of natural gas in each of these tiles, so we should rather use it. But yeah, today I would like to make my way over to the next planetoid here, the water planetoid, and I think it is actually a rather bright planetoid. Let's check this out. We got 60,000 lux, contrary to the, let's see, 30,000 we have on the main planetoid. So we should be able to make rather good power just using initial solar panels. My colonizer rocket is right here. Maybe we can add another module. Let me see. Actually, we're using an oxygen diffuser here to produce the oxygen, and ooh, I got a whole bunch of seeds in here. That's probably not my intention. Yeah, we might want to get those seeds to another place. I guess I brought them over from the other planetoids. To colonize things, I think it would really be better not to be dependent. So what I would like to see is another unit here, and it's gonna be the gas cargo canister. Yeah, let's go ahead and build one of those. And then after that, we even have the space for yet another solar panel. We should go ahead and do that. I'm already crafting a lot more glass in order to then be able to build the solar panels on the other planetoid. But with this rocket configuration, we should have enough reach, at least once we filled up the oxidizer tank. And then, of course, with the large gas cargo canister, we should also be able to fill this up with, let's see, breathable gas, some oxygen, and that is then going into the interior of the rocket. So technically, we could get rid of most of these pipes here. We're just gonna leave in the high gas pressure vent. Actually, not the high gas one. I want to exchange it with a normal one, so we can get a nice cozy pressure. But essentially we're utilizing the oxygen from the gas canister tank that's going into the module as well as into the suits. So we might want to bring this up as well. The refrigerator I'm gonna fill with anything edible, and we're gonna do, let's say 20, 30, yeah, let's be sure. We're gonna go with 30 kilograms of food. And I think to be on the safe side, I'm just gonna make yet another suit. Let's build one out of aluminium, just one. I got my super coolant down to -2 degrees already. This is absolutely amazing. This is gonna cool down the materials quite a bit that are going through here. And then of course, once it reaches a volcano, it's gonna heat up tremendously. Right here, it's actually already at 11 degrees. And once it passed through the volcano, it's at 32 degrees. Oh, look, we built the other side. So let's cut this off. And actually, I don't even have to wait. I want to cut it off here as well. So it would be going straight down instead of going here. And this would then lead all the way over there. Okay. This would allow me to get another atmosuit dock in the joint and then maybe another storage bin. And I think I'm going to do just that in order to be able to transport more materials. In here I want to have the algae, and no, actually we don't need algae anymore. Totally forgot about that. Wait a second, this thing is supposed to be grounded. Right now it should send a green signal, right? No, it should send a red signal. Why isn't it grounded? So are we only grounded? Okay, we're grounded when we send the green signal, but that doesn't make sense. Why would we ever need to be grounded in space? Well, I guess it's not primarily just to control the rocket station. It's also to get other signals going on, probably. But yeah, with this rocket, we only really want to be grounded on this planetoid and nothing else. Inside the storage bin, I would like to see some refined materials, and I think we're just gonna go for a batch of gold. Maybe some aluminium might also be handy, and then that's probably it. I just want some initial materials. Let me see. Do we have building materials? We have lots of sandstone here to build the initial ladders, but it might be good to, for instance, also get some raw materials such as igneous rock and maybe a little bit of, I don't know, maybe granite. And we're just gonna do that very briefly before actually launching the rocket, and everything else we're just gonna send over with the system that we built here. Let's maybe already decide this guy here might be responsible for the water planetoid, which it's already set to. Until I'm done with the research, I'm gonna leave this in place, and I'm just gonna do something like that in order to be able to ship the materials over there. The cargo canister here can actually only store 3,600 kilograms. I'm not sure. Is that a lot? Only how much does a duplicant breathe per cycle? 60 kilograms per cycle. Oh, okay. So it's enough. Yeah, that means all we need to do is relay the oxygen here that we are currently using for, what is it? The somnium synthesizer. Oh, game lag. And we want to bring it over to, I think, any of these stations. We can then use the various stations to ship different materials if we want to. But I think all of these are just daisy chained. And what we can do is maybe hook this up. Let me think. We might want to change that with a conductive bridge. Something like this and that. And this way I should be able to just continue the power line as such. Well, did you hear that sound? I have absolutely no idea where this is coming from. I mean, I recognize this sound, I just totally forgot. Let's maybe in this case also get rid of the oxygen diffuser. This would even give us another storage bin and then deliver another atmosuit over here. Wonderful. Now, the interesting part here, we technically don't need any more steel inside of here because all of the temperature should be relayed into the metal tiles, and we should never really reach a temperature where these cables start to melt. I bet you they won't melt anymore. There we go. Oxygen is incoming at 1,000 grams per second. This is probably not gonna last for a long time. I mean, we'll be using quite a bit of that. That makes me think that we might want to store it in advance. So what if we continued the room right here, and at the bottom we start making a little bit of a storage. Let's maybe now get rid of that. I just have to remember we have a lot of really hot obsidian here, as well as abyssalite. But essentially what I would like to see is a couple of gas reservoirs just queued up. Maybe we can do yet another row, and they're just gonna store a lot of oxygen that we then can immediately distribute, and we will not have to wait for any to accumulate. Also, we would have the advantage of filling it up much quicker if we wanted to hook up multiples of these gas rocket port loaders. Let's set up some mesh tiles here. That should be fine. And then I'm gonna complete the room, still leaving the shaft here for maintenance. Right now we have 250 kilograms. It's gonna take 3,600 seconds to actually fill this up. This sounds like a lot. Well, we have to consider that with my current speed, I'm probably running the game at double the speed, if not still 2.5 times the speed. I doubt it's still 3 times, but yeah, it's gonna take a while. Let's check the interior. Is this still working as intended? Wait a second, shouldn't I have incoming oxygen? Am I doing something wrong? Do I need to be able to reach that storage? Ah, of course, I remember. I'm just an idiot. What we need is an outlet. In this case, I'm also gonna get rid of these, and we're just bringing this like down here. And I'm gonna install a gas output fitting. Yeah, that's exactly what we need right here, for instance. And then the gas, whoa, that's not a gas pipe. The gas pipe instead would just be going straight over here, right? So let's maybe not deconstruct these, and then that should be working out. Now I'm still missing a little bit of food. Now we have 60,000 kilocalories. That's gonna be enough, maybe more than enough. Let me see. I want to send May. That would be amazing, though she's gonna need different skills, right? I want the mechatronics engineering skill. Right now I'm only using 15 morale points. So I think instead of the atmosuit dock and this storage bin, I'm gonna go with something else. Hold on. I just had a really good idea what to place there, and now I forgot it. I don't know, maybe a massage table, or we're gonna go with the skill scrubber. Yeah, let's place a skill scrubber over here. This might actually make it much easier. Oh, look at that. We got our first ice here going on. This is perfect. So it's coming out at minus 18 degrees right here. And of course, all the ice immediately gets transported out, and it should just evaporate. Basically right here, it's gonna be gone. Wonderful. As soon as I built the skill scrubber and the party line phone, I'm gonna send me out for that also very important mission. And yeah, I guess once I'm there, I'm gonna meet you right back. Alright, we are about to arrive on the Planetoid, just 90 seconds to go. I waited until the rocket has completely fueled up with oxygen. In the meantime, we completed the oxygen tanks right here, and we are filling this up from the top for the next batch, so we can uninterruptedly also fuel up the somnium synthesizer. With the amount of duplicants we have, we should still be able to keep up with the oxygen demand. Okay, there we go. We actually have arrived. I just want to make sure. We probably should enable the atmosuit checkpoint. Let's do that. May, of course, right now is just idling around. What can I say? And here we go. We have arrived. Can't wait to colonize this planetoid. As announced, we're gonna get started with a simple sandstone ladder. I should be able to grab some materials from here, I guess, as soon as May is done with her break and just slacking around. Looking at her morale, I think we can keep up a little bit with super hard digging. I'm also gonna put a little something into field research, and when we realize it's getting a little bit low, we have the skill scrubber. Maybe before we do that, we should also think about the solar panel setup. Since this is gonna be the hotel planetoid, I kind of want to make sure I plan this in advance. For instance, I would like to see a perfectly lined up rocket. I should be able to put this up 5 more blocks than it currently is. So if we put this all the way over to the edge, let me maybe get this here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I want to do the same thing on the other side. Let me get this here. So it's like the second tile is half black. Ooh, that means I need to bring this over 1 more tile, something like that. And it's going to be perfectly symmetrical here. Next up, I want to take care of the solar panels. Right now we can build like 3 of them, and I want to put them all the way towards the top. Let me see if I align it like so. Come on, can I? Ooh, I can actually, no, I cannot place it here. But this would mean we do something like that. Does it even add up? Let me see. No, not really. Let me try this in a different way by actually leaving a little bit of space here for a divider and the rocket silo. Yeah, right here with a gap of 2 in between. That means I could make it symmetrical. There, this should now finally add up. And yes, indeed, 3 tiles. That's a good distance from the rocket silo. Now, this is just to plan things out. I'm not really gonna build that yet, but we're gonna build solar panels. Let's do 1, 2, 3 is what we can build. And then we're gonna go ahead and hook this up. I brought with me a lot of gold, so we should be able to build the cable with that. And I want to possibly also hook up the battery here. So I'm going to bring this all the way over and up. Come on, to the battery. Okay, that's a lot of stuff to build and get started with. Maybe I'm already going to dig out a little something here to get more access to that precious sandstone material. Well then, I'm going to let me build a little something here and then come back once we revealed a little bit more of the planetoid. Alrighty, I'm making somewhat good progress here. You can see I'm starting to discover more of the planetoid. It is incredibly high, and so far I've found 2 water sources. I'm still a little bit in the planning phase of what I want to do here on the very top, and I figured there is going to be something I need to do, probably a launcher, but we will also need to do some signals and other stuff. So I will be removing the outer 2 solar panels to make space for that. This should give us the space for an interplanetary launcher on one side and then maybe something else on the other. Like we probably need a targeting beacon of some sorts. And then here on this rocket platform, I simply want to build another petroleum engine in order to then stack up a couple of batteries. Actually, we don't even need a petroleum engine because I don't want to stack them all the way up. Petroleum engine is 35 in height. Maybe the steam engine is going to be enough. If we build one of those, then this will probably allow us to stack a couple of these battery modules, and then on the very top we have the interplanetary launcher or the beacon. Maybe the beacon first because we need that. I currently have my beacon here in order to be able to transport some stuff. Let's maybe already go ahead and do that. Actually, do I have some asteroids? Yeah, I have some asteroids incoming, but they probably still take a while. So is this... Wait. Yeah, this is opening the doors. Then it's this interplanetary launcher. I had to send over some food to Lyra, which is why this is connected again. But now what I would like to see is some material. No edible. We want some steel, please. Thank you. And I'm actually gonna put this all the way to 200 kilograms per shot. Oh, that was the wrong one. Well, this is already good. Amari is bringing the first load. That's actually going to be 5 shots from the interplanetary launcher. That was one and another one. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Just keep going. Keep going. And then while Jean is bringing the second load, I'm going to disallow manual use. So no other duplicants are bringing it. Oh, she only brought 20 kilograms. Are you serious? Come on, Nisbet. Give me something good. Yeah, that was 1 ton. Okay, now we have 1 ton and 20 kilograms. What can I say? But we're still shipping over a little bit of steel. This is actually going to be a steel silo. I don't want to build that though. I wanted to just have a little bit of steel to get started with. So maybe for now I should make certain things unreachable and build them later. Or we just build the entire silo later. Oh, whatever. I think we have enough steel. By now we have 4... Oh, actually we don't really have a lot of steel. But holy cow, we do have a lot of super coolant. And that is amazing. Anyway, the payloads are going to land somewhere here. We probably want to go ahead and reveal them. So just give me some more cabling, and there's my payload opener. We should be able to build the conveyor rails and then a conveyor chute, and that means I need to give May a bunch more skills in electrical engineering, right? Conveyor rail. No, actually she requires the entire shebang. Okay, that brings her up to 26, but look at that, she's got 38 morale, so we should easily be able to cope with that. So yeah, what to do with this planetoid? This is going to be absolutely amazing, but the first thing I want to see is a rocket going back and forth from the main planetoid to this planetoid, basically shipping a lot of water over so that we can use it for our own good. There is a saltwater guys here as well, and yeah, I'm just gonna make my way down here a little bit to inspect everything. Oh, look at that, we even get some lime. This is absolutely amazing. Lime as consumable ore. I need to go ahead and collect that for my steel. So lime is gonna go in here. Consumable ore, wonderful. And I'm also gonna collect all the seeds, by the way. Time to inspect everything here, as well as rummage and demolish. Look at that, my payloads have arrived. Absolutely amazing. It's not going to be of much use if I cannot build a conveyor chute. There's some graphite here, but do I have other types of ore? I don't think I do. Yeah, let's send over some ore. What should we send over? Let's see what we have most of. Yeah, metal ore, I should have lots and lots of cobalt, so we're gonna go for that. By the way, now the second planetoid has 100,000 food with the berry sludge that I sent over, and the third planetoid has 77,000. So they are now both decked out, and I don't really have to worry about them for a very long time. We still have 700,000 kilocalories ourselves in the main base. So we really are not doing too badly. The only issue is that I currently don't have too much food hanging around here that I can really use, because I have it set to spiced food only, and we are not spicing the berry sludge. To fix this issue temporarily, we could spice the berry sludge. I mean, we do have the necessary ingredients, and maybe another fix that might be a little bit better is to get the berry sludge to go into this conveyor loader, and we could make it go into a conveyor receptacle. Yeah, I think that might be the best course of action. Just temporarily get this conveyor receptacle in the joint, and then we could still bring the berry sludge over here, store it. I mean, it's 600,000 kilocalories, just berry sludge. And then if I allow the berry sludge to also be consumed, which it currently is allowed, then we should be fine. Now, to get that ugly pickled meal out of the way, I think I'm also gonna just spice it up. Whenever we do have some pickled meal, we're just gonna take care of it. Now, it might be that we actually fill up the entire conveyor loader and we have no berry sludge left, but you know, it's always here, and then it will always be available for the duplicants to take out of this conveyor receptacle. Ren is currently building it right there. I just have to make sure to allow manual use, and we will always have, let's see, what is that? Not a lot, 100 kilograms. It's actually perfect. Okay, now before we do the payload here, I want to make sure to empty the storage. That's all we need. Make this the highest priority. May should be opening that up, and this is gonna give us the materials to place a conveyor chute. Wonderful! That's all I've been waiting for. Now we can actually empty the payloads and get all those nice materials. In the meantime, on the main planetoid, we're getting in a little bit of water again from the second planetoid, almost 1.7 kilograms per second. So this should be making our situation here a little bit better, and also we should be getting some more of the thimbleweed. But yeah, I would say we're gonna continue with making an infrastructure here on this planetoid and planning a little bit ahead with the rockets and the hotel that we want to place here. Let me also know your ideas in today's comment section. Maybe there are gonna be a bunch that I like to make reality. In the previous episode, we finally started to colonize the hotel planetoids, the water world here, and I actually figured out something really funny. For one, we sometimes have these oxygen bubbles just shooting up and exploding all over the surface. But even funnier, what I did is set up a tile maybe in this region like so, and then I just started to mop this piece, and because the water behaves slightly weird here, I was able to mop up incredible amounts. Like only right here I have 14.1 tons, and I moved this basically up here where I already have 2 bottles with 25 tons each. This is just incredible. It's gonna be easy to bring this back home, because back home we are certainly lacking the water. Currently my plants barely get any, and then of course I reserved it for the oxygen production. But yeah, my point is, while I was doing that, I also set up a 4th rocket. This is gonna be our 4th rocket with a permanent duplicant. My intention is to have 1 duplicant just living inside this rocket, flying back and forth. On the top here we have 2 liquid cargo modules that I intend to fill up, and of course we can use the let me see, yeah, we can use the input slots here, but maybe to get the water out I might be adding a couple more of these gas rocket port loaders. I'm not yet sure if I'm gonna be utilizing these, because it looks like there is already a lot of space wasted with my current pipes. But yeah, the idea is we go over to the water planetoid, fill this up with water, and then we come back, and of course we dump the water inside of this storage. And for as long as this storage has space, this rocket is supposed to fly. So all we need now is a permanent duplicant assigned to this rocket. I'm probably gonna just print one that is interested in piloting, because this duplicant will not have to do much other than that. In the meantime, I would say we take the rest of the terrain away. Let me also do this one. Just start to chisel away on the terrain until everything is gone. And I also would like to explore a little further down. I wonder, there could be yet another biome at the bottom. At least it looks like it wants to continue. Oh yeah, before I forget, I also installed an additional conveyor loader. This one here is connected to my storage system, so I can just go ahead and, for instance, send over a little bit of gold. Say, for instance, we're missing a little bit of obsidian on the water world, and therefore I can just fill up this conveyor loader. It will then go up into the second launcher at the moment and then automatically launch stuff. So I'm not dependent on duplicants bringing the stuff over here to the conveyor loader. I'm only going to be using this conveyor loader if I want to limit it, because right now here with this system I have no opportunity to really stop it unless I dump everything outside of the conveyor loader. I even attempted a signal switch, but this is just shutting down the conveyor loader, and it's still filling it up. So at some point when I say I have enough, I'm just gonna dump the obsidian again, and then we can pick it up again with the duplicants, I would say. And this way I can easily shoot a couple of times and just bring my payloads over. As you can see right here, they're all on their way over to the water world, and they're just gonna take a third of a cycle or so. Good, but now I think it's time to shut down the bunker doors because another meteor strike is imminent. I think it's now time for me to get the last gantries in the joint. I just need a gantry here in order to refill the oxalite, and then the rest should be fine. Good, now as for the water that I already collected, I basically want to move that inside of the rocket. Ooh, that might not be actually possible. Wait. This is the wrong rocket. Let's try that again. Move into Colonizer. That's where I wanted you to go. Yeah, okay, we can do it. There's another 25 tons here. So that's already 50 tons of water that we just bring along here inside of the rocket. I mean, it's a little bit unrealistic, but still, I feel like I deserve this for the main planetoid. And I think I want a third bottle that is completely full. So I might just go ahead and set up another one of these. Sometimes so weird things happen, like I don't know, but it looks like the water pressure is confusing itself by sometimes expanding and contracting. So that is kind of interesting. Water is now currently being brought in. I can move almost 2 tons at a time, which is absolutely incredible. Oh, looks like we are running out of power. It's just the solar panels, but that is weird. I mean, I do still have full power here. Ah, I'm an idiot. I hooked up the wrong thing. There should be the battery. Whoops. This is gonna be so good. I mean, it's gonna take forever to bring all these bottles of water. No, actually, we just have to bring it into the pool and then empty it out. All 25 tons in one go. This is gonna be so fun. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this hotel build. It's gonna be an incredible build. You have to imagine this rocket here is gonna be gone. I'm gonna be using this one here in order to transport the liquid. So we have a rocket silo that doesn't even allow the duplicants from getting out. Actually, I might change that. There could be a reason for me to want to leave the rocket. We'll see. No, you idiot! Ah, my duplicant dropped a bottle of water, like in the worst possible spot. Look at that! Just goes down all the way. One thing I kind of forgot to set up is an exhaust pipe here so that I can get rid of my carbon dioxide. Okay, now look at that. As soon as I got it, I'm just gonna mop it up. So it's now above here, and there is gonna be lots of water following. So let's just have a look at May mopping up about 60 kilograms every, I don't know, 3 times a second or so, and there's gonna be lots of water to follow. So this is basically how I've done it. Now I would like to set this to priority 1, so May's only gonna do it if I have nothing else planned. For now, I want to chip away more of the terrain before I actually have to move back because of a lack of oxygen. By the way, the temperature here is not really great. It's just 45 degrees all over the place, so the water we cannot really use for immediate cooling. We would have to treat it first. Good, now we have our meteor showers. I took care of the protection here, so that's good. Okay, looks like we've made a lot of progress. I took apart all the terrain that was in the way, and you can see just how much the surface level here lowered. Even to the point where we are producing a little bit of polluted water with this cool slush guys here. Not too shabby. Oh man, we're getting so much fossils and even just pure lime from this. This truly has been a lucrative trip, I have to say. We even get lots of graphite, which we can technically use to produce more fullerene, though I don't really think we're gonna be needing more fullerene. We already have 27.8 tons of super coolant available. And now let me check just how much fullerene do we still have. 1,600 kilograms. So we barely used anything. We used like 300 to 400 kilograms. This is just insane. It takes you a very long time to get to the fullerene, but after this point, it's just absolutely ridiculous. We still have 893 kilograms of oxygen, enough for a whole bunch of days, and I think I can make some progress here, but this is finally the edge or the bottom of the world, so there's nothing really interesting except that we get obsidian and maybe some metal ore that we can use for building. I don't even think we're gonna be finding yet another one of these geysers, though I thought thought there are actually more. Let me see. No, they're just the 2. Okay. Currently, I'm storing all of the lime inside of the Spacefarer module. I think I want to go ahead and do the same thing with the fossils, though I always forget where it's in their raw resources. Okay, that's going to be good. I want to bring all that stuff back home. Now, hopefully activating the geysers is going to help me out a little bit when it comes to the water temperature. And I, by the way, figured out why this is happening, why we do sometimes get pressure changes, and that is because some of the tiles actually break. So that is really interesting because of the high pressure. Now, technically, I would have thought my granite tiles here break. I just wanted to do it for testing, but they seem to be holding up rather nicely. Maybe it's because it's still open. Yeah, that could actually be. What if we close it? Are we gonna overpressure it? Let's test it out. Now it's closed off and we still don't seem to be suffering overpressure damage. This is really interesting, but it also makes me doubt me concerning my skills in Oxygen Not Included. I just have no idea about this game. We still got lots to do, lots to dig up here. And May, I'm certain, can still do a big chunk before we have to move back. But I think what I would like to see is maybe this part here cleaned up a little bit. We are just going to bring it to the storage that sweep up, and then maybe we can already finish this. Let's say we are pumping above 200 kilograms or so of liquid, and then I would like to see some drywall right here as well. Now, just to be sure, I'm mopping away the water here as well. Let's do this quickly. I just need access to water. Okay, that's good. And now I also want to pick up all the frozen water. Actually, let's just go ahead and do this quickly. So weird. Here I have like 16 bottles and I don't think I can move them all at once. So I either have to empty them or set up a bottle emptier. Yeah, honestly, this is one of the weirdest things that I've seen. Look at that. That's just insane. Usually the game stacks it. Yeah, bottle emptier is probably gonna be better. Let's just all and sweep only. Okay, and then sweep this up. Okay, looking really good. Now, some of the weirdest stuff just happened in the main base here. For some reason, I had my pipes here breaking. I just completely don't understand it. Like 3 of these tiles were gone as if I had removed them, but then also the thermal aqua tuner, I had the steel tile laying here on the floor as if it melted. But it would only melt at, what, 2,500 degrees, which it certainly didn't reach in this room. I'm so freaking confused. Sometimes just the weirdest stuff is happening. Yeah. By the way, right now I'm on the lookout for a new duplicant. All I want them is to have a piloting skill, but then also maybe a little something else that's useful, such as food morality bonus, or maybe even a radiation eater would be amazing as a duplicant that basically lives inside the rocket. In the meantime, I'm still making progress here with May. Right now, it's going to be much easier to just dig down the terrain in portions of 4 tiles high. Whoa, whoa, whoa. How did you get inside of here? You move out immediately, please. That would be great. How much time do we have left? 414 kilograms. Okay, I think I'm gonna remain for another 3 or so cycles before then moving back home. Something I would definitely like to do is collect some of that fossil and lime that we grabbed. Make sure we definitely bring this back home. But yeah, May has been doing a phenomenal job for being here for the first time, just having a couple of cycles. Well, to be fair, we had like 40 cycles or so, maybe even more. Before I actually can move her back, I have to think about my rocket. Technically, it doesn't matter which pad we land on, so I'm just gonna choose whatever is free, but on the water planetoid, I want to have dedicated landing pads. Now, of course, we cannot have all of our rockets here stationary at the same time. I'm assuming my drilling rocket is gonna be in space most of the time, and so is the liquid cargo rocket. The Explorer rocket eventually isn't gonna exist anymore. I think for now, I'm gonna bring back Ari in order to do another exploration mission. Yeah, right here, we are pretty much done. By the way, I will soon be taking care of a design here for the living module for single duplicants on this planetoid. And I will be copying this module over basically for all the planetoids where we have a duplicant stationary. Right now, of course, I kind of neglected the living situation here, but it wasn't too dramatically important to me. So that means we're gonna send Ari back to the main planetoid, just like that. And even before nighttime hits, let's make him move back into the base. We might be able to make him go into this rocket here. Do another exploration mission. Let's change the destination. In which direction do we want to go? I kind of would like to do these tasks, but I do know this is stupid. Let's get into this direction first, maybe reveal some of that terrain. And then maybe on the way back we can hit an asteroid field to collect some more artifacts. But apart from a cleared launch pad, I think we got everything ready and we can begin that launch sequence. Let's do this! Oh, wait, are you already inside? Yeah, look at that. The little bastard is already inside. How wonderful. Now, of course, he's gonna be collecting a whole bunch of data banks. We should still have the plastic in store, so Ari should be doing a good job here. And this also means we now have the space to actually fly back. This is gonna be my last cycle on this planetoid, and therefore I'm gonna be focusing on just storing the stuff. Inside the colonizer, I already have this storage bin here, and I'm collecting some lime and fossils, and I think I might want to do this here as well. So instead of just having this sweep and store everything, I'm gonna be copying over the settings for this. And let me just see, is there anything else we want to collect? Like lime and fossils are gonna be the most important part in an immediate sense. Maybe the graphite. No, I don't need the graphite. Let's just focus on water, lime and fossils. So I will not be giving any more digging commands, just bringing up the materials, and then we fly back the next time May has her downtime. Nicola right here could be a candidate. He could then also do the creativity stuff on the other planetoids. He's got some rocketry and researching. Decreased medicine and decreased excavation doesn't really matter. Also, the buffs aren't really that useful to me. But you know, we do need a duplicant to operate the liquid cargo rocket 1. So here we go. We are printing out another duplicant. I don't think they can actually make it over. Yeah, I might have to rescue them. And I'm gonna be spending Nicola's first point right away into rocketry. Let's give him a hat since he's already here. Now, Nisbet, you need to hurry up. Sometimes they take such a long time and they abandon the task. I just don't get it. Nisbet had the task and it's not her downtime. Never mind, it's her sleeping time. Just forget about it. Okay, then in this case, Nicola is just gonna die. I just don't get these duplicants. Do it. Do it. Do it! Nicola, of course, is still really slow, but we kind of need to make sure that he is ready for the task. We've already got the refrigerator filled up, so Nicola could survive for 90 freaking days. And then I got the oxalite storage here as well. Let's actually put this to uncontrolled. Now, I don't want my duplicants to be using the beach chair or the party line phone while they are on this planetoid, so I will leave that grounded. And then I'm not yet sure what I want to have in this storage bin. Technically, I don't really need anything, but let's make our way over to the water planetoid to check out how we could start to load things up. Actually, that is a stupid idea since I don't have any infrastructure just yet. I would have to bring the water up somehow and then store it before being able to fill up the rocket. Yeah, let's wait with that for a brief moment. Right now, I do have my Explorer rocket on the way, and then I'm gonna make my way back with May. Catch you in just a second. As it so happens, I'm interested in yet another duplicant here with rocketry and decorating. They would have increased decor as well and increased food morale bonus. Cannot do doctoring and is worse in cuisine, so that doesn't really matter. I think Gossman could be our second pilot, our second cargo pilot. I don't really need them right now, but I guess they can, you know, start to level up their skills and everything until we have something better to do for them. So Gossman is also gonna spec into piloting, just so that I already know where this is going. Oh, before I forget, I should put them into the correct schedule. Let me see. It's Lyra's schedule, I believe. Yeah, Lyra and Ari have that same schedule, so Gossman and Nicola would have to go into that schedule. And then, of course, when it comes to priorities right now, we want to focus on piloting maybe. They can still do some tidying, and maybe we're gonna leave decorating neutral. They shouldn't be farming or ranching, and everything else they can help for as long as they are on the planetoid. Okay. Wonderful. I did not expect to take on 2 new duplicants. Let's see where they actually went in terms of cottage and stuff. Looks like Nicola is here at the bottom. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Most of the time they're gonna be spending in their rocket and therefore they're not even gonna occupy a bed. I already opened up the silo. My rocket should return in, yeah, look at that, 60 seconds, and this is still gonna take 0.7 cycles. So once the rocket actually landed, we immediately need to close the bunker doors. Actually, if I do both doors at the same time, I do have some circuit overloading. That is totally fine. And here is the rocket. So good, so good. Let's close this off as well. And I guess this should be grounded again, right? Yeah, it is grounded right here. That of course makes sense with the star map location sensor. I might want to implement that into the other rocket. Ah, come on. Give me the liquid cargo rocket. Right here, I don't think I have a space free, but we're just gonna open this up, the crown molding here, and add the sensor right there. This means we can also already go ahead and hook this up to some cabling. Star map location center, you go right there. Okay, and we want to make sure that this rocket is not grounded on the water planetoid. There is my sensor, so that means we want in space. No, we want to send a green signal when we are on the main planetoid and nothing else so far. Okay, so that means now it's grounded, and also the beach chair and the party line phone are grounded. Wonderful. One could pose the question of actually not grounding the bed so that Nicola can spend his time here. Now, who are we gonna take out of these 2 people? I mean, Gossman is just as good of a candidate. Yeah, I might actually use Gossman for the liquid cargo transport. I kind of find this better fit, mostly because of the name. And then this should also be uncontrolled, and it should be Gossman's. Where are you? Right there. Okay, so I want Gossman to more or less live in this module. That's gonna be good. What do we have in here? Oxalite. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, now you can also see we are delivering the oxygen much quicker. This is actually incredible. How do I have ladders here? I totally missed that part. Either way, thanks to the system here, we can load up double as much, and we can even take this to the next level and load up triple as much. In the future, I think I want to utilize all of the ports here instead of having it doubled up at the beginning. We'll see. We'll do some reshaping eventually. Wait a second. What just happened? Did I deconstruct the module? Wait a second. I'm so confused. Yeah, this is my colonizer. I think I just deconstructed the tank, but I just absolutely don't get how. Oh well, either way, it's time to very briefly remodule this rocket. I want to swap this here for a different module, namely the small oxidizer tank. Yes, I want to build you. And then we want to add one more on top of that. This then means the battery can go down 1 slot in order for it to be at the correct spot right there. Okay. And then, yeah, for some reason, I totally deconstructed the module. I hate when things like that happen. Oh, this is so crazy. Why did I have to do that? I lost all of this oxygen now. Yeah, it's right here. I guess it doesn't really matter in the end, because what we want to do is grab all of that water, which I think we already started with, and it should be brought over here to this bottle emptier. And I think it would be easier, instead of doing that, we're gonna move it. So if I move the entire load down here, we can carry much more at a time. Take that 24.8 tons, and we are gonna move that as well all the way to here. And then right here we can just empty them, and then we get 25 tons of water. I actually want to see that happen to wrap up the episode. And here are the meteor showers. This time we were actually in time to protect ourselves. Check out Gossman. This is so hilarious. It's actually so funny. Is the Somnium synthesizer even running? Yeah, okay, so that is with the buff. I just totally forgot how slow the dupes are in the beginning. Gossman and Nicola, well, you have now time to train up a little bit. You should be totally fine inside this base. In the meantime, we've also reached the destination with our explorer, and I think we should be able to go like 2 more tiles. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, we can easily make it back And now Gossman is just living the dream, I guess, with a healthy dose of radiation. And I'm not even sure he is capable of getting out because there is an atmosuit missing. Right there. Okay. Now, how is it possible that we are missing 2 suits here? That doesn't even make sense, right? Okay, actually, one should be free. Cancel request. And then we are gonna disable the... Gosh darn it! Deliver 1 suit. Is that really that difficult? And then disable the building. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Okay. Finally, Meep, you need to grab another suit. Okay. Now I got it where I want it. But yeah, you get the basic gist. As a wrapping up point, let's now empty one of these bottles. Let's see. This one here has 11 tons. We're gonna empty that in one go. Let's see how that feels. Should technically fill up about 12 tiles. We got Meep taking care of that. Oh my gosh, look at that. Amazing, amazing. And we're ready to pump it up. Now, Ari is a radiation vomiting. Okay, I guess that's normal. Let me see. How bad is it really? 78. So this is a real problem for all the dupes that aren't radiation eaters. They should spend their time like down here, but they very often, of course, attempt to stay on the carpeted tiles, which they usually regret. Yeah, maybe it's not going to be that bad. If it is, we can always, of course, make radiation pills. Might be worth it. In today's episode, I would like to improve the situation on my secondary planetoids a little bit. For the longest time, I've been living in these makeshift homes, and Lyra here as well, but especially for Lyra, it slowly but surely becomes an issue temperature-wise. And then the second planetoid, I just want to get ready for a huge petroleum boiler. So I decided today we're gonna plan things out a little bit. I'm gonna attempt to build something here on the top. Now, I currently have Ari actually in space using the Explorer rocket, just exploring a bunch of these tiles. And then I also have too many rockets right here. We should really use the Colonizer again, maybe make our way back to the water planetoid in order to continue. But I'm already thinking about sending my liquid rocket here in order to bring back some water. Either way, we still have to drag out the water, and today is more about designing a simple living quarter for offshore duplicants. I already got started here with the first room, which is gonna become my bathroom, and I think I wanna design everything, so let me just get rid of all of these ladders that are probably in the way, and then we get to designing. Actually, we might wanna leave this in place in order to be able to reach it. That actually reminds me that we currently have no duplicant on board, so I kind of have to deal with the fact that we need to use 1 rocket. I think we have 2 new duplicants. They are actually the solution to that problem. I didn't even think of them. They already have 1 point in piloting, so either of them could just go ahead and use the rocket. That means in the future, my Explorer rocket is gonna be dedicated to one of these dupes, and the mining rocket as well. Are we interested in mining anything else other than the gilded asteroid fields? Let's just check it out. We have some uranium ore here. Dirt, slime, algae, not really. Yeah, there's nothing really of interest that I don't have in abundance on any of the planetoids. So maybe just to be future-proof, we're gonna make another trip to the gilded asteroid field, which by the way already replenished completely. Yeah, we have, no, actually not completely, but still. It's back to 35 tons. Hold on, just used the wrong bunker doors. I'm gonna open up these guys and then change the crew here. This one should be, let's see, no more May, but it's gonna be, come on, Gossman. Yeah, let's use Gossman as our drilling pilot. We're also gonna change the destination to over here, the gilded asteroid field. Looking inside, everything looks fine. What are we storing here? 5 tons of oxalite, so fresh air is also taken care of. Collecting any more data banks is useless, so maybe let's just add a bunch more of the amenities. Something that doesn't use a lot of power. Maybe we can now try out the beach chair, if that even works. And then what else? That is the question. We might want to add another atmosuit checkpoint here. The problem is then we also need a pump and potentially a way to filter the carbon dioxide. I don't really know yet, but if we do get to do regular mining missions, then we should have a way to also automatically unequip the suits. For now, I'm just gonna build the beach chair and then we are on our way. There's also enough food in the fridge. Oh, how cute. Just look at Nicola. These new dupes, absolutely hilarious. By the way, we're ready to get this baby launched. Let's just do it. Begin that launch sequence and we should have our pilot boarding. Gossman. There they are. Beautiful. Let's head inside, unequip the suit, and Gossman can go for it. There's 23.5 tons of water that we can empty and another 21 tons here on the other side. In the meantime, Ari is vomiting out his heart, but he's also doing the research. There are still quite a few tasks to explore before we can send him back. So maybe May can, in the meantime, go over to the second planetoid and get things started. I think that is a good idea. Or maybe we should send over Nisbet. Nisbet is actually better at building. No, I need Nisbet here. Yeah, let's just go with May, send her over. Hold on, you need to unequip your suit. Yeah, that's good. You wanna teleport over. In the meantime, we pick up that Atmos suit and bring it back to any of the docks. Okay, nice. Got a few things out of the way so we can plan ahead. We got gold tiles here for the good decoration. Head into plumbing. I'm gonna set up the bathroom right here. Now, let's also make this out of gold. We will be able to send over all of the materials that we need, but I just wanna plan things out. And then we can estimate what we actually need. Gold here. And then I'm also gonna go with a shower. That's it for the bathroom. Next, I want to make the great hall. So we need some furniture. Gonna get started with a water cooler here on the very end. Then I think, let me see, I want a mess table, have this a little bit spread out. I also want a fridge in this room. Gonna have you right here. And then let's see, we need 32 tiles. So this should be the end. And then I'm gonna add a pneumatic door here. So this is gonna be, this is gonna be my room. Gonna get some purple background for this one. And then I think at this point I would like to make my way down. So we'll have some ladders going down inside the facilities. And then towards the right side, I want to have an exit with my Atmos suits and maybe a transit tube point. And towards the right side, we're gonna make this a little bit smaller because I only really need 3 tasks for my maintenance rooms. And this way, maybe we can make this a little bit better with the aqua tuner room in order to keep everything at temperature. I want to make the aqua tuner room about 3 tiles high, so something like that, and just 5 tiles wide for the steam turbine. So we'll have a steam turbine on top of this, also gold, everything gold. And I think I need to switch it around so I can have my output here because the aqua tuner setup is going to be more to the right side. Speaking of aqua tuners, let's already set this one up right here. We can also have some automation. Let me see, we need a thermo guy. You go right here. Then we need some cables. You go right there. And then I guess I first want to build it, and I also want a background for this so the gases cannot escape. Let's have this our industrial background here. Good, then towards the left side here, I want to continue with my water sieve setup and everything. Let's maybe see how much space we need. Water sieve, we have that here. I want to place it right there. Then it would be great to also have a carbon skimmer included. So we already take care of the carbon dioxide, and we would be doing that here at the very bottom. And we can probably just insulate this. We don't need to add any more gold tasks to this. Then I would like to automate the water sieve. So let's add a auto sweeper here. And I guess all we need is a little storage bin right here where we have some filtration medium. So that will be brought by a duplicant. And then I guess a conveyor loader would be nice to grab the polluted dirt that we're getting. Now here I want to make my way down, maybe to some batteries. Actually, we have a little bit of space for a battery setup there. So my smart battery is going to go here. And then maybe we have a jumbo battery as well going on here at the bottom. Now hold on, somehow we have to feed the oxygen into our system. So that would be great to do somewhere. What if we made this a little bit lower and also moved the entire water sieve over so that we can have some pumps here? So add 2 pumps right there. And since we make this solid, this should mostly be oxygen, and the carbon dioxide will tend to flow down here and then be picked up by the carbon skimmer. So we should never have to filter this out. And now we can have the water sieve still. We can also have our storage bin right there, have our auto sweeper, and we have plenty of space for the conveyor loader as well. So maybe instead of adding batteries here, we can add them on the right side there. And in here we could add a transformer, large power transformer. Yeah, sure. Why not? Have that right there. What else could we have? It's a bit of wasted space. Either way, heavy joint plate is going to go here. And then we have some of that heavy watt wire going into the thing. Let me maybe turn this guy around. This is going to be a little bit more convenient. And then I can just connect everything. Now there's one more thing missing. Let's maybe use this corner tile here under Dude, we need a hydroponic farm, of course. Right there for the reed fiber to repair the atmosuits. That actually reminds me, an exosuit forge would be great, but we cannot possibly fit that in here unless we do some trickery. So for one, my water sieve, for instance, could move up, and then I can also move these tiles. We can even turn around the auto sweeper and move this up as well. I'm gonna move my carbon skimmer over here. This actually makes more sense to me now. And the large power transformer is gonna be right here. And this should allow me to add the exosuit forge as well. Have you right there. Wonderful. I like it. Hold on. I had an idea how I wanted to get up and down. Let me try this again. Move you up. Yes, I didn't want to do it, but I think the only way is to move the carbon skimmer all the way to the left side there. Now this will give me opportunity to go up here, but I'd rather not do that. As a matter of fact, I might not even want these tiles to be mesh tiles at all. Now the forge can go right here, and I can still have my plastic ladder. The storage bin can go here, and I can also have my large power transformer here with the cabling. As a matter of fact, let's bring in the cabling right here on the very edge. Some heavy watt wire. Yes, and everything out of gold amalgam, so we just have to send over one material. And I think I'm just gonna hook these guys here up. Actually, this might not be necessary. We just hook up the transformer, and then the rest we do with some conductive wires. And that, I think, is even gonna include the aqua tuner if possible. It's gonna use 1200 watts, but we don't have anything else that... Oh, actually, the two pumps will already use 240 watts each. We have 120 watts for the auto sweeper and then the water sieve. Oh, and then I still don't have a space for my smart battery now. Do I even need this? The majority of the power is going to come from solar panels on this world. So I think it might be better to continue the heavy watt joint plate here. We bring this all the way up and also power the pumps this way, and even the water sieve. These are all regions where we don't really spend a lot of time, and just every now and then my dupe comes in order to fix the suit, and then he books it again. You know, this might actually be the solution. Let's just start to hook everything else up. Like I want to hook up the fridge. Let's maybe do it this way. And there's going to be nothing here. And I think I'm just going to continue through the ceiling here. By the way, on this side here, I would like to see the bedroom that we're still missing. Let's try to set this up now. There's going to be a door. Then there's going to be a comfy bed, maybe a statue of some sort. And that should be approximately the room. Now, let me see. I also need a way to distribute the oxygen, and I figured I want to do it with oxalite on these planetoids. That makes a lot of sense to me, since you can store a lot of oxygen just inside a storage bin. So that means this would be my storage bin here, and what we could do is just set up a mesh tile here. Then we can replace the top portion with doors. Let's not forget a little bit of drywall here, and maybe also with the ladder portion. We're just gonna do that all the way down to the bottom, and right here I would like to see some batteries. Let me see, igneous rock as a material here. We actually don't even need smart batteries for this because of the solar panels. They are just gonna do what they want to, and I have this steam turbine in order to suck out the heat. That means we're just gonna add as many batteries as we can, which is this many probably, and it would be great to have this hooked up to the main system. Let me see, we probably just go through the wall there. So there's gonna be some igneous rock wrapping all the way around. Maybe we should make sure that we can actually build this first. So remove some of these gold tiles and then we should be good. And then maybe we also need a way to get inside for the time being. Anyway, there's going to be the comfy bed and then maybe a marble statue of some sorts. Let me see, isn't that too large? Yeah, I think we can make it one smaller, something like that. Then we have a marble statue here, maybe a painting there, and then we can also have a lamp. Good, let's keep going with this, assuming that this would be our border. We then want some atmosuits, 3 spaces for the transit tube. Then we have the atmosuit checkpoint, some atmosuit docks, 1, 2, and then this is perfect. We have the space for, let me see, a automatic dispenser. Then I also want to get into shipping. We could have a conveyor chute maybe on the top here. We can even have another auto sweeper taking care of everything. So for instance, whenever we bring stuff to the automatic dispenser, the auto sweeper can pick it up and ship it off to the main planetoid. And then at the same time, the main planetoid ships materials, which are going to go through this conveyor chute, so we can use them for building. So now we can all give this the proper power that it also deserves. And of course, let's not forget the transit tube also needs to be powered up. This is why I wanted it for high, so we can actually take the curve here, and then we would be going outside of the facilities right there, where we have the igneous rock layer. And that also means we can have another joint plate right here. And also the cabling will be going this way, and at some point we need to make it go up as well. Okay, very nice. I really like where this is going. It would be optimal if all the materials that we now ship are actually also going over to this station. So maybe let's use the iron ore that we already have and build this rail going to the new base. I would imagine in the future I'm just going all the way down here. Let's maybe not build this for now, but I just want to see where we end up. Okay, this is actually close, but it is looking rather snazzy. I think we can go with that. Let me already get rid of these ladder pieces as well. And then instead, we're gonna have a huge ladder going all the way down as well, right next to the tube. And then this would also be the way up to the facilities on the top. Okay, good. I think I can live with that. Let's not forget to also set up the drywall now. And then maybe some stripes here for the bedroom. It's gonna look nifty. Okay, that is a lot to build. I think I'm gonna get started with a bunch of gold. Just deliver that over. Should be easy enough because we can just go ahead and use this conveyor loader here. Whatever I'm gonna send over is gonna be fine. And for instance, we already are sending over some gold. Well, I disallowed it with manual use, but we're gonna enable it again. And as you can see, it's now being delivered. So what we should be able to do on the second planetoid already is maybe get the skeleton built, and I just need to make sure that there is a way for me inside to get started. And you know, while I'm at it, I'm also gonna send over the gold amalgam. Alrighty, Nicola and Gosman just earned their first skill points. Let's check them out. I probably want to go for the same thing, since Nicola and Joshua are gonna spend most of their time in space, I'm assuming, and May is gonna spend most of her time establishing new colonies. I guess Gosman right now is more important. We want to work towards piloting. Everything else isn't really necessary, right? Because it's just gonna be inside the rocket. Sure, I'm gonna work with him towards that. Nicola on the other side is still currently on the main planetoid, so he could benefit from improved carrying. Yeah, sure, let's do right that, and sustainability training. Anyway, on the second planetoid, I've made some progress in terms of building. I sent over all the materials, and one nifty trick, if you have everything built already with the plan without materials mod, you can just place all the items. And the cool thing about this is when I sent over the gold, it remained at 0 for as long as I didn't have enough materials, but as soon as this number went above 0, the gold number, then I was certain that I have brought over or shipped over enough gold. And I did the same thing with the other materials. For instance, if we now go ahead and track ceramics, which is something I haven't sent over just yet, we can see we have 0 kilograms of ceramic, and even if I send some over, it's gonna remain at 0 kilograms until we are done. Raw mineral, ceramic, my dupes should be bringing that momentarily, and then I just wait on the second planetoid for the number of ceramic to become more than 0, and that will be the point when I have sent over enough. In the meantime, let's check out May. She is now building all of the rails, of course. That is really good. Right now, all of my items are still landing here on the floor, but my intention is to fix that. We're just gonna have a auto sweeper here together with another conveyor loader. This planetoid is very cold, so I will not even have to worry about that, but I'm gonna be connecting that to here, and I'm assuming I don't need this connection anymore. Yeah, let's just go ahead and get rid of this entirely, and then we just have the auto sweeper hooked up, and we also need to hook that up to some power, which should be possible. Now hold on, I should be using some other wires, namely made of iron, so that I can actually build it. Iron is what I have already on the planetoid. Now, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, I think Ari just landed on the main planetoid, so he should be using the third silo here that we built, and ooh, I totally forgot to equip his Atmos suit. No, I did not forget it. Ah, this is so great. Now, my sweepy dock is currently overheated, but I think this is always just temporary, and then it cools down again. And I think the teleporter is already done charging. That means we should be able to send Ari right back over again, and he can help out May. Yeah, look at that. Ari is not feeling extremely well right now. Leave that Atmos suit here. Thank you. So Ari is going back to the second planetoid in order to help out a little bit. We now have May currently working on it, and I think I rather send her out to go on another planetoid and keep going there. But maybe just for a couple of cycles, I'm gonna allow May to help out a little bit with Ari so that they can get the basic infrastructure already going and Ari won't have that much to do. Ari is currently doing other jobs because he's got other priorities, and I'm assuming, yeah, well, he's taking care of the life support systems first, it seems. Yeah, for instance, bringing all of the berry sludge into the fridge. Or maybe he's just taking a poop, I don't know. Let's just leave them to their devices. They have enough to build and they should also have enough materials. Now, maybe before I do that, if we connect this, I should be getting some of the ceramic. And then as mentioned, if we just check out the ceramic number, as soon as it goes up, we have enough. Right now, it's still at 0 kilograms, of course, because we have planned more with it than we can chew. Now, honestly, when it comes to these guys, the deodorizers, I don't think we're gonna need all of them anymore. Most of the oxygen has now been converted, and I'm not really using the sublimation station anymore. Just a little bit to go for the rail to be finished, and then all of my materials will be transported up. Actually not. We first have to finish this. Now, at this point, yeah, I think we can risk it. Just opening up 1 slot or maybe 2 slots. Wait a second, maybe for now we're just gonna use a transit tube crossing here so that we can maintain the pressure downstairs a little bit better. We're already losing some of the air through the door whenever we open it up, but this is gonna make it a little bit worse, of course. Now, there's already a lot of ceramic queuing up. I think I'm just gonna let it be. We now have to finish the entirety of the rail, which is going through here until the materials actually are where I want them to be. And then maybe just to be on the safe side for now, I'm gonna allow myself entry this way. Chute is in place. Somebody just needs to build the insulated top. And as soon as that is done and the rail is finished, man, this build is gonna go extremely quickly since all the gold, all the igneous rock and whatever is already gonna be here. Just ready for the grabs. There it is. Wonderful. I should not see my stuff moving. And yes, indeed, it is absolutely moving. That is phenomenal. Now, this auto sweeper is supposed to just pick up everything. So, yeah, let's just set it to all. And then these 2 sources are gonna share a rail. But all of my items that I ever brought over here that are just laying on the floor will now be transported inside of the base. So I can use it for building. Yeah, give me just a little bit more time in order to make progress, and then I'll be right back. Yay, okay, this is the moment I've been waiting for. Now they can just go basically nuts until their oxygen masks don't last any longer and they just keep on building. This is exactly what I wanted to see. This is gonna be done in no time. I bet you they just take another 2 cycles or so for this to be finished. Now, before I forget, I should probably also send over some steel. We should probably have some. As a matter of fact, we have about 1,500 kilograms. I'm gonna send this over completely, and that we can use to build the aqua tuner and maybe the one or other tile. And there it is, all gone. We can remove it from the conveyor loader again. And you can see we're still picking up materials here. Okay, let me just go ahead and finish this build, and then I'm gonna send May over for another mission to the water planetoid. Yeah, okay, maybe 2 cycles was a little bit exaggerated, but we are now almost done, just the backdrop to go. And I remembered we still have to do the cooling loop and all of the piping, so maybe we do that together to wrap things up, and I'm just gonna finish it in between the episodes or while we do something else in the next episode. So first things first, I think I'm first gonna finish the cooling loop. So we're starting here with the aqua tuner going down, then just taking a little detour while we start the cooling loop with all aluminium pipes. And then all I need to do is get back down here, approximately there, connect this up together, and that will be the completed cooling loop, also with the bypass right there. Let's make it a cozy 25 degrees inside the base, and I'm actually going to be sending over some super coolant in order to take care of that. Next up, I want to do the bathroom loop, and for this purpose, I think we're just going to go up normally, but then we come down here. No, actually that doesn't make sense. We would have to come down here, so maybe let's rotate the water sieve. That means we'll be able to get in here and then get out there. And all we have to do is distribute it amongst these 3 pipes. Let's see, maybe we can do that with a little bridge. Yeah, I think I'm gonna bridge this part so I can go straight up and into the inputs. And then we just use a bridge for the cooling loop. That should be fine. Okay, water sieve, but rotated around. That makes sense. It should still be powered. Yeah, even better. And then, of course, whatever we cannot fit in here is going to be the excess that I'm just bringing down into the thimbleweed plant. We just need one single thimbleweed. So I think what I'm going to be doing is limit this to 1 kilogram here. Then we just get one thimbleweed in the joint. This should be brought over by somebody. Come on, do it. I'm gonna set this conveyor loader to sweep only. And now if I go ahead and sweep this up here, this thimbleweed, then it should be brought into the conveyor loader. And this way I only ship over one single thimbleweed. And there it is. It has been delivered. Absolutely amazing. Thank you. Is there anything else we need to do in terms of piping? I don't think. Well, maybe the gas pipes still need to be done. We can connect these together like so, and then we just move over into the atmosuit docks. And I guess that's really all we have to do. The distribution should just happen here with the storage bin that I'm gonna fill up with oxalite when it's time. Of course, there's one more thing we have to take care of. Bring the fresh water over here to our carbon skimmer. And then honestly, I think I'm just gonna be using that for the thimbleweed as well. It shouldn't be too much carbon just produced by one duplicant. So I think we can wrap up the build like this. And then the next time, while we actually make our way over to the water planetoid once again, I also want to reshape the top portion so we automatically harvest all of the oxalite that comes with every meteor shower, and we utilize it for our base. And this will also serve as a blueprint, for instance, for the third planetoid, or generally any planetoids we want to harvest the materials of the meteor showers from. In the previous episode, we have taken care of building a proper living module for our secondary planetoids. I'm still kind of in the wrapping up phase, but we shall activate it today. Before I do that though, I have to fix an issue. I had to add water to this room a couple of times because over time, when I produce too much inside the metal refinery, the room just gets overheated. What happens then? The dupes come in order to fix some of the stuff, and then most of the steam manages to escape. It's only about 2 kilograms per tile every time they open the door, but it's still enough over time to drain it of enough steam so that the thermal aqua tuner manages to completely overheat and also melt. The previous time it happened, I reloaded the game and made sure to add a little bit of water by adding it gently to the room and disallowing the metal refinery from doing anything just for a brief period. I managed to get everything under control. So we're now down to 200 degrees, but it was like at 500 at some point. So I kind of want to fix that now by making the aqua tuner way more efficient, and also the cooling loop here. We just need to exchange it with super coolant. So what I did here is just install a pumping system that is going to allow me to add some of the supercoolant to the system. And I think before we do that, we are just completely going to drain the loop right now. If I add a chute here, oh, I can also add it on this side. This might be better. So the water will just go ahead and dribble down here into our storage. There it is. Thank you very much, Nispet. And now we're just going to completely drain the loop. Looks like that's gonna work. Something else we definitely should exchange as well is the coolant that we're using for the metal refinery right now. I'm kind of thinking if we add a bridge right here, then it will just go ahead and drop right down into our petroleum pool. So that is definitely worth a try. Let's maybe not do it with steel, just craft a couple of iron ore pieces to get rid of that petroleum. Actually, are we able to eject it? Not really. However, we might temporarily be able to connect this, and then it's just gonna flow over. Okay, now we can maybe even cut this off and make this all drop. It's gonna be a little bit hot, but I think we're fine. In the meantime, we're draining the rest of the loop. It's almost done. Okay, I feel like now we're ready to add the liquid here. We want some super coolant, enable auto bottle. Actually, that's not even necessary. We're just gonna drop it in here. I cannot really move the entire thing because it's too much liquid. So we're just gonna add it one bottle after another. And there it is. The loop is being filled up with the super coolant. Oh, I'm so glad. This is going to make everything so much more efficient, and then my steam turbine will finally be able to keep up. So I'm going to set this to 25 degrees again. Should be fine. And this guy is still at minus 30. Okay, now hold the phone. The turbine is too hot. Yeah, of course. The coolant isn't going through anymore, but this will change in just a brief moment. You know, I'm kind of thinking this is a little bit unnecessary the way I do this. Maybe I'm just gonna go straight through here. Yeah. Right now, yeah, let's just avoid this guy. There it is, and the steam turbine can go for it again. Okay, I'm just gonna allow this to fill up completely and then some. Also, since I have this connected with a heavy watt conductive plate and it is also connected this way, I think we can keep up with the chill. Yeah, this should totally be okay. So I'm also gonna be connecting this instead of that, and we can get rid of the portion here. And you know what? While we're at it, we're also gonna make this all aluminium now because we can, right? This is why we activated the aluminium volcano, so we can go nuts. Everything aluminium. Ooh, I don't even know how much this is gonna take. We are now down. Ooh, it's still 60,000. Never mind. Actually, right here, these pipes, they should be insulated because they're leaving the base. And then keep going with aluminium pipes. These ones here on the top as well. And now that we completed it, we can actually get rid of these guys. Oh, let's keep that connected for a moment. But this should basically go, and then instead we're gonna have a bridge going over there. So eventually the pipe on the top can go as well. You know, just cleaning things up a little bit. Okay, now I believe we can just deconstruct the metal refinery and we'll be getting the petroleum back inside. And then we also have to remove the liquid from these 4 pipes. We're losing steam again. We're down to 37 kilograms. Not bad. Wonderful. There's my petroleum. This already worked out. Gonna put back the metal refinery. And technically we shouldn't need to enter this room anymore. I'm gonna lock it and I'm gonna make sure that we have the right stuff going on. This bridge needs to go, and then this connection right here also needs to go. Okay, and then we can fill this up with a little bit of super coolant, but I guess the cooling loop is a little bit more important right now. In the meantime, we should probably get May to take on her new quest. Actually, thinking about it, May could help out finishing the module, and then we could also build a petroleum boiler because we're gonna need that very soon, and we also have a lot of oil already queued up. I'm kind of hesitant to put that all in the oil refinery because we can get so much more just with the petroleum boiler. Yeah, that's actually worth thinking about if you ask me. By the way, the radiation vomiting comes from Gossman. He is actually fine, just hanging out inside the rocket. He's always hovering a little bit below the danger zone here. I just every now and then have to make sure that I mop up this stuff. He can still stay here for a couple of cycles, but then I need to make space within one of my rocket silos for him to take a little break. Okay, so it almost happened again, but this time I caught it. All of the water got converted, or the steam got converted into water. This of course left the aqua tuner not submerged. So what I did is I temporarily shut it off. Now I'm gonna turn it on again, but I also added a atmos sensor. So if this atmos sensor doesn't detect anything above 1,000 grams, then it will be sent to this AND gate, and only if both conditions are true, the aqua tuner is gonna turn on. This way I prevent the aqua tuner from actually melting once again. So now all I have to do is a little bit of smelting, and every time the supercoolant goes through here, once I heated it up a little bit above the 200 degrees, then it will evaporate the water again and the thermal aqua tuner can go. So this is just going to take a brief moment, but we do have the spare time. The base looks cozy with the right temperatures. Slowly but surely it's time to bring back Gossman here. He's had his fair share of a trip. We have to get things started by first sending May back to the main planetoid. She can do that right now. And we're gonna leave Ari to his own devices. May is then gonna use our Colonizer Rocket to build some more infrastructure on the water planetoid. Let's have a look inside. We do have the refrigerator filled up, and I did not actually bring the gold, just a little bit. But this is no problem, we can send over all the materials that we want right here with this system. So I'm not going to worry too much, but since I know I'm going to be requiring a lot of gold, I think it might be worth setting this to the highest priority, maybe even just forcing a bunch of duplicants to bring all that gold over, so we can then take off with May. Yeah, look at that. All the gold is just mine. Thank you very much. Already 10 tons. That should give us a decent start. Actually, thinking about it, we should just take more materials with us, such as igneous rock. That would be great. Yeah, maybe I'm just gonna give this a cycle for the duplicants to fill up. It will spare us a lot of Radbolts if we already take some materials with us. Ari, in the meantime, is gonna finish this, and I'm also gonna open this up in order to connect the main cable so we can get this started. But I'm gonna have to transfer over a little bit more supercoolant and other stuff. Ready or not, let's set the destination over here to the water planetoid, and we're gonna book it. May, good luck. I hope you enjoy your ride. Let's have a quick look inside. We want to enable the Atmosuit checkpoint, unequip that suit and deliver a second one over there. Wonderful. Now I think in a second part I want to focus on finishing the planetoid here a little bit with the surface. But first things first, let's connect the cabling here and maybe also finish this part so we can get in and out of the base. That means we will be able to close this off. Maybe already start to fill it with a bunch of oxygen. Now wait a second. Gossman, you need to equip the atmosuit right now. There you go. He's not feeling very good. However, we landed the driller successfully and now we can just go ahead and empty out everything right here. Yeah, he's not extremely quick, I gotta say. What's your athletics right now? -9. Holy cow. Okay, well, take your time. I flooded my base a little bit with the super coolant, but I think I want to take this opportunity to exchange the water we have here on the floor. Look at that. Devin right here is good at decorating and he's also got a little boost in medicine. I think this one could be the artist and doctor that we're missing. Binge eater, yeah, we gotta keep Devin happy, but let's go ahead and print them. Before I forget, Gossman's got another point. I'm gonna spend that directly towards rocketry. Devin on the other side, I think I'm just gonna wait for a couple of skill points, at least 3, so we can put it right into Masterworks. In the meantime, he's just gonna help around the base. Let's schedule him up. Let me actually put May into the special schedule here, and I'm also gonna put Devin into this one. No, actually, let's put him into, let me see, schedule 2, right there. So we have 3 people in this one. Oh, actually looking at this, Meep is the only one in this shift. So let's put Devin here as well. In terms of priorities, Devin needs the same priorities as Lyra. No, wait, what am I talking about? Devin is the doctor and artist. Where do we have that? Decorating. He's gonna help out with tidying, maybe operating sometimes. He could also help with farming and maybe actually ranching, because after a while, or maybe at all, he doesn't really have anything to do. Yeah, it's just gonna help around. We could even maybe engage him in some cooking. I don't really know. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Let's just leave it at that. We're gonna take 2.3 cycles to reach our destination here. So let's focus on the second planetoid and the project here on the top. I want to say we're gonna get things started with a payload opener, and I want to put this guy right here so it lines up with the room. Right next to it, we're gonna have our targeting beacon. Let's put that here. And then I've been thinking one thing we're missing for the cooling loop is a way to store the coolant. We could maybe do this here at the very top. Let me just have that right next to the contraption there. And so instead, I first want to bring this all the way up and then all the way down to here. And we're actually going to be using this cooling loop for much more cooling on the top. So it's not supposed to go over, but we do something like that. And then again, instead of actually going down, we'll first be going up and do some cooling. Now I'm gonna get some tiles in place, maybe starting off this point, so we can mine up everything that potentially falls down. The mining we do with robo miners, of course. We can build them out of any materials because we'll be, again, cooling them down. And you can see this just reaches the very bottom, so this is perfect. And what I want to end up with is a tile right here. So if I manage to aim this correctly, then we can see any debris falling on the next mesh tiles will be mined up by the robo miner as well. And then we should be able to just daisy chain this, and this is 8 tiles in between. So if I manage to do this right, 8 tiles, do that, 8 tiles, yeah, easy peasy. And then this would be the last one. So there is 1 tile probably not accounted for. Well, let's see. We're gonna place all the robo miners now. It's gonna be a whole bunch, and I will definitely have to send over more gold. Then if we're lucky, we can just continue with the solar panels. I cannot get another one in there. I think I want to line them up from this point so that I have just enough space to actually make my way up. Well, this is not enough space. I want it right here, and this is actually gonna allow me to have another ladder going up there. So this is how I want my solar panels to be. And if it lines up right here, that will be great. Otherwise, we'll have to move them. Next up, I'm gonna need some auto sweepers. I would like to have this guy maybe here, so it can cover this portion, the top portion of the next mesh tiles. Yeah, as a matter of fact, this is the perfect spot. What did I build this out of? Aluminium? No, thank you. We're gonna build this out of gold. So each of these robo miners is also gonna require an auto sweeper. It's not an inexpensive project, but you you know, we have tons and tons of gold. Really nothing to worry about. Next up, we're gonna need conveyor loaders, of course, in order to ship the mined material to its destination. And then, of course, also a whole bunch of conveyor rails. I want them to go down inside of the solar panel so the oxalite that we get from this planetoid isn't gonna be destroyed. Well, it will lose a little bit on the way down here, but I'm not too worried about maximum efficiency with this. It's gonna be way more than enough oxalite. So I'm gonna bring this all the way over, and then we probably just wanna line up with this guy. My duplicant will then bring the oxalite into the storage. We could also make it a conveyor receptacle, but we can only store 100 kilograms. I'd rather have 20 tons of oxalite storage, to be honest. Okay, very good. This is looking snazzy. There's one conveyor loader missing, and then I think we need to put this auto sweeper a little bit further down so that we can still reach the top portion, but also the bottom. So yeah, let's just do it far enough down here. Good. This means my cooling loop is supposed to go through all of these machines and cool them down. We're gonna get started with the auto sweeper. Let me move in here through a radiant pipe and then up there. Now, maybe we first place the conduction panels. Now, these ones we can build out of aluminium. I can have them right here and then move over to this guy. Okay, this might actually already work out, and then move below to the next one and so on and so forth. And we can even easily do the auto sweepers. Yeah, I'm actually gonna do this in bulk. So first the robo miners going up, then the conveyor loaders going down, and finally the auto sweepers going to the right. Now I'm missing even the aluminium. That's all fine. We're gonna do the piping now with igneous rock, and we should be able to do it quite easily. So starting from the liquid reservoir, we're not going to be needing this anymore. We'll be coming from the other side, but we first go up and then over through all of the conduction panels. Very easy, just like this. It's gonna be a pain in the butt to build, but you know, RE doesn't really have anything better to do. Oh geez, it's gonna take so many materials, but here we go. We can now make our way back through the solar panels all the way back into the loop. I think I'm gonna come down here at the ladder part, and then we just hop over with a bridge. Good. Now I'm assuming we're also missing a lot of the cabling. It will be going... Oh, actually we already have a lot of it in place, but let's just keep moving through the solar panels, and all of this needs to be supplied with proper power. I'm gonna do it here in the center with the auto sweeper and then spreading out to the other two machines. Now we might want to do this with various materials, or I'm just gonna stick to the iron ore. We should still have plenty of that hanging about on the main planetoid. Okay, pretty good. We can use the solar panels to actually be able to build everything, like as a platform, but we also need to send over a whole bunch more materials. Now that I will have a new beacon, I probably need to move the targeting beacon. Actually, let me wait for this to be built first. Okay, lots to do, lots to ship over. I think I'm gonna be making some more progress, and once I arrive over here, what I'm gonna be doing is just finding a proper setup in order to advance here. I will probably be doing some mining first and then setting up a system to ship over whatever liquids I'm getting, so the next time I will be able to use the liquid rocket. Okay, it is a little bit later and I decided to fill up the toilet loop a little bit differently this time around. I installed a liquid pump right here and I just allowed RE to make a whole bunch of messes. This wasn't really intentional, but I figured now that I have all of these polluted water bottles, I can just bring them right here and feed them into the system. So why don't we go ahead and add all the polluted water to this? It should then be transported over into the system and directly be filtered out. In the meantime, on the water planetoid, I'm making some progress here in terms of getting rid of the entirety of the terrain, and I also had my first overpressure issues. For testing purposes, I added an airflow tile, and it looks like they do not really suffer the same issues right now. So maybe we can still use the trick with the airflow tiles. Maybe just to be sure, we're gonna add yet another one right here, where the pressure is supposed to be a lot higher. Now the hotel, of course, is gonna be really big, and it's gonna be probably using most of the space here. If we include the petting zoo on this planetoid, then it's gonna be even crazier. We still have plenty of air, so we're gonna be spending some more time here with May. Let's check out the second planetoid again. Is RE making some progress? I sure hope so. I installed this transit tube all the way down for easy access to all the materials that are on the floor there. And we have some more polluted water for our bathroom loop. Well done, well done. There's even a little bit of vomit now inside of the suit. This is perfect. More polluted water for us. By the way, there's also a little bit of oxalite here from the last meteor shower that I was able to pick up and get things started. There it is, finally, the precious liquid gold. It's gonna be so better to not have to soil the suit any longer. Okay, my first water is inside the water sieve. Maybe let's also fill this up with filtration medium. Now, let me set this to priority 7. We do have a little bit of something to store. Oh, looks like we have a little bit of regolith, but not too much on this planetoid. I will have to send some over or maybe use the rock crusher to make some sand. Wait a second, where did this go? Oh no, don't tell me it went... No, it went into the carbon skimmer. That's not where I want it to go. But it still shouldn't be a waste. We just need more CO2. Of course, the levels right here are always going to be CO2, but that is fine. The problem is just I really wanted it to go upstairs first. What an absolute shame. But it's not really a huge issue. We can take this pitcher pump and this pool of water to achieve exactly the same thing. So we're also just going to check the water instead of just the polluted water. There it is, my bottle of water, and this should already be enough, to be honest. I just needed a little bit to fill this up. Perfect. Now we can connect it again. Wait a second, that's the wrong one. I wanted to connect it here. Perfect. And now as soon as we filled this up, the rest should also go into the plant. Wait a second, I need to make sure this is running into the right direction. This should all go into the plant, and then the overflow of the water sieve should also go into the plant. So we do something like this, and then that will be guaranteed. Oh no, what are you guys doing? Oh my gosh. Okay, well, let me try to clean things up a little bit. I knew this was gonna bite me in the butt. I guess it would be better to have a dedicated storage for the super coolant, maybe down here or so. I think I'm gonna be doing that, but didn't think I would have to pump out super coolant out of my base. In the meantime, on the water planetoid, I'm just gonna keep going until all the terrain is gone, and then we're gonna try to set up something before actually making our way back again. Alrighty, we are back. It is a couple of cycles later, and as promised, I built a storage for my super coolant. I decided to go with the area down here. As a matter of fact, I might even make it a little bit higher to match this area, but for now that is fine. I started to pump things out, and the rest I was able to mop up, and in order to get this out of the way, I built a pitcher pump in place of the molecular forge. So the super coolant in the future will have its place here, and I'm also going to be filling up all the liquid reservoirs. Then I built another something right here. I will call this the temperature equalizer, and basically this operation got summoned into play because I wanted to save a little bit on my plastic material. We have unlimited quantities of metals, so I decided to just go for a huge heatsink, and this is just gonna equalize the temperatures of all the items that are going through here, in particularly everything from the aluminium volcano. Same thing here with the gold volcano, but I also intend to put this conveyor loader a little bit further up so that the hot items that I input there are also going to be sharing the temperatures. I'm not going to be actively cooling down this area. This is just going to be heated up as far as it wants to, but it's just going to make sure that all the items that travel through come with a similar temperature. So what I would like to see maybe is a conveyor rail. Now let me think, how did I set this up? This is coming over here, but instead I think I want it to go up. And I'm going to be doing the same thing with items coming from the bottom. Now, how do we access this? Probably down here. No, honestly, I don't really like this. Yeah, I think with the gold will be okay to just go straight through. We don't need to utilize a lot of real estate, but I really would like to see a more convenient way to dump my hot items. Yeah, honestly, over here is probably good enough, and we can make it go through some insulated tiles. So just have a bridge right here, and then we're going up. And I want to go up right here so I can even still build it and then just join with this guy. This means right here we can have a conveyor loader, something along these lines, bring this down. There's already a little bit of power that we can access, but even better, we should also be able to easily cool it down like so. Just have a little detour. This is flowing in this direction. And then I probably want to make sure to build this really quickly so we can divert the cooling loop. We're still making progress on the water planetoid. As a matter of fact, I ran out of things to do. I'm just gonna go ahead and finish the digging part, and then we set up a pump of some sorts. Let me see, where's my oxygen? Yeah, we still have more than half left. And then on the second planetoid here, where we have the new base set up, we are also slowly getting some more things done. Let me open up this part here so we can get rid of the carbon dioxide, and then maybe even add, yeah, actually let me get rid of this guy. And this is gonna allow me to add the water right there. No, forget about the bottle emptier. We're just gonna vacuum this out and then add the water through the steam turbine. We also still need to send over some super coolant, so it's time to bring this all the way over, and then we want to go all the way up as well in order to get things into our launcher system. Looking at everything, I think we need to make things a little bit simpler here on the top. For instance, we could hop over here. Actually, this is going up. Yeah, geez, I need to figure out something better. I guess for now, what we could do is pick things up with the pitcher pump, because each delivery is also one payload that we can send over. That actually makes a lot of sense. So really, all we need is a little area. For instance, right here, because we have the space for it, we can set up a liquid pump there. And then all we have to do is bring this all the way up. I'm not going to do it very strategically right now, because at some point we need to redo the piping there either way. But yeah, this way I can bring exactly 200 kilograms of supercoolant here, and it will be delivered right away to the second planetoid. Ooh, actually, both of these are set to the third planetoid. This one should go to the second one. Ooh, actually, what am I doing? We can just teleport the liquid over. So I guess it would make sense to also bring this down. But right now, I cannot be bothered. We have this system here in place. It is powerful, and I can totally afford to send things over to the second planetoid, even if we have the teleporters. There it is. My conveyor loader is in place. It's going to replace this guy here. Let's copy the settings. And just if you forgot, we're collecting the regolith in this place. We're also collecting the steel, should I ever sweep it up, and the obsidian. So everything that comes in really hot, we could actually attempt the abyssalite as well, but I'm not even sure if they interact with tiles. They did not interact with the steam in any convincing capacity. With all of these changes out of the way, I think I'm gonna wrap it up for today's episode. I'm probably way over time this time. In today's episode, I would like to start automating some of our rockets, especially for the water planetoid. I would like to make a couple of automatic shipments and then maybe decide whenever it's time to go for another one. Currently inside the driller rocket, if we have a look, I basically trapped Gosman in here. Every now and then he's doing some radiation pooping, and I just see he's got some popped eardrums. Oh no, how do we have so much oxygen in here? Let me check the gases. Maybe it attempts to off-gas here towards the bottom, so maybe we need to put it up one more block. Though it doesn't really seem to off-gas right now, so maybe that is just something that happens whenever Gosman is vomiting all over the storage bin. Definitely something we have to observe. I figured having this on a airflow tile would prevent this from happening. If you have it at the bottom whenever it crosses a carbon dioxide tile, it will then delete it and replace it with oxygen, therefore filling up the room over the 1.8 kilograms it's usually capable of. Either way, the driller rocket is something I just want Gosman to reside inside, and so I decided he is not allowed to actually go outside. Now, I tried it with the pneumatic door right here or here, and this actually wouldn't really work. For some reason, when the duplicants spawn in, they go across the door, and Gosman was still capable of leaving. But if I had it here on the third tile, then it worked flawlessly, and Gosman isn't allowed outside. I can still allow all the other duplicants inside, and then just have an exception for Gosman. This way, for instance, I can collect all the vomit, and I can also fill up the refrigerator or any storage bin I have going on. Now, in today's episode, I would like to automate the liquid rocket, so we're gonna put the pneumatic door maybe over here. For that, I first have to remove the tiles. And then something else I figured we can activate is our new duplicant, Devon, right here, that is fond of decorating. So we're gonna put everything into Masterworks and give him the appropriate hat, and we even have 1 point spare, which I'm gonna put into improved carrying. Nicola right here is gonna be upgraded to rocket piloting 2. Let me see. Yeah, that should still be possible. Rocket piloting 2, and maybe let's give him exosuit training. And then of course Gosman is gonna have something similar in rocket piloting. I'm also gonna assign him the hat, and then yeah, maybe let's work towards exosuit training as well. Either way, Devon is going to be responsible for the liquid cargo rocket. Let's make sure that he's actually the crew. Change crew. And as of this point, it's going to be no, what am I talking about? It's going to be the other guy. Wait, Nicola, right there. And then for this one, I would like to activate a round trip. We're going to change the destination to the water planetoid right there. And I also want to make sure I have the landing location nailed. Like this landing pad here, I think I'm going to use to fill up the rocket. So let's call this liquid platform form for the time being. I might rename it when we are dealing with more types of resources other than liquid. This now allows us to specify the platform, the liquid platform, and my rocket will land over there. I think I'm gonna reduce the food to here to only 10 kilograms, otherwise it's a little bit over the top. And now we just gotta wait for Devin to actually do something with this marble block. Let me see. Unreachable. Ooh, unreachable doesn't sound good. Also, I just see I should remove that skill from my other dupes now that I have a masterwork dupe. Wait a second, we got a new achievement. Have a duplicant with masterworks. Okay, well, not very exciting. Oh no, my aqua tuner is still overheating. Just one steam turbine doesn't seem to be enough. Jeez, this is killing me. Let me shut off the aqua tuner for the time being. And then we're gonna allow the steam turbine to suck out a little bit more heat. But we gotta fix this. Oh, look at Devin. He's actually doing all the painting now. Amazing. What is it gonna be? Yes. And I think you can now even swap it. That is perfect. You can decide what you want. Devin finally going over to the rockets. Well, doing this one first. Yeah, there are some paintings to do. But just look at those happy facial expressions. It's time for Nicola to move here. I'm gonna assign him the bed and the mess table. And then we're gonna do the exact same thing. Everyone is allowed in except Nicola is only allowed in but not out. The next time he has his downtime, he's gonna remain here forever. In the meantime, on the water planetoid, we have built everything. I think I also built a enormous pipe going all the way down, and we should also have some cabling. Wonderful. So all we're missing is an innocent pump. Let's build that out of iron and put it right down here. Maybe make sure the power can reach. Wait a second, is this missing? Yeah, probably should have built this out of a more sustainable material. What can I say? Either way, we will be able to take off very soon, and then the other rocket will land right here, where it should then automatically be drained, since this is, oh my gosh, not hooked up yet. So we're gonna try to do that. I probably have to bring along a little bit of steel, and then also I should probably take apart the ladder here, otherwise we cannot land, right? Ooh, I did not think about that. The rocket even goes a little bit out here. So if we have the ladder right here, let's test that. Yeah, we cannot have it here, but we could place it here. Interesting. Okay, so I only have to remove like the first 6 or 7 tiles. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. 5 tiles have to go. I'm just gonna do one more to be sure, and then we should be able to land the rocket. Ah, there you go. Nicola actually made it over here. You can unequip your suit. You're not gonna need it anymore, and I'm actually gonna sweep that away from him. So it's gonna go back into our suit storage here. So yeah, these guys are just exclusively gonna spend their time on the driller and the liquid cargo. Oopsie daisy. Ah, gosh, hopefully the last autosave wasn't too far gone, but I'll be right back. Okay, it is a little bit later, and you can see I'm almost arriving with the liquid cargo. Inside, of course, we have Nicola, a little bit sick, but still happy. I think I'm gonna solve the sickness problem with the dupes here inside the rockets with radiation pills. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna spec Devin a little bit into medicine. We should probably already do that, and we will be able to use the apothecary. And yeah, I guess we're just gonna keep going with this. Maybe we can already figure out what we're gonna be needing for, what is it, the hospital. It needs any medical equipment, a toilet, a mess table, no industrial machines, and at least 12 tiles. So what if we added a little clinic here? This is already 18 tiles. Let me see. There would be the apothecary. Actually, maybe we should use a toilet. I wonder, it would be great to use a wall toilet, and then it would just be dumped into this room. Oh, by the way, I made a little liquid lock in order to get inside and repair the machines, but I also exchanged the sensor I had here with the thermo sensor. So when the temperature goes a little bit above the 300 degrees, I'm shutting everything down. This is gonna give me time until we have a better solution. Now hold the phone. This actually seems to be possible. I'm totally gonna test this out, but we have to make sure that we build a bridge right there. Actually, this is going into the other direction, like so. You know, if that actually counts, that would be absolutely hilarious, honestly. This also would allow us to get a hand sanitizer in the joint. Now let me see. My rocket is arriving soon. I don't want to miss it. And now all I need is to transport a little bit of water upstairs. That's gonna be more annoying. I think I'm gonna reroute this pipe so it goes up there. And then instead I will be using this pipe here in order to continue. Let's maybe cut this here and there until we have deconstructed it. And we can then bring this all the way up in order to fill the toilet. Ooh, let's not go through this tile. Maybe let's just go through the top portion. Gonna be annoying to build, but I can do it. As a matter of fact, we can build everything except this part, and we can fix this with a simple ladder maybe there. Okay, we're 10 seconds away from landing. Let's check out the Planetoid. Should be landing here. Now, wait a second. Ah, of course, this also didn't get saved when I crashed the game. Yeah, there is the scaffolding. Ooh, okay. It still lands. Interesting. That is really interesting. I figured this is not possible, but okay. So maybe we can leave it in place, but it is weird because it's not really possible. So is it really true? I thought they would be stuck in orbit. Oh well, let's go ahead and check this out. We should... Yeah, look at that. We're actually already delivering some liquid. Now, wait a second. Oh my gosh, this thing melted away. Are you serious? That is so weird. Doesn't it have an overheat temperature? Liquid rocket port loader. Yeah, 2000 overheat temperature. But if I build it out of gold, let me see. What is the melting point? 1000 degrees. Are you serious? We went over 1000 degrees with the first landing. Yeah, I see. It's 2000 degrees right here. This is horrible. Okay, what do I build this out of? I can do iron. What does that mean? 1500 degrees. We're gonna have to build a heatsink here as well. Check her out, this sneaky little booger. Oh well, she kind of deserved it. You know, I wonder, what if we got rid of this and then just built another platform so that we can build the liquid port over here and kind of be protected? Maybe that is a good solution until we have a proper heatsink. You know, while I have this ladder placed and we have the hydrogen trapped up there, let's go ahead and build a mini gas pump. I'm gonna add that right here and we hop out over there and probably just build a vent, to be completely honest. Oh, wait, that needs to go a little up so that we can build a bridge and connect this together. Then I'm gonna install a gas element sensor as well right there, together with some cabling. Actually, I want to make this a little bit more secure with a buffer gate. Let's place that inside the ceiling and then connect this together. So once we detect hydrogen for 200 seconds or so, we're gonna pump things out. Good, now I can build the adjacent rocket platform and also the rocket port loader. Gonna have this guy right here connected to the pipe and then also connected to some power. Now look at that, the ladders really look weird. Ah, this is incredible. This is just the bug. I need to get rid of these guys and we're gonna build them maybe here. Come on. Do I have some obsidian? Yes, indeed. So I rather do something like this and then that is not even possible like that. Yeah, honestly, in this case, I'm not even sure about this wall here. I could maybe use this steel for something else. But right now, that is none of my concern. I just want to get this liquid port loader in the joint in order to... Oh, no, no, no! Oh, gosh. How? I don't even know how this happened. Okay, it happened because I deconstructed the ladders. You know what? I'm gonna reload that. No, wait, I don't even have to. I did not lose anything, right? I can just build this again, maybe. Okay, looks like I can only swap modules. Is there a module I could swap in and out? Yeah, like this liquid cargo tank, we can bring this all the way down. Let me try that. Go down, go down. And then once it's all the way down, potentially I can swap it with the petroleum engine. 200 kilograms. Oh, where did it go? There's my steel. 200 kilograms. What's the problem? Let me just fix this. Materials unavailable. I have 200 kilograms of steel. It's right there. May, can you really not? Yeah, she can move here. Don't do this to me. I'm gonna deconstruct 2 of these steel tiles, which should give me another 200 kilograms. And now, let me see. Can I swap it? No, I can still not swap it. Now the game is just being mean to me. Oh well, you live and learn. I regret those ladders. I'm gonna replay this last cycle. This time I lost an entire cycle, but this is just too stupid to keep. Alrighty, I'm back and I fixed the problem over on the water planetoid. I'm not proud of this moment, but if I do something by mistake that has huge consequences, I tend to reload, and if something happens that just happens naturally, I try to fix it through normal gameplay. Maybe one thing I could have tried is build one of the engines that were possible and then swap it with a petroleum engine. I'm actually curious if that would have worked. Either way, it's time to fly back with May. She has done her job very well, mined up all the terrain and also build the liquid pump so we can already ship a little bit of liquid. That means I'm gonna send her back over to the main planetoid, and we can see the course for the other ship is already plotted. And this has been done automatically because of the round trip toggle. So now we can acknowledge the warnings and begin the launch sequence. Oh yes. Have a good one, mate. Let me see. These tiles, they don't really... okay. They're just distributing the heat. Yeah, maybe the metal tiles right here aren't a good idea. Now, checking something else, I completely melted away the cables, but we should still have some energy during the daytime. Right now, it doesn't seem to have enough energy though. Yeah, honestly, this is a little bit of an issue, but we can fix that the next time we send over some steel. For now, I probably want to fix it by using this. Yeah, let me just go ahead and free Nicola. He doesn't have an Atmo suit, but I think he should be able to just quickly build the cable and then make his way back. So let me set this to... wait, I can just give him access, right? So now he's hopefully gonna build those cables. And oh wait, where is he going? Storing materials, you idiot. Yeah, that doesn't even make sense. The main power was coming from the rocket, so I would have to build something from here, and this still wouldn't help me. So let's just forget about that. Nicola, you're gonna come back. In this case, I guess we just have to wait for daytime so these solar panels can support the rocket port loader and the liquid pump. It's gonna take just a little longer, but we're already 2/3 full with the large liquid tank. Have I shown you this already? I totally forgot, but here is the hospital and we have it functioning. I had to block off the mini gas pump there, and I also had to add a mess table. We have the sick bay, the disease clinic, and the apothecary. Inside this, we can make the basic rat pill, and I would say we do so. We can even disable the building. That means I should be able to, for instance, build a smart storage somewhere. Let me see. Am I just gonna build this here for now? I know this isn't extremely pretty. I'm gonna make this much prettier later on, but for now, I kind of want to regulate the production of the pills. The smart storage sends a green signal when it's full, so we want to revert that. We want a green signal when it's not full. Not gate, you go right there, and then it's gonna be disabled as soon as we have enough pills. Now that it's daytime again, we can see the water is flowing. Yeah, it's gonna be fine. But of course, in the future, we need a better way to store the energy and have everything automated. But we have just started on this Planetoid. This is gonna be an enormous project. I mean, we want to house, let's say, 20 to 50 duplicants. I'm gonna start with 20 and see if the frames keep up. Of course, we're also gonna need a lot of personnel. So some of the duplicants I will be printing that will be dedicated to this area so that the actual hotel guests have nothing to do. My goal would be that the hotel guests really can just relax and enjoy the day. Yeah, this is gonna go quickly enough. And then look at that. We have another 36 tons of water that we can just bring over. That is actually gonna be very helpful because we're already draining it again. Let's maybe check on the second planetoid. Looks like we're making some progress here. And now that we're making the pills, we should also be able to send over some to Ari so he can be a little bit more efficient about his day without the vomiting and everything. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and send over some seeds. I'm gonna just plant a briar seed here, but here I want a bliss burst seed so we also get the buff of the floral scent. So I'm just gonna go ahead and send over one of these bliss burst. Do we even have that? Probably. Oh, actually, it's a body bot seed, right? That I want to send over. Yeah, I think the body bot plant is the one that I'm looking for the germs. So this is going to be brought over here. My storage bin is full here. It's just one single seed that I'm going to sweep up and send over. Wonderful. And then we also need to send over something else. What was it? Yes, of course. The rat pills. Let's actually see how they're being created. Basic rat pills forever. Okay. And we got that smart storage bin. Oh no, I'm actually not sure we can store the pills in here. Okay, that is really bad. We have to abandon this project. I have yet another idea how we could potentially accomplish this. Devin is awake, but storing materials. Let me see. Still storing materials. What the heck are you doing? Disabled by automation grid. Of course, I'm an idiot. I forgot to implement the weight plate, which is what I wanted to do. Now, where is the item gonna drop? That is the question. Let's try the left tile. There it is. Thank you. If it is below, let's say, ooh, Ooh, 2,000 kilograms. I don't know. I'm assuming that one pill is just going to be 1 kilogram, so we might not want to store 2,000. But right now it is activated. It's waiting for materials. There it is. It's Devon's #1 priority. Wonderful. Yeah, let's just hope we actually build the wayplate on the correct side. Come on. Right now it's sending a signal 31 kilograms. That is really interesting. Oh, Devon is eating it right away. What the heck? Devon, you just had 10 rats. Are you serious? Oh my gosh. And this is so incredible. I figured they would only eat it at a certain point. So this is really bad because right here they are still a little bit exposed with 26 rats a cycle. But of course they get rid of the rats while pooping and it's absolutely not necessary to take the pills. So I might have to go with another layer of protection, honestly. Either way, we can see that Devon is currently standing on the plate, which I think is causing the 30 kilograms and then the 1 kilogram is just the pill. This means we're gonna have a problem because as soon as the duplicant gets away, then the thing is going to be lighter and it's going to be green again. But then once the duplicant gets on, it's going to be red and that's going to be a devil's tango. Let me think. We could maybe apply some logic to this. What if we detect the duplicant motion sensor? You're going to be placed right here. So when we detect a duplicant, we're going to enable the machine no matter what. So we could just lead this straight into the machine. That means when the duplicant comes, because we are just at the limit and then we go above the limit of the weight plate, then it's still going to be enabled and the duplicant can make some extra pills. But I only really want to do this with a filter gate. Oh, by the way, the other gate here had to be a filter gate. I had to switch that. No buffer gate, of course. The filter gate right here. So only if we detect a duplicant for a certain amount of time, let's say longer than it takes to poop and wash their hands. Actually, what happens if they are in the disease clinic? They might get registered, but I bet you they are in the left tile here as well. So they are not registered inside. But still, to be on the safe side, I'm gonna move the duplicant sensor 1 over. And now we can be sure only the duplicant that is working on the machine is gonna be registered thanks to the filter gate. And now I can say, for instance, I wanna store 500 rat pills. As long as we are below 500 kilograms, then I want to send a green signal. This could be an easy solution for my problem here. Either way, now everyone is eating the rat pills and that actually gives me the creeps. Okay, let's put this to 60 seconds for the time being. And then yeah, we somehow have to fix the radiation problem. In most areas where the duplicants are, it's no problem except for the base. This is really devastating. I figured they would only take the pills at like 70 rats or something. Sometimes this is something you can steer, like with the disinfect, but I don't think with the radiation there's something I can do. I mean, they're not expensive, but it's still coal that they're taking. And if they're taking it like every day, that would be what, 12 kilograms of coal per day. Actually, that's not a lot. Okay, I'm just gonna leave it running and see. Quinn didn't actually snatch the rat pill, but now Amari is taking one with 2.94 rats. You're such a little bastard. Okay, now I'm assuming the pills are gonna last for a cycle and they only waste 1 kilogram of coal per cycle per duplicant. That wouldn't be even too bad. It's just, I don't understand it. Nicola and Ari are definitely gonna be happy about this change, so every rocket should now also have some of these rat pills inside. The question is just, how do I get them there? Because it looks like they would need to be in a ration box. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're inside the storage bin, and right here, even under edible, we don't have them, right? Wait, we have a category here, medicine. Okay, interesting. But that still means I need a ration box, or maybe we can get rid of this guy and then we could use an automatic dispenser maybe. Put that right there. Still, that means it's gonna be a manual process. I will have to bring the rat pills in. So a little disappointing. Maybe you guys have an idea. Okay, there's my dispenser and we don't have the medicine category. Well, I see one more way. What if we just placed the conveyor loader in this case? If I manage to place a conveyor loader, I can fill it up one time and then I have 1,000 rat pills in here and I will not have to worry for 1,000 cycles unless I let people inside. And then of course I'm hoping with the missing vomit and everything all over the place we will not have this overpressure problem. They are storing the rat pill inside. Oh, gosh, are you serious? I did not see that. Medicine. Where's medicine? Ah, it's here at the bottom. Scroll down, Nathan. Scroll down. In this case, we can make it automatic by adding a fridge, right? and we can also hook it up to power. Inside the fridge, we keep some basic wrap pills, and now we can say, yeah, sure, we keep 100, maybe 50 is enough. The maximum of days that we want to spend in space, so maybe even 25 is good. And that means we want to get rid of the medicine inside of here. Yeah, we don't need any of those. And now I just wait for people to bring the curative tablets. Let me check on the water planetoid. This thing is full, and yeah, this is halfway, not even halfway, but almost. And we're still pumping up the water. Yeah, I guess we just need to wait during the night times. Oh man, the pills are gonna make everything so much better. I'm glad I figured that out with the fridge. Oh, check this out. Gosman actually took a pill behind my back, and now the radiation is back down to 23. Amazing. It's gonna be a good day for you, and also all other astronauts, honestly. Nice. Once again, the room up here is fixed, and I can bring back my molecular forge, so we can keep on crafting the super coolant. Now Meep is taking another pill. 0.5 rats. It's just so disappointing. But yeah, I think with that we have the problem out of the way. I might have to find a solution to prevent the other dupes from going in here. As a matter of fact, we can do that. So nobody is allowed inside except for Devon. Devon would then be the only dupe on this planetoid taking the pills, but Devon would also be the only one that can actually bring the pills over. I don't think I can place a auto sweeper here. That would count as an industrial machine, right? Let's see, Devon, what are you doing with storing? Okay, we might want to put up storing, and since I have the fridge with the tablets at priority 9, he might be doing it. Actually, he won't, as long as medicine is higher. So I'm gonna put doctoring and storing at the same priority. Let me see if that actually makes sense. There we go. What are you doing? Storing with... What are you doing? Storing what? Ah, now he's storing stuff that I have set to a high priority. Gosh, what? How many things do I have to consider just to build these basic wrap pills? Okay, I have another idea. Doctoring, I'm gonna put higher up, and storing is okay. But then I'm gonna allow another duplicant that can actually store. Meep is also going to be allowed inside, and so I have 2 duplicants wasting the wrap pills once a day, but the rest should be brought over to where they belong. In the meantime, there's just a little ways to go, and then at the end I want to figure out if the rocket is taking off on its own or if we have to send a signal, because I'm kind of afraid that the checklist needs to be completed even for the round trip. Hopefully not. So all I want completed is the cargo transfer, and then I want the rocket to launch automatically, and we might have to send a signal here. This sends a green signal when the rocket is ready for flight, so we might just want to connect these guys together, but this might only be necessary for the pad on the main planetoid where we are starting the round trip, and then for this pad hopefully it's just gonna fill the cargo and then take off. I guess we'll see in just a second. Now I have another problem. What if a duplicant becomes sick and they need to be in the hospital? Well, I guess I will realize if a duplicant is hurt, and then I'm gonna allow them inside. Still, I'm not really happy with all the hoops I have to jump through for this. But now we can see there are 2 wrap pills and nobody snatched them up yet. Very good. Ah, so mean. We have to wait for the next day. The solar panels are giving up. Okay, come on. Please take off. Please take off. Please take off. Okay, please have a green signal. Are you sending a green signal? Yeah, I doubt this is sending a green signal because the rocket technically isn't ready for flight. I have to acknowledge the warnings, right? But I don't really want to fuel this up here with petroleum. That just doesn't make sense to me. Let me acknowledge the warnings. Still not starting. Okay, I have to figure this out. For now, we're just starting manually to bring the water back. I mean, I know how to get the mission launched, but how do I get it automatically going back? That would be great to know. Oh, but with that, we got the round trip completed, and in the next episode hopefully we will have built enough of these wrap pills and distributed them amongst our astronauts so they don't have to vomit all day long. In between the episodes, I've done a lot of work, mainly on the second planetoid. I made sure that Ari could go about and do his work. And the reason he can do it so much better now is because I have a whole bunch of wrap pills over here. Actually, it's right there. The basic wrap pills. The payload opener system by now is also working, so it's automatically being deployed right here. and I've been sending over a whole bunch of super coolant in order to fill up the loop. I simply made sure that I'm not delivering any more oil. Then I delivered the super coolant and directly plugged it into this liquid reservoir. At around the 3000 kilograms mark, I stopped the delivery and then I filled up the entirety of the loop. Right now I only built it up to this point because the rest I wasn't able to get built just yet. We also have several other things in place, such as rails. One rail is going from the teleporter all the way over to the base, and the other one would be right here, delivering items to the main planetoid. This way I can make sure that all the items from this planetoid kind of get delivered over here, and then this auto sweeper will pick out the materials that I want to be delivered to the main planetoid through this conveyor loader. Also, I filled up the steam room here with a little bit of water, which I did through this pipe here. So whenever I had an accumulation of water, then I just relayed it over here in order to fill up the steam chamber. We're now already down to 22 degrees and all of my machinery is being cooled, which means we can absolutely use it already. Now, this has been a huge endeavor. It took multiple cycles. In the meantime, in terms of rockets, I already emptied out the liquid rocket. I was also able to send May out on another exploration mission. I went into this area and discovered the temporal tear. Very nice. If you didn't know, this is one way to, in quotes, win the game if you send a rocket through the temporal tear. Of course, first you have to open it. Right now it is closed, and you do that on the icy planetoid, which I think we might not have discovered yet. Anyway, I think it would be beneficial for us to go yet on another exploration mission right away. So I'm going to be doing that. Let's have a quick look inside. The fridge is full. That's really all we needed. And then in terms of research, I think we should also have made some progress. Yeah, we're actually already done here. We need the applied science research. So what we should be doing is activating that potentially. I currently have the material study right here, and all we need to do is relay the Radbolts. So say I have another reflector right here pointing towards the machine, then I should easily be able to fill it up. I had to switch the orientation a little bit. Oh, did you hear that sound? You established in the comment section that this is when we detect asteroids or what type it is. So like this gold meteor shower we just discovered, and that was that sound. So we know we have 1.7 cycles until impact. And that was possible because I have opened up the silo here with the telescope inside, right there. Good then, without any further ado, let's change the destination. We want to discover some more stuff. We could go ahead and maybe explore these two question marks now. Yeah, let's maybe move over here. This way we can discover a lot, and on the way back we can even pick up an artifact or so. Begin that launch sequence. May should be coming along very soon. And in the meantime, my driller rocket is on its way back with Gossman inside, I believe. And they also had some radiation pills to get by. There is my rocket launch. We're gonna close off the silo right away, and good luck on your journey. Slowly but surely, we're gonna run into troubles when it comes to petroleum. So I think we should be taking care of building a petroleum boiler now. We can use the magma and the magma from this minor volcano in order to heat up the boiler. Now, I was considering building it up here or down here, but the magma, we have to transport that either way. And I figured maybe it might be more convenient in the future to have it nearby the base and the payload opener. Maybe in retrospect, it would have been worth to integrate the supply teleporters inside of the base a little bit better. But I figured at some point we need rails going through most of the world either way, and probably also pipes. So I think in the future what I'm gonna do is take the oil that we're getting from the payload opener, and we're gonna transport it over into the petroleum boiler. Now, this is gonna be very theoretical. Maybe let's go ahead and deconstruct this first. Yeah, let me just get rid of all these ladders so that we have a little bit of space to work with. Wonderful, said and done. Looks like we have way more than enough igneous rock, so this is what we're gonna build it out of. Do I want the transit tube access point inside the contraption? That is a good question. And how large is it gonna be? Do I ever have to be inside? Probably not. So we could say this is gonna be the edge right here. And we also want to have the capability of moving below the solar panels. So this would be my upper left corner. Now, the way a petroleum boiler usually works is you start with oil coming up. The oil is going to be more or less in an agreeable temperature at the beginning as you extract it from the ground. It will then wiggle its way up through some radiant pipes and go all the way up. It will then be dumped into a chamber where it's going to be heated up to the point it changes to petroleum. The hot petroleum will then be sent back down the spirally path, touching the radiant pipes of the oil and therefore already preheating it. And of course, that also means the lower the petroleum gets, the colder it is going to be because of the incoming oil. And at the end, ideally, they kind of meet their temperatures. And I think I want to make the path they have to travel about 10 tiles in size, in length, right there. I'm also already going to install the radiant pipes. This is going to be 50, 60 pipes. That is more than enough. We can even think maybe about getting rid of the lower one. This should be enough for the temperature exchange, in my opinion. Let's see, if we go up here, then there, then here. No, we would have to start in this place. Let's make the lower chamber where we actually store the petroleum about 4 high. And then I would be going up this way like so in order to then be able to drop it on the right side. So we just have to complete the wiggle pattern and then this should be it. Theoretically. You know what? We do have the space and I don't want to run the risk of not making it long enough. The longer it has time to heat up, the better. So we're gonna add one more jiggle wiggle. Now we have 50 pipes and tiles of temperature exchange and we have a more or less good sized chamber to store the petroleum in. Now, ideally, the oil would then be dropping down into a chamber. Let's make this at least 4 tiles in height. And I'm going to do this with airflow tiles because I believe even with the update, they're going to be holding out a little bit more pressure. So basically right over here, I'm going to be dumping the oil. It's going to be dropping down onto some steel tiles. The steel tiles should then be heated up with a steel door, so we can always ensure to have about 400 degrees, which is required to turn it into petroleum. Now, if in the future I want to double the output, I think this might be worth it by just having one steel door here. Ooh, actually, I need 2 different steel doors. Yeah, that makes sense. I want to be able to steer the 2 chambers individually. So let's say one is going to be here and the other one there. We can then have our metal tiles and this would be the second chamber with another liquid vent here, and we would just be doing something that mirrors the first part. This means I somehow need to make contact with my heating elements, such as the magma. But maybe to get a better idea of what this actually means, I'm just gonna finish the build, the mirroring. Now, I'm not even sure when we're gonna be at the point to be able to sustain 2 petroleum boilers with the incoming oil. And we're just gonna activate one for the time being, but then the other one can be activated whenever. And my intention is to make heavy use of oil and petroleum. Now, before we really think about building any of this, we need to go through the concept. For instance, I need to be able to bring magma over here, but then also when it solidifies, I need to be able to automatically mine it up. Working with magma, it's always going to be easier to work with gravity a little bit. So one thing we might be able to do is make a pillar of steel. Maybe it doesn't even need to be that high, but my point is I want to store a little bit of magma in these tiles. To do that, we could simply use bottle emptiers. Actually, this doesn't even need to be metal tiles. Eventually, it would be nice to pump up the magma, but I'm not sure. Since I have a duplicant here, not always being busy, I would suggest that they can also just bring it. But essentially, we just make sure that we have enough space for a chute in the future if we want to bring the magma automatically. Now, this of course would allow us to get a robo miner and bring it over here. Eventually, we should be able to just hang it on the wall once it's built, and then it should also be able to mine up the 3 tiles right here. Now we can use a hydro sensor, I believe, should be made out of steel, and we can place it right here in order to decide whether or not we need more magma. So if there's a certain amount of liquid here, it's magma, we don't need more. However, if there is no liquid, that means the tile has solidified, and then we want to activate the robo miner. Actually, the robo miner is going to activate on its own. I just want to make sure that my duplicant cannot enter this room and bring more magma if we don't want it to. So I'm gonna just have some pneumatic doors here, and then these hydro sensors that I'm gonna go ahead and connect. Steel wire just to make sure that nothing melts. And then all we need is a proper ladder to get up there. I'm going to be using plastic. This always kind of signifies an area that is more or less safe for my dupes. And then right here at the bottom, I would like to see another maintenance shaft. Now, let me just indicate this maybe, and we'll go from there. Now, thinking about it, when it comes to oil, we first might want to store it in a location so that we can even distribute 2 full pipes, because with just one payload opener, we'll only be getting 1 full pipe. But the intention is that I can have it dormant and then in a very short period of time produce an awful lot of petroleum. And the other reason I want to have this design is just because I think it's cool. But essentially, it's my humble opinion that 1 full pipe is totally more than enough. If it runs 24/7, you have so much petroleum. But I'm more thinking of this in working in bursts. So we get the petroleum that we want, and then the machinery is going to stop. And when we need more, we can produce it extremely quickly. Now, I don't want to completely build the second half just yet, so I'm gonna put this to a very low priority, and the rest we're gonna build. And now with the basic rappels, it's absolutely no problem anymore. Look at that, just hovering around the 24 mark. As soon as Ari has his downtime, he's gonna get rid of them on the pooper. Good, now there's one last question. Where are we gonna store the oil? I think below the base. That actually makes sense, because this base is really dedicated to producing petroleum. So we could say all the way down to this level, we want to store some oil ready to convert, and then we could have 2 sets of liquid reservoirs in order to store the oil and then ship it over. So let's say one pipe needs to be ending up here, feeding the left side, and then the other pipe would go through to the other chamber as well. Okay, I can actually kind of see this happening. So this would then be my output pipe. Let's also make this out of insulated pipes. And honestly, looking at this, we could just go down on the left side here, though I think this is the very last tile, so it's gonna be a pain in the butt to build this. No, it's too good. I really have to do it. So we're gonna go all the way to here. And it looks like we don't really have to deconstruct too much, just 2 tiles here, then we can reach this guy, and then we probably have to remove this entire wall. Yeah, let's do this. It's gonna be worth it. Considering everything, I might want this to be built first right here, and then if we check on the 3rd planetoid, we should once again have some oil disabled by automation grid. Hydro sensor, yeah, if you are above 200 kilograms or so, then I want you to pump. So now the oil is incoming again from the 3rd planetoid. And now while we build the petroleum boiler, we can already store a whole bunch of oil. Well then, in order to speed things up on the 2nd planetoid, I invited Nisbet. She's now sleeping on the floor, but she can utilize the infrastructure and also eat. I enabled the rappels for her, and now they're working together on this project. In the meantime, I think I want to send my liquid cargo rocket one more time. This is probably the last time I can send it before I have no more petroleum. So without any further ado, we're gonna open this up. This should be ready, and therefore we're gonna make our way back to the water planetoid here. Is it still? Yeah, it's probably still Nicola inside the rocket. And oh yeah, there was actually a very convenient solution for my problem here. I already implemented it inside the driller. Namely, the beach chair goes on the right side and the marble block on the left side, and therefore I can also have this uncontrolled, and Gossman can enjoy his time a little bit. But there we go, we're ready to begin that launch sequence. Gene, you need to get out of the way, thank you. And this should then be automatically filled up with a little bit of water. Back to the 2nd planetoid, I emphasized building this so I can introduce my first oil. I think we already have oil inside of the interplanetary payload opener. Yeah, namely 1,300 kilograms. And so now Nisbet is eagerly helping with actually bringing the materials. I have all of my igneous rock here at the bottom, and also the granite. It might be worth it shipping this upstairs, but now that Nisbet is on the planetoid, it really goes much quicker. Also, I decided to make my access point here from the top. This is always going to be in vacuum. I just want to make sure the lower tile is protected with the drywall. So this is going to be our aquatic drywall, and I want to make this out of obsidian just because. And we just got to make sure that the lower tile where the petroleum is going to flow down is all covered. And then of course this bottom portion I want to cover entirely. Very nice. There it is. I can introduce my liquid vent right here. Actually, thinking about it, I might want to put it one more block down so I can prevent the crude oil from ever going too high. Like, I don't want it to touch the heavy watt churn plate here. There it is. My oil is finally incoming. It can now just accumulate here. I will then also make a little bit of space for a bunch of liquid reservoirs so we can store even more. Now, it looks like right now I have a bunch of issues with my oxygen distribution. Wait, what's going on? Oh yeah, oxygen is going down. I guess because I have Nisbet here, we are actually using way more oxygen than I planned. But maybe this will be a good opportunity to implement something that prevents this from happening altogether. If I just do that, add my high gas pressure vent like we're used to, and a gas pipe element sensor like we're used to right there. Gonna do a little NOT gate since it's multiple gases we want to filter out. Connect this together like so and so. Gas pipe element sensor is going to be set to oxygen. That's when we want to close the high gas pressure vent. There we go. That should have fixed the problem, and the carbon skimmer can now also take care of the excess carbon dioxide. Opening all the payloads, by the way, also gave me an awful lot of iron from the third planetoid that I've been sending over all this time, and we're now going to build those liquid reservoirs. Now, technically, we could just lead it directly into the reservoirs, but I want a in-between station, so we can have one pump here, another pump on the other side, and they are both going to feed half of the liquid reservoirs. That's 5 reservoirs each, like so. And then I'm going to extract the oil from these reservoirs right here. Do the same thing for the reservoirs on the left side. This is then going to come down a little bit further, and now I can connect these pipes like so. And of course the oil is then going to be transported over. Let's maybe make sure this is not happening quite yet, but this should be really good and useful. And by the way, all the oxalite we have in here is from the meteor showers. I believe in due time we can even just use this oxalite that we're getting from here. It's way more than enough for one duplicant, but we could even send it over to another planetoid. By now, I also don't care about the gases anymore we have inside, maybe the natural gas, but looking at my main storage here, it's actually at 20 kilograms, so we are at capacity. We're not even really dependent on this natural gas, guys, here. I think I'm just gonna close it off for now, and then maybe we can already work towards getting rid of the last remaining pieces here, maybe even getting rid of this entrance that I made earlier. Yeah, basically, we're just gonna rip everything apart. Luckily enough, our cool slush guys here is going to be active in another 3 cycles, which is why we are mainly lacking the water, and right now our farms cannot be provided for, but that's going to change in 3 cycles, and we have 1,000,000 kilocalories. I do not really care at this point. We're making really good progress. Oh, and by the way, by now we also have 27 tons of steel, which is absolutely incredible, and pills. How many pills? 131. Not too shabby, Devon. You also let me know that, of course, we could have gone within the consumables, which I now did, and I disallowed taking the rat pills for everyone. That's unnecessary, except for Nisbet, but I will be disallowing it again once Nisbet comes back to the main planetoid. So yeah, there would have been a much easier solution. Oh, one thing I totally forgot was this conveyor loader. This should also be hooked up to my rails. Yeah, let's just bring this up and over, and it's going to be brought here. This is really just to get the polluted dirt out of this area automatically if possible. There's more steel incoming from the main planetoid as well. And by now we accumulated 100 kilograms per tile. So that's already, what, 2,600 kilograms of oil that we shipped over. And now there's my pump. Totally forgot that it also requires some power. Ooh, what was that? Gold amalgam. Actually, I can send over a little bit more gold amalgam. That shouldn't be an issue. But yeah, as soon as that's done, I probably want to close this off. I'm not gonna close it off completely. This ought to be enough, or maybe we actually put this somewhere else. Yeah, let's put this guy over here, and then we're gonna move this back. If I'm quick enough, I can add another insulated tile here, and this shouldn't be an issue because, ooh, actually it filled up with carbon dioxide. So never mind. It's gonna be fine. It's probably just gonna be pushed over here into the vacuum. But this will allow me to set up another plate right here and close this off completely. Wonderful. I'm now filling up my liquid reservoirs. That means my oil is ready as soon as I want it. And now it's all about finishing this build here. In the meantime, let's see. We have arrived here. Also, my Explorer rocket picked up a artifact. So now we can send the Explorer rocket back. Checking on my liquid rocket, which is already being filled up. Wonderful. So that seems to be working out so far, except that we have a little bit low power here on the water planetoid. Okay, I've been working on this project for quite a few cycles, so much so that I spent my time filling up the rocket and coming back with the liquid cargo. So now we finally have a full storage again. All of this inside the liquid reservoirs is reserved for the oxygen generation, and the rest goes to my farms. We also have some help from the second planetoid, but really I think it's nonsensical to wait any longer. We are still gonna activate it in the next episode. I just wanted to show you the progress and then also how I'm diverting the cooling loop. So eventually the coolant is gonna come back here, and I want it to go all the way down inside of these conductive panels. There's gonna be another conductive panel at the bottom and another one here. Now these are of course for the robo miners, and it looks like the bottle emptier is kind of in the way. Maybe I have to move everything down. Could I move down 3 spaces? I think it's technically possible. Right here at the bottom, I would like to see a large power transformer. So I'm gonna put that right here, and I will be powering up the robo miners as well as the doors. So what are we missing? Maybe some obsidian right here, and we're gonna move this down. The doors will also have to move down, and everything here. We're gonna keep on building the steel tiles, and then we should be golden. Now, because I'm storing all of my materials inside the base, which kind of was a mistake, I'm actually getting a very low temperature. This is infecting my cooling loop, and of course everything goes down the drains this way. So one way we can fix this is maybe replace these with insulated tiles and then just hope for the best. I also installed a couple of auto sweepers here at the bottom in order to transport up the materials. My dupes can just go ahead and actually use the transit tube without using the atmosphere checkpoint to reach this pile. So whenever I want, I can also just sweep everything up, and with this automatic dispenser, it will be landing in the tile where they can reach it. I also had to send over some more wrap pills as well as food, which I did through the conveyor chute on the first planetoid. But there we go. Large power transformer. I'm gonna run a conductive wire made out of steel through here and there. And it's also gonna power up the robo miners. Where is the spot? Hold on a second. We also need auto sweepers in this case. Okay, then let's see. We can now place the robo miners, for instance, right here, so we can still reach the hydro sensor. There's still going to be the problem of the middle tile, but I think I'm just going to replace that with steel. Sure, this way we only have to mine up one tile that we can reach just like that. I can then also easily power it up, and like that my plan should work out. Okay, but you get the basic gist. I'm gonna add a conductive panel here and then maybe an auto sweeper on this side in order to pick up the mined material. As a matter of fact, we're gonna plan this out together and then I'm gonna build it off camera, but we can just have this sitting right here or maybe even there. No, I have to go down to this point. This means I need to find a way to cool down both machines, and I think I'm gonna do that going up first and then going down. Yeah, let's keep them at the same spot. Then I will be going down here, going up again, then going down. Okay, that might actually make sense. We go in here, go over there, go down. Ooh, maybe I want to skip this part. Then we go up again into here, go over, and then join back. So this is not going to be necessary any longer. And now we have everything cooled down. We just need to make sure that the duplicants are steered correctly. So for instance, if we only want to take 200 kilograms, that might be better because we will be able to bring the 200 kilogram bottles. And as soon as we reach that, the door is going to close. However, it shouldn't be closing when the dupe is still inside. But I guess that's not going to be the case because they just drop the bottle and then go again. I think we're pretty much safe to test this design out in the next episode. We already got a full liquid reservoir worth of crude oil that we can test it out with. Right now on the second planetoid, we have almost finished the initial design of the petroleum boiler. Today we are hopefully gonna get it running. As a matter of fact, we do need to get it running because I'm all out of petroleum, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there it goes. But this might be a good opportunity to quickly mop it up. Also, I'm gonna turn around this bottle emptier. Just makes more sense to push it into this little... By now, I think we also have delivered all of the water. Yes, indeed, this has happened. If we check out the rocket here with Nicola, he's having a really good time. Right now, we still have food for 17 cycles, so I think I'm just gonna send him out to collect some more water. Thanks to the round trip, the destination is already set, and yes, indeed, the signal will have to be sent by us. So one thing I would like to try out is get a signal in here, and I just want to see when it actually becomes green or red. Let me actually go ahead and build this right away, and while I'm at it, I'm actually also gonna increase the amount of steel tiles we have inside the silos. Actually, design-wise, this doesn't really make sense. I just wondered if we could capture even more heat, but I guess another way to do that would be with temp shift plates. Either way, can please somebody build these cables? That would be great. And there they are. Let's see. It's green indeed because it sends a green signal as the rocket is completely ready. So let's go ahead and begin that launch sequence, and it's gonna blast off. So we somehow need to make sure that once the rocket is ready, we also open up the silo. That means we can simply drag an automation wire all the way up to my bunker doors, and they should open as soon as the rocket is technically ready. Now, the question is, if we, for instance, check this, it says clear launch pad. So technically, as long as the bunker doors are closed, it's not gonna send a green signal. I'm not really sure about that. Let me see. Right here, we have no destination set either. Let's set the destination over here just to have a destination. And now the only thing that's not good is the pilot and I guess the clear launch pad. Let me change that destination here too. Wait a second, I have a better idea. We have one rocket in orbit, so please calm down. There it is. So now we're gonna fuel up this rocket again and make it ready. There should be also some oxidizer, and right here we already have the pilot on board. We just need to change the destination, say to the orbit. And oh no, we're missing the diamond for the drill cone. I totally forgot about that. We should have a look at the diamond press maybe now. I probably should have done this much earlier. You know, it would have been really nice to get that in here. Let me see what we are storing here. What is this? Some clay and coal, of course, and also refined carbon. I would say that's a little bit much storage just for one product. I might have to rearrange a couple of things here. Not even sure if I want the kiln here. Ooh, no. What? How is this possible? How do these things happen? I take things apart with the wrong setting here. Oh my gosh. I mean, this has been like this forever. We've just been wasting our oxygen. I don't even know how long this... Now, this is just absolutely horrible. No wonder I'm going through my water like a crazy bastard. Jeez. And you know, the game just doesn't warn you. At some point you just make a mistake and it's literally impossible to spot it other than by accident. I mean, I wouldn't even know if there is a tile missing behind these, for instance. Well, I guess my own fault for building in space. What you gonna do? Now, of course, I have a lot of my slime off-gassing. I did not even think about that. Whoops. Oh, and by the way, I made a little sneaky mealwood farm here in order to gain some more mealwood seeds. I believe we're all the way down. Is this really possible? I thought we had way more. I also changed the seeds that I'm feeding to my fish, which at the moment are blossom seeds. But yeah, we had to be a little bit careful there so we can still cook our food. On the second planetoid, I have almost finished shipping up the materials here. I'm gonna be continuing that until I did it with all the materials. And we still have the problem that things get progressively worse with each item that we're adding. So I also added a little space heater just to help things out a little bit. And now we need to focus maybe on materials that we can already send home so they don't contribute to the chill. Anything that I don't intend to use on this planetoid, I'm now gonna send over to the first planetoid. Let's see, for instance, bleach stone. We're not going to be using coal here. Lime can go over, refined stuff. You get the basic gist. I'm just sending everything over that we don't use as building materials. We don't even need clay or dirt on this planetoid. We do need the regolith we're getting from the meteorites and maybe even sand. That is a good question. I'm gonna leave that here. I also definitely want to leave some reed fiber on this planetoid, and liquefiables we just send over. Manufactured materials I'm gonna keep, and medicine as well. We do need some of the iron, but I guess I can send over what I didn't use, such as aluminium, copper, and wolframite. Yeah, let me just go ahead and keep doing that. I will be sending over the materials, and my auto sweeper here will be taking care of that. So that is gonna go more or less quick enough. All of these items are really cold, and I'm hoping that this way I can kind of mitigate the issue here of things getting deep frozen. Now, where are my guys? They're currently working on the wall here. I'd rather have you working on this. Let's increase the priority here slightly. I would like to get the petroleum boiler going so that we can continue to the next stage. And by the way, I'm gonna be starting on the third planetoid here with the same arrangement we have on the second planetoid. That means we are gonna have all of the amenities and probably a copy of the simplified base. So everything in this region I would like to copy. The system on the top isn't that important here for the third planetoid since we're only getting ice and snow and stuff like that. But I definitely would like to see the simplified base and then also a proper power system so we can make a huge system for the Radbolt production. Right here, I don't think we have a natural source, right? Yeah, we're gonna have to go with the Wheat, but that's no problem. We're gonna make a similar system as we have right here, right next to the base, and then we should be okay. Just sending stuff over to the second planetoid. So since we already did this right here, I'm not gonna be showing too much of the progress. Just know that in the background, this is now going to be happening, and I'm going to be sending over the materials here. Maybe let's open this already up and see this guy here. The second launcher is connected to the third planetoid, and I'm just making sure that we're sending over the items to the third planetoid. But this way I should be able to send all the materials without too much hassle. Now, wait a second. Oh my gosh, look at that! I hate this game sometimes. Why do you do this to me? I had no idea that this was a mistake that I made, but apparently now I'm wasting my food again, right? Because, here are my mealwood seeds! Okay. Oh no, and the Sleet wheats are getting back. Oh my gosh, this is just absolutely horrible. You know, at some point I accidentally took apart too many things, and the consequences sometimes are just absolutely insane. I mean, we probably have 500,000 kilocalories of food there. Okay, now we can finally go back in here. This is so horrible. This has been really horrible. Just look at all that Sleet wheat we potentially wasted. Oh well, but now it can be cooked up, so we should be good again. Now, to make things easier on me, I'm actually gonna make a little screenshot of the base, and then I'm just gonna be building it off camera. And then once I got the blueprint ready, we're gonna ship over the materials we don't have. Looking at this during the night, power is going to be a major issue here on this planetoid. Well, actually, it's not going to be an issue at all because we have all of this magma here at the bottom. All we have to do is make a similar system to what we got going on here. So I will be probably doing that. It's going to be a slight pain in the butt to actually set up and take a couple of cycles, but I think we can do it. And it's going to be rather important. Once we stop shipping over the materials here at the bottom, we're going to save a lot of power, like 240 watts constantly being used here. And we can see there are still materials being shipped over to the main planetoid right here. As a matter of fact, a whole bunch of them. All right, there we go. Just to show you, I now more or less planned out the same base we have on the second planetoid, and I'm just going to let Lyra build that in the background while we work on other stuff. But right now, I'm really interested in getting this petroleum boiler launched. Currently, it looks like we have everything in place except a sensor that is gonna detect when to transfer the heat to each of these chambers. This means we at least need to detect the temperature with a thermosensor. This should never go above the 400 degrees mark, so we can build it out of normal material, but the wires is gonna go inside the tiles, which might heat up a little bit more, so I'm going with steel. And technically we can do the same thing here on the other side. So now once the oil drops, it will detect the temperature, and if it is too low, the mechanized airlocks are gonna close. Once we reach the temperature of 400 degrees in this tile, we're gonna open up the door, and it's just gonna open and close as needed. Now at some point we also need a security measure, and that is if we detect oil, let's say in the second to last tile up here. I'm gonna go ahead and remove the ladder right there, and then we're gonna add a little liquid element sensor. So I can just have this right here, and let's say we detect some oil. That means we cannot really keep up with converting it to petroleum if the oil comes all the way up to here. That means we want to shut down the vent and kind of wait until the conversion happened. So I'm gonna be bringing up the cable right here. We can do this on the other side as well. Another thing we have to take care of is how to grab the magma in the beginning. Right now I'm getting heavily rid of the gases by just having this exposed to space, and I'm not even sure if it's necessary to make a liquid lock, but it's just 100 grams and I feel like we can risk it. So what I'm gonna do is build a ladder down here, and let's just go ahead and clean up this part. Too much liquid, are you serious? Okay, then we just bring this over a little bit, though it's probably gonna get hot here at some point. Yeah, let's make sure we don't touch the hot abyssalite with any liquid. Very good, everything cleaned up. I just need to grab the materials, and then we should be able to set up a pitcher pump without risking too much. I just noticed we have a whole bunch of interplanetary payloads here as well, which I definitely need to bring over. I think I disallowed manual use, but we can do this again. There's probably a whole bunch of diamonds in there as well, because I sent them over from the third planetoid. Oh, diamonds, that reminds me, I totally forgot to add the diamond press. It needs a 4 high room, so this one here would be perfect, and I'm gonna go ahead, change that. I guess I'm gonna be moving the kill eventually, and for now we're just gonna be bringing the materials manually. We have a lot of duplicants that are not extremely busy right now. Now here we actually already have 200 grams. It's probably gonna be enough to heat up the air to the point where the pitcher pump overheats. Yeah, honestly, what I'm doing here is not very smart. It's also gonna take forever. Let me cancel this. Instead, what I'm gonna do is make a little chamber here where I have just enough space for another one of these transit tube access points. Actually, I probably want to put this one block lower. And my payloads are finally making their way up. Thank you, Ari. Much appreciated. And May is now taking care of this lower portion. I want to have just enough space to also install a little pump. Let's go ahead and do that. And we're just going to get started pumping out this very little area. So we're not going to be wasting that much time doing this. Now, as soon as the water here touches the hot abyssalite, it gets turned into steam. This is always one of the things I don't understand why it happens with abyssalite when you then cannot manually cool them down as well or use them to heat things up. And it looks like Lyra has finally started with the build here. We do have the materials for a lot of the stuff, but we need to send over a lot of gold. I think I'm going to be doing that as soon as this meteor shower is over. For now, let's make sure we are protected. Very good. We're almost done here. I'm going to clean things up a little bit, and then we can make our way down in order to set up a pitcher pump. Thankfully, I initiated the mopping command a little bit sooner, so we can mop up the enormous amount of water we're getting. And it looks like, yeah, my steam gets converted right away, which is why I'm getting some pipe damage here. I should have built this out of insulated pipes. It doesn't really matter right now because we got rid of all the steam. Let's just make sure we build the insulated tile and then mop it up. We got another meteor shower going on. Now you can see the system in action. It's just being pulled over here and then going through the solar panels into the base. And yeah, this is extremely effective. We do have lots and lots of oxygen just from this system. No! Now I had some bleach stone here. I should have picked everything up before mopping it up. Okay, now I gotta build another pump. I set the highest priority to the bleach stone. That seems to be the only thing off-gassing, but geez, what a downer. Good, I'm gonna be emphasizing these two tiles, and then we're gonna dig our way down. Let's already think about the placement of the pitcher pump. This magma will have to move a little bit. So once I remove the tiles, they will distribute a little bit better. And then as soon as we got the pitcher pump in place, let me see. If we add some magma here, then we're still missing the oil. So we need some oil incoming. That means we also want to clean this part up and maybe finish it. Now, wait a second. Did I really run out of gold amalgam? Oh my gosh. Okay, I used it up too quickly. In this case, we're going to preserve this material a little bit and maybe build it out of iron. I should have plenty of that on other planetoids. Well, I do have gold amalgam on other planetoids as well, but you know, this will also have consequences for the third planetoid. I planned everything with gold amalgam in mind. Yeah, as a matter of fact, we might want to exchange the batteries here as well. With the liquid element sensors here on the top, we want to detect the crude oil. And that actually reminds me, we need a NOT gate, because if we have crude oil, then we don't want to open the liquid vent. So all we got to do is cut this line and then add a NOT gate in between. Wait a second. The reason I built them out of gold amalgam here was actually to make their overheat temperature a little bit higher. So I think we're going to spare the batteries there. As for the thermosensor, we want to close the door as soon as we are below a certain temperature, and that temperature, let's say for now, is going to be 390. I'm going to increase this gradually until we get the desired results. And there it is. Okay, I think this should be good. Now all we need to do is connect this first pipe. At least I believe so. And then the oil is incoming and it will be going here and it will be piling up all the way to the liquid element sensor, after which it should then stop. I hope we have enough oil in here to prove the concept. Otherwise, I can just connect the two pipes. Wouldn't really be an issue. Yeah, as a matter of fact, we're gonna go ahead and do that. Connect... Safe game. Connect the pipe here and connect it there. And then we're just gonna cut it for the time being. So we're using the oil from both sides. Okay, this is now filling up. We can see the door should now be closing because we're below. Oh, actually it's opening because we're below. So I need to set this to above. So now it's waiting until it reaches the 390 degrees before opening the door again. And of course it can only do that once we add the magma. So all we have to do is add magma here and also enable auto bottle. And I'm gonna put this to a little bit of a higher priority. In the future, I might be willing to revamp this a little bit to add the magma automatically, but I don't really think it's necessary since we need to have a duplicant on this planetoid either way. But yeah, now we should be able to test this as soon as we cleared some stuff up here, and I'm gonna be right back to do so. Okay, I'm finally ready to get this under wraps. I think we need a way to get down here still, and we're just gonna do something like that. Then I want to get rid of all these materials, and right here is where we set up the pitcher pump. We're gonna forget about the materials here. Actually, we could pick them up and bring them to the base. This would help heating it up a little bit. Oh, Nisbet, be careful. Yeah, if you take out this tile, you're totally screwed. How about you build this ladder first? That would be absolutely amazing and very smart. Yeah, most of the stuff is abyssalite, a little bit of obsidian. I think we're just gonna let it go down into the abyss of the magma. Either way, now we have access to a whole bunch of magma. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to touch anything. Might be that I'm not. Let's go over here and we're gonna get rid of this portion as well. Now, Nisbet, if you're intelligent, you can do this. Thank you. Huh, very nice. And now we're getting the pitcher pump in here. Easy as that. This shouldn't overheat since only the straw here is really touching the magma and nothing else. Right now, we're already touching the liquid element sensor. So this liquid vent here is disabled, even though it doesn't really show up properly, but you can see the oil is waiting its turn. Now, it could very well be that we need to install a lip here so the petroleum has an easier time swapping over and we're not accidentally getting any oil. But I think I want to first see this in action, so I just need my duplicants to come here after their downtime. Looks like I have some issues with my thimble reed. Yeah, we cannot really get rid of the carbon dioxide quickly enough. So I think as an emergency, I'm just getting rid of it. It's gonna go into the steam room and it's gonna be leaving some dirt. So actually, it's gonna bother me. Yeah, my space heater just wasn't good enough for this thimble reed. It's such a bummer. Well, I'm gonna try to recycle it and then actually bring it over once it's refined. Until then, we have the pitcher pump here. And do we already have some magma? Nope. Errands, Ari, let's just go ahead, speed this up. I want to see this happen, Ari. Grabbing 200 kilograms exactly. Yes, let me go up first. Checking the hydro sensor, it's set to below 199 kilograms. We want to have the door open, and as soon as we reach the 200 kilograms, we're going to close it, and Ari should, be gone by then. Now, the thing with the first tile here is we have to heat up everything around. We have to heat up the metal tiles, and therefore it's going to be converted to igneous rock quite quickly. In order to build everything, I had to add the ladders, but I'm still missing a auto sweeper that will then be picking up the igneous rock, of course. The heat is actually already being transferred here to the crude oil, but we'll have to add quite a bit of magma to get the initial heat. Okay, I also freed up the space for the auto sweepers. We're gonna place them right here, and yeah, they are capable of reaching the top. So everything is fine. I just need to wait for my guys to take care of the bottle emptier. Ari seems to be almost doing it, but I guess we have to wait for the next cycle. Maybe, oh, we're actually in time here. There is another portion of magma and the tiles are still violently heating up. We need to get them to the point where all of these metal tiles reach the magma temperature, and the metal tiles here are 400 degrees. Good, we're making some progress here. Radiation vomiting. Oh, Gossman ran out of pills probably. But yeah, we're making the progress and the system seems to be working. I just didn't figure we needed this much time for the initial heating up process. Of course, it would make it much easier to have this automatically done with a chute. We could get rid of the bottle emptier, move the conveyor loader over, and then have a chute with the magma ready. But we can be a little bit patient with this. As soon as Ari is done heating up the initial task, we should be golden. But it's time for me to wrap up the episode. I really wanted to get this going, but I'm running out of time and I need to take care of my family. There are a couple of things we can actually work on, namely making the petroleum area here at the bottom a little bit more efficient. And if we get the time, I also would like to already design one of the bedrooms that we're gonna put into the hotel, so we can kind of guesstimate how much space we're gonna be needing just for the bedrooms. And of course, we'll have to consider things like, do they get a toilet in each of the bedrooms? And I would argue they do. I wouldn't expect a community bathroom in a 5-star hotel. So I decided the bottle emptiers right here are not the thing I want to go for, and there are actually a few changes we're gonna do, including the automation system. Instead of a hydro sensor, I now want a different sensor, and that different sensor is gonna be a temperature sensor, because I figured if we already go ahead and mine the solidified magma, we're gonna do it way too early. It's gonna solidify over 1000 degrees and then we just dig it up and put it away. Instead, we're gonna leave it as a tile until it has reached, say, 600 degrees, before we mine it up, and we do that with a temperature sensor. This also means we can get rid of the bottle emptiers, and we don't even need the doors because I just used them to restrict access. We'll also get rid of the conveyor loaders here. They're gonna move over a little bit. Now looking at this, we can also get rid of the conductive panel here. Yeah, this isn't even necessary anymore, but I'm gonna be requiring a conductive panel here for the conveyor loader that we're gonna move over. So maybe I can already get this in the joint and reroute the pipes. As a matter of fact, I'm just gonna change everything necessary. So I'm gonna let the coolant go out. Then we need another panel right here. Okay, that is the cooling loop rerouted. Now we need to think about how do we instead want to pump the magma. Let me think about that. For instance, we want to pump it through obsidian insulated tiles so it doesn't melt immediately. And I think I'm just gonna let it come from the bottom. So if we assume we're gonna go up here and then into a couple of chutes, this conductive panel unfortunately is kind of necessary, though we could think about moving the transformer. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. Let's think about how we pick up the magma first. If we build this out of a normal material, right now we don't have a material that can withstand the magma, but there are a couple of tricks we can actually take. For instance, we can see the pump is capable of picking up liquid that is not actually touching it at the bottom. The pump needs to be touching some liquid, but it doesn't need to be the bottom tile. So assuming the bottom tile here is going to be where we pick up the magma, we just need to make sure that there is something else in one of the other tiles. Now, assuming I still want to use this as a maintenance room, we would have to put this a little bit further down, and that means the cooling loop will also have to progress. This is going to bother me a little bit. So I think what I want to do is rotate this panel this way, and that means we are gonna interrupt this pipe here and actually make a liquid bridge. Next up, somewhere here at the bottom, we're gonna have our pump, and I think what we should be able to do is have two bottle emptiers. That means we need this a little bit lower. We're then gonna have our two bottle emptiers standing on these insulated tiles. The magma should then be dropping down into this tile here, or maybe the 3 tiles, and we can just go ahead and close this off, I guess. Maybe if we're willing to do this a little bit differently, it's gonna be better. It's not gonna be symmetrical, but I think we're gonna benefit from this. So I can have it like so, dropping the magma in here, and everything that flows one tile over should be able to be picked up. Then I could use, for instance, this part in order to gain access to the room. Good. Now, all we need to make sure is that we put some other liquid on this tile that is constantly being picked up and cycled. So it will just be picked up and dropped as it is. There's not really a lot of space for what I have in mind, but let's say we go up here, then we can have a sensor, let's say a element sensor, and right on top we're gonna have a chute dumping the liquid back down again. So we only continue with the magma. We will be continuing with the magma straight up like so, hopping over. Now let's make sure this is also built out of obsidian so it doesn't overheat eventually, like so. And that means I can have my vent. Now I'm not sure, this might actually have to be built out of steel, so we should be sending over some more steel from the main planetoid. Let's see, manufactured steel, allow manual use. I'm just gonna send over like 1 load. That should be good. Who is doing it? Gene, thank you very much. Oh, come on, sometimes they take forever. Yes, okay, that's filled up. So this allow manual use, and we can go back. Nispet, you can also finish the ladder here, and I guess, I might have to go up there in order to reach everything. But now we can go ahead and move this conveyor loader. I'm gonna move it over here. That should be fine. That also means the rail has to move somewhat, and this is gonna be there. Okay, now hold the phone. This auto sweeper should be gone. By the way, I think my rocket should now be filled up. Yeah, all the water is inside, so we're gonna go ahead and actually make our way back to the main planetoid. Now thinking about it, this liquid vent here doesn't even need to be made out of steel, but the liquid vents here at the top might. And now we can also connect them with the insulated pipes, and the other one can just be out of normal material. We also need to make sure that we set this up with some automation wire. And of course, whenever we detect the mysterious liquid, probably naphtha, if we can get a hold of it, we're gonna go ahead and set it up. As for the sensors, as mentioned, thermo sensors right here made out of steel, and they will actually go ahead and activate the robo miners. So as soon as we detect, say, below 600 degrees, we want to activate the robo miners. Now let me not waste my steel for the wall action there, and we do the same thing on the other side. So it's just going from the sensor to the robo miner. When we detect that the solidified tile has cooled down down enough, and then once it's mined up, it's going to be immediately picked up by the auto sweeper, and a new batch of magma is going to be pumped up by this liquid pump. Now we'll have to see how we do this, maybe with a Meteor valve, though on the other side I don't really want to stop it. Ooh, okay, maybe a filter or buffer gate, so we could take the green signal from the robo miners and put it down to the pump. But I really think we need lots and lots of magma, so we cannot just pour in like 200 kilograms. Either way, this sensor, let's assume, is gonna detect naphtha. Now I really already want to hook this up, so I think I have to get rid of my batteries for now so they don't overheat. So now all I need is a way to cool down the pump. Oh man, this would be so much better here. So if I cool down the pump here, then actually go up through the center. Yeah, let me try that. So this is not gonna be my magma. Instead, I will be leading the magma straight up here. That means I could move over with my super coolant and oh, what did I just do? I don't know. Just make my way down here into the conductive panel, and then we go straight up again. Okay, that makes sense. Now I've made so much chaos, I don't really know what's going on, but I think the loop should now be correct. Let's just wait what happens when we build everything. Jeez, I'm still struggling with this freaking plant. Do I have to get another space heater? No, I don't even have the power for this. Let me see what's up with the gases. Yeah, I figured this is a huge problem. Okay, it's finally time. Let's just dump this. Oh, it's not being dumped. You have to go into the other direction. Okay, now it's being dumped and my carbon skimmer can work again. Also, okay, I get it. Man, I'm so stupid. I was struggling with this, but if we divide it 50 by 50, then the toilets just don't have enough water. This is a huge problem because the toilets, they need water in order to function, right? Oh my gosh. Okay, now we can use it again and produce new water. That means I really need to make sure it first goes up and then to the toilets. And we can do that like so. Maybe make sure that we build this first. Yeah, that is gonna fix my system. First into the toilets, then the carbon skimmer, and only afterwards we're gonna get into the hydroponic farm. Now, of course, that means I also have polluted oxygen in here. Considering the temperature of our base, it's not really a huge issue, but we'll have to take care of it. This is also gonna require a little bit of power, which we can provide. I think as of this point, I'm gonna make it into steel. Now, we don't have any naphtha on the second planetoid, which shouldn't be an issue. We have this system right here that leads directly into this first launcher. Let me see, and it's pointed to the correct planetoid. So we could simply send over one load of naphtha without any issues. I should still have some here, except I can't find it. It's now labeled as liquid naphtha. Okay, I see. There she is. It's 37 kilograms. So let's say we are just gonna send over 30 kilograms here. As soon as we reach the 30, we want to send it over and shoot. Oh, by the way, I figured out the diamond press also requires Radbolt, so we will be building it up here. Maybe that is something we can work towards if we get some spare time. There's my naphtha, 10, 20, and 30 kilograms. So it would be great to just use those. Oh, it's now just 6 kilograms in the first packet. Now it's 10 kilograms again. Wow. That is super confusing. It is 26 kilograms. Okay, we're gonna try with that because it's enough. But this is kind of stupid. I want to regulate this much better. So now I'm gonna bring the rest up a little bit and then we are just gonna get it out of there. Okay, now currently the liquid that I'm getting is directly going in here. And of course that would be pumped up immediately, which is not good. So we need a little extra step here. Ooh, right here I'm gonna lose it. This is a little bit harder than I anticipated. I'm just gonna disable the auto sweeper instead, and then I'm gonna be picking up the naphtha manually. I think this is less trouble than building an elaborate system. It's gonna arrive in 70 seconds. Let's get ready for that. Nobody's picking it up. Very good. Liquid naphtha. Now, if we empty that storage, right, we should be able to just get that bottle, hopefully. Oh, please be a bottle, be a bottle, be a bottle. Yes! Oh, this is perfect. Okay, now we can enable the auto sweeper again. And now somebody please build this insulated tub so that we can put the naphtha here. For now, I don't want to do it yet, but I'm just gonna set it up and hopefully they're not gonna bring it elsewhere. Finally, they have built the tile in question. Ari should be bringing the naphtha bottle now. Maybe. Yeah, there he is. Wonderful. And it's gonna spill over. No, not even. Okay, yeah, we're below the 36 kilograms required to spill over. So this is kind of perfect. Now the liquid pump is registered as submerged in water, but it's not gonna be touching the magma. I really like to see it. We're gonna fill this up with a little bit of obsidian and then maybe the rest with granite here. And then we can make the bottle emptier actually face the correct side over here. So we have 2 bottle emptiers to drop down the magma. Now bottle emptiers cannot actually be steered with logic. This could be an issue. Even if I detect a certain amount of magma here, I cannot prevent my dupes from using the bottle emptiers unless I put them, say, on a door. I really don't know what to do now, unless I just want to use one bottle emptier, but it would be so much more efficient, doubly as efficient, since we can just grab 400 kilograms of magma and put it into the 2 bottle emptiers. So I guess the only reasonable thing we can do is just prevent them from getting in altogether. That means if I detect enough magma here, then we should be capable of bringing this up, and then we're just gonna connect those to the doors and close them. This means they just need to go above this, but they will still be able to access everything. I think I can live with this solution. The thermal sensors I'm gonna set to above 600 degrees as mentioned. This is the first setting we're trying, so that means as soon as the solidified tile goes below 600, actually that means below 600, robo-miners will do their job, then the auto sweepers will pick up the debris, and at the same time the signal should be brought down so we know when to activate the system. And I think we're just gonna go ahead and bring this down, this wire, so we can do I want that? No, not really. I don't want to open up the doors, but we might want to activate the pump. This is a good idea. So we bring the signal over, and I guess we want to make sure that both tiles actually have reached the same temperature, which they normally should, but you know, just making sure. We can do that with a simple AND gate here, and then if we wire this into here and there, it should be easy. Yeah, we can just go out here. It's going to complain about overlapping ports, but we should be fine here. Now, will you look at that? It actually works. So the pump is pumping in pulses, which is absolutely fine. And it's doing that because we don't detect anything here. But we don't want to do this immediately. Or do we? And what happens if we get the first liquid? Yeah, this is not good. We need to ensure that the signal stays on for a long time. So with a buffer gate. Where should I squeeze this in? Probably here. Yeah, actually, this might be better. So we can just go and move over there into the buffer gate. So that means even if we get a little bit of magma here onto the thermosensors and they start sending a red signal, we are still capable of keeping the green signal for a while. So the pump can get a respectable amount inside of the tiles. Say we're just gonna bump this up to 200 seconds for the time being. And now this should stay on forever until we have filled this up with magma. So it's time to bring up the magma at the highest priority, copy the setting, and as soon as we got enough in here, namely above 500 kilogram in this tile, then the doors are gonna close. As for these conveyor loaders, we're just gonna pick up everything. And so now if everything goes according to plan, we should see, oh, no pending deliveries. What's up? Pitcher pump. I probably forgot to enable the auto bottle. Yeah. I think we can ship some in before downtime. Yeah, look at that. 400 kilograms in one go. And wait a second. Did that actually work? No, not yet. Wait. What's happening? No power. Are you serious? Oh, gosh. Okay, but at least the thing here seems to be working. The magma is continuing and we're dumping it evenly. Okay, now we seem to be struggling with power a little bit, but this should be picked up, and then we just need to wait for the initial cooling phase to be over. But yeah, this is all still sending a green signal. Come on, come on, come on. And as soon as we are in vacuum, by the way, we register a very, very low temperature. So it's definitely below 600 degrees. Come on. Oh, what's up with the cooling loop? Why aren't you continuing? Oh, looks like I missed a bridge here. But here we can see more magma is making its way up. Right now, the way this works, if we don't get enough magma that is hot enough, it's not going to solidify into a tile. And of course, that will be the primary thing that we want to do with this. Now, thinking about this, this is all going into the base right now. This might actually not be too bad. Oh, actually, it might be really bad. Holy cow. But that is because the cooling loop that is actually really cold at 5 degrees isn't running. We should be fixing that in just a second. But yeah, it looks like in the beginning, we need to make sure that the stuff isn't actually getting inside the base. So I'm just going to dump it outside. Okay, cooling loop is going for it again. That is good. We can also cool down the pump and then of course the base as well. Okay, now the problem is this is still not working as long as we're losing this much heat. Oh my gosh. Instead of having these metal tiles, I'm now gonna install a mechanized door right here. I can then get rid of this metal tile right here and actually have a liquid sensor. So we first can build up a little bit of liquid that isn't getting converted, and that will hopefully solve the last of the problems that we have. So I'm just gonna need a hydro sensor here. That also means we need to reroute the cabling, and that cable is just going straight up into the door, closing it when we have enough liquid. Now we're running this through the base again, and we have cooled down. Okay, thankfully. Hydro sensor is in place. I want to send the signal when we are, let's say, above 500 kilograms as well. This is definitely gonna form a tile, probably. And it should be below. So we open the door, and only once we reach the 500 kilograms, we're gonna relay the power, or the heat, I should say. We can also see the doors are now working, so bottle emptiers aren't prioritized anymore. And now that we have built the background, I should also be able to connect the pipes again. Ooh, okay, did you just see that? Well, that usually doesn't happen because it's not inside of the pipes, right? So that should just be an outlier. But let's connect this again, and we are now dropping the magma. Since it's not touching anything else, it's also not being converted here. Nice bed, perfect sleeping spot. And we'll be dropping more and more magma until it can actually move over. The first few got converted to heat up the sensor, but now you can see we're all good. And as soon as we have reached 500 kilograms, the door is... okay, we solved all the problems. Now we will be seeing lots and lots of petroleum. Oh yeah. Now that we have a sensor to detect everything, all this shebang is actually not necessary anymore. I will be able to just bring the signal straight down, not from this sensor, but from the sensor here. And therefore the pump is going to be active for as long as this sensor is green. Very nice. Oh no, looks like I dropped some gold at some point. Very bad, very bad. Molten gold. I'm gonna drop that here. Sweep only. Good. There it is. Almost 500 kilograms. We should be seeing the door closing. Yes. And at the same time, the pump doesn't pump up anymore. Gosh, are you serious? Okay, there's one more issue. What if this actually gets solidified? Then it's gonna send a different signal, right? It's not gonna detect any more liquid. You know, we'll see. Right now, we are using the temperature to heat this up. The rest of the magma just poured in, and ooh, it wasn't sufficient. Okay, that is actually disappointing. So we'll just have to bring this up to a higher number. Let's say, what is the maximum? Let me actually see. What is the usual amount in a tile is 1,800 kilograms. Okay, so we should be good with 1,500 kilograms, but you know what? This might take a while to pump up. Good, we now got 1,500 kilograms of magma in this tile, which translates to approximately 1,350 in the center tile. So I'm assuming 1,500 kilograms will be just fine, and we get 3 entire solidified magma tiles to transfer the heat. So I'm expecting a little bit of action this time around. There is the 500 degrees, and look at that. Oh yes, 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 heating up, heating up. This is good. Let's check out this sensor. 82, 83, 85. Okay, and we still got some heat in here. 1,440 degrees now. I think we're gonna convert the magma at 1,409 degrees, but this is now way more efficient. Yes, of course. And there it happens. We got a solidified tile. That means this opens up and sends a green signal to the pump. So this is not good. We have to change that. So there would have to be a second condition, like the temperature at 600 degrees as well, right? That means I need my AND gate back, and we're just gonna take the signal from this guy. Another problem arises. What if we still want to transfer the heat while this is solidified? Yeah, it's really unfortunate that this sensor here changes again. I wish it only changed once the tiles actually have gone. So that means not only the pump, but also the door will have to be steered by this AND gate. Yeah, for simplicity's sake, I'm just gonna do it right now, but I will be making this a little bit nicer looking. Right now, I just wanna make sure that we haven't forgotten anything else. Please, Duplicants, build this. Now the door is closed and we can keep on sending over the heat. I built something out of coal. Oh, gosh, of course I had to mess this up. And you can see we're still leeching off the heat from these initial tiles, so they are really gonna last for a long time. We're now at 340 degrees. What we want to reach is a 390 for now, but afterwards 400 to really start the conversion. Good. For my sanity, I now need to get this on the wraps. So let's continue with the process. Let's assume we have reached the below 600 degrees and therefore the stuff is being mined up. And now that this has happened, new magma can be pumped up here. Let me see, why isn't it working? Oh, I disabled the pump. Just have to connect this again. Okay, wonderful. Now the new magma is being pulled over, and as soon as we reach the 1500 kilograms again, we should be able to continue the process. But yeah, overall, I think it's still going to be a fairly quick process. Just dropping the entire 1500 kilograms would have been a little bit better, like I usually do it. But you know, I fancied a little bit of a different design, and like that, I feel like it's working. Now, these bastards really disappoint me. They actually can reach the bottle emptiers even though it's closed. Never mind those stupid bottle emptiers. I'm gonna find another trick off camera. Can we still... Yeah, look at that. Just doing it through the doors. I hate you. Ready for round 2. The door just closed. We can relay the heat. Some of the magma is still pouring in, but we now shouldn't be bringing it along anymore. Temperature here is going up. Temperature here as well. Now we have reached the 100... No, we actually only reached the 300 degree mark here. Now let's see what happens once the tile actually solidifies. Ooh, I don't want that. Oh yeah, I totally forgot to reset the sensor here. Okay, whew. Thankfully no fault in the system just yet, because now we first need to reach the 600 degrees before anything else happens. Yes, we finally did it, guys. Oh my gosh, this took a long time. Now I just have to wait for the thermo sensor here. Let's do that. Oh, we have the first petroleum here. So maybe 390 is already... Wait a second. How is that possible? Maybe it flashes right here at the bottom where it's a little bit hotter, like the tiles are 100 degrees hotter, right? Either way, it doesn't look like we're gonna be needing a lip here because more oil is incoming. Interesting. Okay, so the oil, of course, is counteracting the heat we are currently producing. Now, of course, the goal of this contraption is that in the end, we only need a slight amount of extra heat to convert the petroleum because it has been preheated by the petroleum that goes out. So once it is running, it should be a very efficient system. Right now, we are still waiting for this to actually go below the 600 degrees mark, so we can still leach off that. But as long as we have so much crude oil incoming, we cannot really do anything. Ooh, is this overpressuring? Okay, no, it is still moving. Thank you. Come on, boots, just a little bit to go, and then we have our first petroleum running down the aisle. It's gonna be a glorious moment. I spent like 3 episodes on this thing. Well, I would say this can now be run in the background a little bit. I will probably be moving the pneumatic door so they cannot access anything of this once I don't want them to. Otherwise, they're just gonna overfill this and heat up my pump and just screw everything up. But until then, I'm pretty happy that we have now unlimited petroleum. All we have to do is basically make sure on the third planetoid we also have the same infrastructure and that we send the oil over on a regular basis. Alright then, and just a couple of cycles later and we have our flowing petroleum. I had to add this lip here that I've been talking about before because the oil had the tendency to spill over, but this way we always ensure the petroleum comes first, and you can see it's now flowing down. We can also see that it gets colder the lower it gets, so the incoming oil will be preheated and the oil inside of these pipes, for instance, is also already 270 degrees. So once it drops, it doesn't need to leach that much heat anymore. Right now, the only thing that concerns me is that the mechanized airlocks never really opened. That feels like it's not going to be the most efficient it could be. On the other side, I constantly see the petroleum converting, and we're only losing a little bit of heat here. Like, the sensors are still at 700 degrees. So I would say our only inefficiency right now is the magma transportation. For instance, I only have 2 tiles. That means I cannot even fill the 3 tiles in one go. I'm dependent on my duplicants to actually come here. We might be able to fix that by deconstructing this tile so we can keep 3 tiles, but then we mustn't forget magma doesn't flow very well, and we are only able to pick up this tile. So everything that remains in the other 2 tiles is lost. But still, we will be closer to the amount that we actually need in here, and that still means there's going to be like a minute or so where we are actually not utilizing this to the best of our abilities. On the other side, I can now see we are getting the petroleum. There's already what, 114 kilograms on the floor. So let's maybe set up a hydro sensor, making sure we have at least a little bit. So I'm gonna set this up right here, and next to it we're gonna have a pump. I'm still gonna build this out of gold amalgam just to make sure that we don't overheat anything, and then all we need to do is bring this to the teleporter, right? Which is all the way here at the bottom. So maybe we can do this easily. We're just gonna hop out here. Now, let me actually make this the bridge. So the oil is gonna be part of the bridge. Then I'm gonna bring this down over here, and we're just gonna make our way down all the way to the teleporter level, which is here. Ooh, that is a little bit unfortunate, but I guess we can just go straight through here. This is a hot polluted oxygen vent. I'm not sure if I'm ever gonna need that. We're gonna have the same setup here on the other side with a hydro sensor and a pump. Let's also set up the cabling. I just want to make sure that we have like 200 kilograms on the floor before we start pumping up, so I can also make sure the batteries here stay cold. As you can see, this seems to be working out nicely. Let's now wait for this sensor to reach the 500 degrees. We are almost there, 664. Oh no, it's not foolproof. Why do you have to do this to me? Okay, so there is some leakage. Let me think. This could be... let's make the lip here instead of here. Okay, that might actually work out better. So now if there's only one spot for the liquid to go up, it's always going to be the correct liquid, the petroleum that is lighter. Oh, we have to make sure this is built here. There we go. Okay, and we can also release all the petroleum that we have here, and the crude oil I'm actually going to move over here and empty it as well. My sensor is now at 616 degrees. Metal tiles are still hot. Yeah, I feel like this is working out. Previously, I brought the oil here, and now everything is overheating. Thankfully, there's a simple solution, just deconstructing one of the previous liquid reservoirs. There's some nice fresh cold crude oil that we're now gonna empty and do this quickly. Ari, do it, do it. Okay, Nisbet did it, and now everything can actually cool down again. So it goes below the overheat temperature. Very nice. We just replaced the reservoir as if nothing happened. Alrighty, I went back to the drawing board once again. I'm sorry, I know a lot of you are frustrated about this because you try to replicate some of the stuff that I do here, but this is literally a let's play. The way I play the game is I figure stuff out in iterations, sometimes with your input, in order to, in the end, get a really cool result. And with all this automation domino that we made now, I ended up with something that is actually rather simple. Namely, we have a starting and ending condition. The starting condition is we register less than 600 degrees. That's when we want to get the pump started. That's when we want to open the door and also activate the robominers. With the memory toggle gate, we can achieve just that by registering the temperature here with this sensor. If it's below the 600 degrees, it's going to get into the input and activate the signal, and then it's going to be pumping up. The pump is going to get the magma into the chamber, and as soon as it touches the sensor is going to turn red one more time, but we still have saved the signal inside of the memory toggle. And then only once we reach the 1500 kilograms with this sensor, we are going to reset the signal and turn it red again. So we have a starting and ending condition for the pump and everything, and once that is is done, the door is gonna close again and the heat transfer can happen. Thankfully, we ended up with a rather simple solution. Also, I flooded my batteries, but we're now pumping over the petroleum, so this shouldn't matter anymore. Look at that. We can now actually enjoy the fruits of our labor. Together with the water, we are actually now pumping over the petroleum. So now the only thing that we're missing is a steady source of oil, which I'm currently working towards on the third planetoid by making it more comfortable and also establishing a better oil infrastructure. But here we go. Stuff is going over to the main planetoid. Let's check this out. It should be going right here, being filtered out from the polluted water, and now it's distributing into my system here. So it's going to be filling up the petroleum room here once again, and we don't have all of this off-gassing going on. And on the other side, it's also going to feed my power system just a tiny little bit, which I might stock up here with a couple of reservoirs. But, you know, now we actually have to do something on the third planetoid to make this happen. We're already out of oil. This was to be expected when building a petroleum boiler, that we'll have to ramp up the oil process. But now this should be working. I will be able to send May back on another mission. It's Nisbet. Yeah, Nisbet, you can go back to the main planetoid. Maybe I'm gonna send you to the hotel planetoid in order to start working on that. But yeah, now we actually got it working. We're gonna be working on the third planetoid in the next episode. I'm already gonna start a little bit and see how far I get before we meet us in the next episode. Alright guys, that was it, the third part of the movie. There is at least gonna be one more part, so stay tuned for that. Thank you so much again for your support, have a great time, and hopefully I'm gonna catch you very soon. Bye bye.